Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I saw it when I walked, boy. I saw it when I walked, boy. I saw it when I walked, boy.
Hello. Hello, hello. It's Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. The mic appears to be working. That's good. The closed captions also appear to be working, which we love to see. Because if you can't hear, you're going to want to see the words via closed captioning. Okay, cool. Things work. Be right there.
Hello, gorgeous.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, dude.
It's a little wild and a little strange when you're making your home out on the range. Hello, good afternoon. It's afternoon for me. It was supposed to be morning when I started, but I feel like I should just I feel like you should just have a note all the time. It's like, hey, whatever time the stream says it's supposed to start, it's going to start like 20 to 30 minutes after that. Or 40. Anyway, we're going to finish when things are done. So like, sorry. Let me scroll up and say hello. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to scroll up and say hi. Then I'm going to get myself a beverage because I'm parched. And also, I was just sequestering cats because Ovi would literally not stop just jumping on every single thing, and I'm like, I can't have cats on the counter while I'm like cooking. And Gwen's not here, and so they're all over the place. When she's here, they're just near her. More on that later. I mean, there's no more detail to share. She's just not here at the moment. Anyway, Shayna, hello. Good day. Happy Wednesday. So Fluff, welcome in. Hammy's hanging. Welcome in. Good to have you. So Fluff, thank you for your resub. That is 12, 24, 36 months. That is 3 years of being a subscriber. Holy shit. Thank you. Also, I appreciate it. It's obviously good to have you always. If it wasn't, you would know it by now. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. 36 months is a really, really long time to be subscribed. And also, I feel like that means that my affiliate anniversary is now. It might be today. I don't actually know. I have no idea when my affiliate anniversary is. I started streaming May 12th, 2022. So affiliate anniversary is after that. Regardless, thank you for the 36 months. I do appreciate it. It's good to see you. Have some more confetti. Boris, welcome in. Hello, Not and Getty, welcome in. Good Wednesday. Good Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Factually, it's Wednesday. Baker, welcome. We have not added any new check-ins. Any new check-ins. I haven't touched the bot in like a while. C-Dup, welcome in. Good day. Good day. See, you made tofu and you were not ready for how much it tasted like chicken. So proud. I managed it. I am proud of you too. Tofu is fantastic. And I often think about it and I'm like, I would like to do more tofu stuff. Like basically every time I make chicken thighs, I sort of think, what if this was tofu? I love that. I love that it worked out for you. Were you just winging it or was it a recipe? Velos, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Avo, welcome. Welcome. Mystery Mayhem, welcome in. Good to have you. Gonna keep trying. Fair. No, because Baker, at some point, it will. At some point, it'll just happen. It will like work. Because that's the type of thing that, like, in this exact moment, as we are sitting here chatting, I have added that to the admin channel in Discord that I keep all sorts of like little notes and stuff and such in. Boris, that commands thing, when I used to run all my commands through Streamlabs or Stream Elements, one of those Stream blah blah blahs, I forget which one, probably Streamlabs, it would return the like link to the page on Streamlabs, but it's not there anymore, so I just updated it. So all the commands are listed below in a panel. You will find them below in a panel, manifesting as one does. Carly, welcome in. Hello. Carly, I got your 120th check-in, didn't I? I did. I have it. I see it. It's literally written down right here. Okay. What are we doing today? We're making cookies. How are we doing that? In the oven. Shocking. These need to rest, I think, for like a little bit. So 1, I'm gonna get a drink. 2, we're gonna read the recipe together. And then we're going to come up with a plan. We're gonna come up with a plan of action to do the thing. And these are different cookies. I'm curious about them because they are savory and I love a savory cookie. I'm always a little hesitant, not like scared hesitant, but like, you know, people think, you know, you say cookie, right? People think like sugar cookie, chocolate chip cookie. They don't think like cracked black pepper. Or other things like roasted garlic, etc. So, you know, they sounded great. To be honest, they didn't sound very summery, but that's fine. Just eat them inside. Hopefully in the air conditioning. I also wanted to be cognizant of the fact that like I didn't want to put anything like chocolate or fruit specifically in them, because if they're in the heat, that's not great. Butter cookies are usually okay in the heat. And there's really nothing in here that would like, there isn't anything in here that would melt. I'm looking over here and I'm seeing that the the burger pillow and the other pillows are sort of like askance. I didn't touch these before stream today. I usually sort of zhuzh everything back up. There we go. Look at that. Looks exactly the same as it just did. Cool. Anyway. Carly says Cookie Club seems like a great way to try new cookie recipes. Like, what will the winners do? Complain? Yeah. I mean, yes. And I also want them to be, you know, I want people to like them. I want people to enjoy them. I want people to be happy with them. But you know, it is a good way to experiment. And also, when I read the recipes, I think of I feel like I'm okay at one, like the first pass at sort of recipe discernment is usually Liz, who posts a lot of cookie recipes in Discord. And so I have like some specific stuff that I look for when I'm looking for Cookie Club things. And these seem pretty straightforward and pretty easy. Telling myself I'm getting biscuits. They are essentially like butter, you know, buttery. They're butter cookies, which I guess could be biscuits. They call them biscuits in England, right? Sort of like having a handful of recipe testers. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, this is what they're supposed to look like at the end. I printed them out. Don't mind the lines. My printer's just not great. Let's read what it says in the description here. This wonderful cookie is inspired by the cornmeal butter cookies made by Italian bakers in Italy and America alike. I first sampled a cornmeal cookie many moons ago in a small Italian bakery in San Francisco. As I recall, the bakery featured half a dozen or more varieties of cornmeal cookies. I was enthralled because the notion of adding cornmeal to cookie dough had never occurred to me. This was before all the great Italian baking books that widened our horizons a few years later. I loved the corn flavor and the open, crunchy texture immediately. Since then, I've created many riffs on this traditional cookie, but this is my new favorite, it says. Technique note, using a scoop, roll the dough, that's great too. Cookies should be cold when they go into the oven, otherwise they may spread too much. Give cookies plenty of space. Yup. Gwen has returned, obviously. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Need drink.
Yeah. I put the cats downstairs because Obi would not. He was like
hungry. I just fed them.
Yeah, he was trying to like he wanted to be like up here.
Who?
Obi. He wanted to be up here like fucking with things, and I was like no. And so I grabbed the other two because I didn't want them to feel left out.
They're ravenously eating right now, so I think that was the issue.
Okay. Well, they were eating this morning too. Right.
Right. Well, they're hungry all the time.
Okay.
They're growing babies.
Okay.
That's why we just pulled this.
No, he was up on the stools. They figured out the stools now. It's on. Yeah.
Well, the door's open right now, but.
Yeah, that's fine. When you're here, they're gonna be just wherever you are. It's not like now that you're here, I'm not worried about them. I just didn't want to have to like fight to keep the cats off the counter while I'm also trying to like.
I bet your cream would like it.
I don't want cat hair in the cookies that I'm sending to people.
Just saying.
Someone might like it, and if they want, listen. If any of y'all want cat hair in your cookies, y'all let me know, and I will just sprinkle a little bit in there. There's plenty around. There's plenty available. Little bits of cat hair. Okay. It also says test your oven pan. Set up with a few cookies to start. Watch the timing. Dark pans bake faster than light pans or air sandwich pans. Silicone matte lined pans bake faster than parchment lined pans. Cookies that are rolled to 1/8 of an inch thick bake faster than cookies rolled to 1/4 inch thick. And your oven may be running hot or cold. Thanks for all of the advice. There's so many variables. Do test a couple of cookies first. It may save an entire batch later. Shayna, I bet you know what's funny, Shayna? There's a few that I'm missing. I also save, I save like a little bag, one packet from each set of cookies that I make. And I do have all of them. And it's like a museum, a weird like vacuum sealed museum. I've been so bad about keeping track of what cookies I make. Like, I don't know why, but like, we've been doing this now for almost 2 years, and I've gotten, I think almost 2 years now, and I couldn't tell you all the ones that we made. John is doing misfortune cookies. What are misfortune cookies, boys? Those sound good / potentially not good, and maybe that's the intention. Misfortune cookies are are what you call them when you run out of them. Baker, they are learning. They are learning, and they're big. They're getting bigger, like daily. And yeah, Obi was just like I came in, I was trying to set up, and he's just like standing here, like literally standing like on the laptop, on the keyboard. He was all over the place, and I was like, I can't. A cat is never not hungry, Carly. This is true. This is true. And it also doesn't help that every chance she gets, Daisy goes downstairs and eats their food. So, I'll take the hair-free run, Shayna. Exactly, and that's kind of my point, is like, when I do Cookie Club, I keep, trying to keep the cats out of the room. We use gloves. I make sure to sanitize the counter. I try to be like, it's not a serve-safe environment necessarily, but I do try to keep it as clean as I would want it to be. So, I believe you. Oh, for fuck's sake. Get out, Obi. Go away. Go here. Go follow. Here, go upstairs. He's like, where are you? Here, call him. I don't know what he wants right now. Well, right, because he's back. I said all along, my only stipulation is I don't want the cats in here while I'm cooking. Because of hair. And if they can't not be in here, then we will have them elsewhere. Okay, no. Come on, you two. Can you call her too? If they're, I'm relax, he says. Trying to relax. Oh, they're so fucking determined. Baker, I love that you have unlabeled cookie bowls. I don't have anything in the freezer labeled. They are completely random. And I at this point, I don't really know what exactly is in there. Menaced. I know. Well, I just like, if I'm for like a normal meal, if I'm not like sending things to other people, this is literally the only stream of the month where I actually care if they're in the kitchen or not. Boris, Calvin is not here today. He's at camp. So I cannot rely on Calvin today. Not yet, anyway. I can rely on him later. And I think they're just like, they're all over. They'll settle. They'll settle. They just want to know what's going on. There's lights up here. There's an entire stack of butter on the counter that they can probably smell. So they're just curious. They're kittens, and that's how it goes. And this is, I'm trying to get this all to room temperature, so we're like stacking this. Okay. Now here comes Ash. Now here he comes. All right. Out. No, he's literally taking the same exact path that the other two took. He is sly though. He's a little. Here we go. All right, here he comes.
Ash. Come here.
He's like, fuck that. There's butter on the counter. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna finish reading this recipe at some point today. I promise you. We might even make it. Okay. Unbleached all-purpose flour, cornmeal, sea salt. Per batch, 1.5 cups of unsalted butter. Per batch. Per batch. 3 sticks of butter per batch. That's a lot of butter. They are butter cookies though. Welcome. And thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. A tier 1 natural resub. We love a prime sub. I love a gifted sub. But when someone just hits the subscribe button, it hits different. Thank you. Wait. No. That wasn't going to work. Never mind. What are we even doing today? In a large mixing bowl, sift the flour, add the cornmeal and salt. Whisk the mixture well to evenly distribute. Reserve. In a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, cream together the butter and sugar. Add the almond extract, pepper, and rosemary and incorporate. Well, we're not adding almond extract. I'm gonna use vanilla extract. I think that'll be fine. We're not using almond extract because I'm allergic to almonds. And I'd like to be able to eat these cookies, frankly. Add the flour mixture and mix very briefly on a very slow speed, just until the dough forms. Feral Terminator, welcome in. Day is going good. Day's been busy. It's been good, and we're here now. I got everything done that I needed to do this morning. I was a little bit late to start stream, and that's okay. Using a number 70 scoop, 1 tablespoon it says, with a release mechanism, scoop balls of dough, leveling each ball with the edges of the scoop. Thus, each ball will have 1 flat surface. You can arrange the dough balls closely together on a baking sheet, cover with plastic, wrap, and chill for as long as a couple of days, or proceed immediately to baking. Seems like there's a window in there where you could just chill them for like 20 minutes, which is what I'm leaning towards. Coat a baking sheet with vegetable spray. Arrange 12 cookie balls, flat sides down, 2 inches apart on the baking sheet. Lay a sheet of wax paper over the cookies and using a meat pounder or other heavy flat object, gently flatten each cookie ball to 1/4 inch thickness. Coarsely grind black pepper over each cookie and then sprinkle each cookie with clear sprinkles. Bake each sheet of cookies at 350 for about 15 minutes. Rotating the pan to ensure even browning. Remove from the pan oven. Loosen each cookie with a thin spatula and let cool for 3 to 4 minutes in the pan. Remove cookies from the cookie sheet and place on a wire rack and cool completely. Store airtight in layers separated by wax paper rounds in a cookie tin in a cool place, in a cool, dry place. These cookies improve with age. Hell yeah. Me too. They keep for 3 to 4 weeks. Cookies may also be frozen. Makes about 6 dozen 2 1/4 inch diameter cookies. Okay. So, I have thoughts. Ooh, Feral Terminator, that sounds great. Chicken pot pie type meal in a cast iron skillet in the air fryer covered with tater tots. Fuck. That's amazing. I can see why that goes in the rotation. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Whatever. Are you closing the door? Ah. Lovely. Feral Terminator, that sounds delicious. I've never made chicken pot pie with tater tots on top, but like we talked about tater tots on one of the more recent streams, and I personally have been thinking about them as well. Liz, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope these cookies are to your liking. Joe, welcome in. Hello. Darla on YouTube, welcome in. Let's get back from the ranch. Excellent. Is it beastly humid where you are? It is disgusting out here in Philadelphia. It's like walking through stew. So you like the tater coins better than the tots? Okay. I love the long flat ones that you get at like fast food restaurants. Rained on hard for Alternator. It's been wild here. The thunderstorms, like the humidity just like it gets more and more humid, and then it like thunderstorms and just wrings it all out of the atmosphere, and then it's nice for like a couple hours. We've also in Philadelphia been having the municipal workers have been on strike until the strike ended last night. They came to a deal. Horrible deal. Anyway, but Philly not only has been hot, but it has been covered in trash. Like nobody's been picking up the trash for a week, and it is incredible how much just 1 week worth of trash makes a difference on the street. Go workers, Joe. Yeah. I wish there were, I mean, if I'm between y'all and me, I wish they were still on strike, because I read what they got out of that deal, and it was not what they were looking for. And I don't know, whatever, their management agreed, so I don't know, I hope they strike again in 3 years. Rain and sun, fellas. Yeah, it poured. It was like catastrophic rain here last night. And then it was like, it looked like Armageddon outside. It was like orange and bright, like right as the sun set. It was pretty cool. I do love that post-thunderstorm rain light. Okay, so these cookies are, I feel like there's some interpretation here. This is a older recipe. I mean, I say older, like, I forget when I looked at the date on it, and it was like 10 years old or something like that, maybe a little bit more. But some thoughts in general. It says it makes about 6 dozen 2 1/4 inch cookies. Now, I don't know about y'all, but 2 1/4 inches is real tiny for a cookie. I think I might make I was thinking I could either make them larger or put 3 of them in each packet. I'm leaning towards the 3 per packet because I feel like folks like that, and also that's how this recipe is written. So I feel like I want to maybe make them like that. I want to note that like the picture here makes these cookies look like the size of a dinner plate, and it says they're 2 1/4 inches. And like, if these cookies are 2 1/4 inches, what have they put? What plate have they put these on? It's like a plate for a doll. Like if that's a 2 1/4 inch cookie, then that plate is what, 5 inches across? Maybe, which is like that tiny. I don't, whatever. I'm just talking. So it says to make them 1 tablespoon. But then it says to press them out. Like you make them a tablespoon, you put them on the tray, and then you flatten them. So I feel like I could either make 3. I feel like I could make them like they are called for, or I could make them slightly larger and then have just 2. So I might try it. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to make a double. I'm going to make maybe... I think I'm going to make like a 2.5 cups of flour. Now I'm going to make a single batch of these. We're going to bake one. We're going to bake a big one, and we're going to bake a small one. And we're going to see how that works and how that turns out. And then we'll determine whether or not, like, I'm probably going to end up making a second batch, but if it makes 6 dozen in one, like, it feels like this is a lot of dough. It feels like it's a lot of dough. Let's see. So if this is supposed to make 72 cookies, and I'm assuming 2 per package. I need 46. So that's 46 plus 23. No, 46 plus 23 would be 3 per package. If I added another 1, that's 69 cookies. Nice. So according to the recipe, if I do 3 per package, I should be able to get all of the Cookie Club cookies in one recipe, which means we're going to make double. We're definitely going to make a double batch, but that also means that I can make a single batch and then determine like how to bake them. Okay, cool. But what I can also do is make that single batch, roll 1, or roll 2, a large one and then a small one, bake them, and then determine like how that works, and then I can roll all the rest of the ones from that first batch into whatever size I determine, put those in the fridge, and then while those are cooling, I can mix the second batch, and then while I'm rolling the second batch, I can start baking the first. So like I can start getting things together. I know I'm going to make 2 batches of these, so I'm going to prep my ingredients for both batches ahead of time. Okay, we're going to do the cookies. I also need to do popcorn, and I need to do the bags today. Okay, we'll get to those. I want to start the cookies first because it does say very specifically they should be cold when they go into the oven, which if they're small should not be an issue. Because we roll them, I'm gonna roll them and then chill them. Lemon, welcome in. Good to see you. Wait, it's Wednesday. Oh wait, yeah, no, sorry. I was like, are you streaming? Are you live right now? A Zoolander cookie. Right. Is this a cookie for ants? See, it could be a saucer plate. Proto, welcome in. Savory cookies was an interesting thought. We've done a couple savory cookies before. I forget what the last savory cookie we did was. I did the gochujang ones I would say those were pretty sweet. Trying to think if we've done other like savory forward ones. I mean, these are butter. There's a lot of butter in here and sugar, so they should be pretty good. Needs more butter. I know. Is this not enough butter for you? This butter's like the size of a small child. Carl, you snack on the popcorn first. Nice. Well, the popcorn's fully edible. It's just unseasoned. So, you know, some folks eat it. I'm sure some folks don't. Have I heard of the Thickum cookies? No. 6 ounces a piece. Oh, I've heard like the large cookies of more recent popularity. I feel like big cookies are the thing now. I said this the other day. I feel like big, like jumbo cookies are the new like cupcakes. Like, I don't know, a decade ago, everyone was like, there was like a new cupcake shop everywhere, and now there's just like big cookie shops, and you know, places like Levain, etc., have been around for a little while, but I feel like they're popping up more and more. I've just seen like big cookies as a genre now, which is fine. See, this is, I honestly don't like large cookies. I don't cook right. I kind of, depends for me. Sometimes I do. I don't go out of my way to buy them because they're always like expensive. Like when you go to Levain, right? The cookie spot, the big cookie spot. It's they're like $6 or $7 each, and I'm like, that's like $1 per ounce, which is a lot. Liz, the cornmeal. I'm curious. I'm curious too. Okay, let's. Carl, plenty of people don't eat the popcorn. True. I know some folks some folks I know like the popcorn. I know that some folks eat it. I know some folks in the community, MX Phoenix Dog, feeds them to the animals. They feed them to the farm animals. What did you need to buy for this compared to normal household ingredients? Was the only actual thing that I purchased unique to today was sea salt, fine crystal sea salt. And honestly, this is something that I've like, you know, I've had recipes before that call for sea salt and I just don't have it. So I've just used like kosher salt. It's been fine. But I figured today I'll buy actual like sea salt for the thing. So the other thing that I purchased 3 things for the cookies today. One was the sea salt, one was some sprinkles, but these are just like white sugar sprinkles. I have these anyway. I use these. I had like a teaspoon left in the package that I have. And then I usually have cornmeal. And I did, but I looked in the cabinet, like the pack that I had in the cabinet. 1, I didn't have enough of it, and 2, it was expired. So I bought some new cornmeal. So everything else is something that I like. Everything in these cookies is something I would already like, generally speaking. We're gonna do a couple things to get started here, though. The butter is still getting itself to room temperature, getting itself soft. So we're gonna let that continue. I have enough butter here to do more than 2 batches, so I don't think. I think this is more butter than I need, which is fine. We need to do a couple things. I'm going to measure all of my ingredients. We're going to mince the rosemary and grind the pepper, because I'm gonna grind it in the pepper grinder. And let's do the bags first, though. I'm gonna do the bags first. I may or may not do the popcorn on stream today because we'll see. I want, basically, since these are butter cookies, I want them to cool a little more, I think, than usual. They're supposed to cool like all the way before they get packaged, which feels important. So, Carl, you see the comparison? It's just like a food, it's a food thing. There's always there's always a trend. Something's trending or not, you know? And I feel like the cupcakes were a big thing for a while. Now we're on the big cookies. What's going to be next? I don't know. You tell me. I said that and then I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything witty in the moment, so I just let it go. Sorry. Okay, let's get this started, and we can do a food lover's companion definition. I even have that right here. It's available. Usually doesn't live on the counter, but it is here this time around. I'm even gonna plug the machine in first before we get started. Is the camera zoomed? I feel like the camera is. I guess it's in a normal position. I don't know. Maybe this thing's just big. I feel like you can usually see more of the counter. Probably not. I'm probably wrong. I would love if would love if the camera was a little farther back, but then it would just be like in the middle of the room. Anyway, irrelevant. Food loves companion definition. Butter. We can do butter. I'm assuming butter is the thing that you wanted. Because it was the next thing in chat. Calypso bean. A medium-sized round dried bean is part white with a few black spots and part black. This odd coloration is why the calypso is sometimes called the yin yang bean. Other names for it are the black calypso and the orca bean. Wow. Butter. Wow. Well, there's a lot of things for butter in here. There's butterball steak, butter bean, C, lima bean. Lima beans. The definition of butter. The framing looks the same. It is. It's just me. And forever, I feel like I've wanted the camera to be a little farther back so that you can see more of the counter. Because if you look right in this view, like I use the counter generally like up to here, right about to where these stream decks are, and sometimes you can't see that on stream, which is like, you know, I wish you could, but you can't. And you know, change is hard, and I don't do change very well. Anyway, a little fun fact about me. So if you've been putting the popcorn in your neighbor's yard, I love that. And yes, you asked first. Yeah. Like, do your chickens like popcorn? Is that okay? Butter. Look at the definition of butter. Good Lord. Made by churning cream until it reaches a semi-solid state, butter must, by US law, be at least 80% milk fat. The remaining 20% consists of water and milk solids. The U.S. Department of Agriculture grades butter quality based on the flavor, body, texture, color, and salt. Butter packages bear a shield surrounding the letter grade and occasionally the numerical score equivalent indicating the quality of the contents. The grades, beginning with the finest, are AA, which is a 93, A, 92, B, 90, and C, 89. AA and A grades are those most commonly found at the retail level. Butter may be artificially colored with natural annatto. It may also be salted or unsalted. Unsalted butter is usually labeled as such and contains absolutely no salt. It's sometimes erroneously referred to as sweet butter, a misnomer because any butter made with sweet instead of sour cream is sweet butter. Therefore, expect packages labeled sweet cream butter to contain salted butter. Unsalted butter is preferred by many for everyday eating and baking. Because it contains no salt, which acts as a preservative, it is more perishable than salted butter and therefore stored in the freezer section of some markets. Whipped butter has had air beaten into it, thereby increasing the volume and creating a softer, more spreadable consistency when cold. It comes in salted and unsalted forms. Light or reduced calorie butter has about half of the fat of regular butter, possible through the addition of water skim milk, and gelatin. It shouldn't be substituted for regular butter or margarine in frying and baking. Storing butter. Because butter absorbs flavors like a sponge, it should be wrapped airtight for storage. Refrigerate regular butter for up to 1 month. Unsalted butter for up to 2 weeks. Both can be frozen for up to 6 months. See also a bunch of other things. Beurre blanc, beurre marron, beurre noir, beurre noisette, brown butter, butter substitutes, clarified butter, compound butter, fats and oils, garlic butter, and ghee. Other butter things in this Food Lovers Companion definition include butterball steak, butter bean, butter clam, butter cream, butter cup squash, butter curler, butter fat, butter fish, butterfly, butterhead lettuce, buttermilk pie, butter mold, butter muslin, butternut, butternut squash, butterscotch, butter substitutes. Mix, hello. Is there AAA butter? No, there is not. There is not. Light butter sounds as sad as light cheese. It does. It does. And unsalted butter doesn't exist in my world. Standing emote, but it's a stick of butter. It's like butter with arms just chilling. How many bags do I need today? I wrote that down too. Where did I put that? It is. 23 total packets today. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to make the bags, then we're gonna prep the ingredients, then we're gonna make batch number 1. We'll prep the ingredients for 2 batches, then we're gonna make one of those batches, and do a test. Somewhere in there, we're gonna take a little break, top of the hour, roughly. We're gonna take a little break. And then, yeah, we'll just carry on as one does. But these seem pretty good. I'm excited for these. They are, what is the official title? Cornmeal, black pepper, and rosemary butter cookies. I'm curious about the rosemary in here. It's said to add almond extract. Now, almonds make me die, so we're not going to do that, because I would also like to have some of these cookies. But I feel like I'm planning on adding vanilla extract to this, and we'll see how that goes. I think it should be okay. These, I'm also just like leaning towards doing the smaller cookies, because I feel like folks have enjoyed the small cookies in the past, because you get 3 of them instead of 2. We'll see. I'm gonna do a little test on both and see how they turn out. So that seems reasonable. We've done small cookies a couple times in the past. We did small cookies for the thumbprint cookies. We've done small cookies for chocolate chip cookies. I did the small cookies, I think it was last month, as well. So there's been a couple times where we've done little ones and just had 3 of them. And I kind of like that, because I think just for me, it's a mental thing. It's like, I can either have 2 or 3 cookies. Like, what's better? And I think, to my mind, I'm gonna do the same size. Like, if I made them larger, I would probably like time and a half the amount. It says 1 tablespoon. So what I'm planning on doing for this is measuring, like making like a whole, doing like a tablespoon, one of these like flat, rounded, this is what a tablespoon looks like. Anyway, no, I'm gonna like in the dough into this tablespoon, level it off, and then weigh that, so that instead of doing like, scoop level, I can just scoop with gloved hands and go by weight. And we'll do grams, of course, because that's the more appropriate. Topping testing mix. Yeah, it's also, yeah, like you eat one and you're like, that was good. And then you eat another and like you still have one more. It is for an almond taste, Woma. There's no physical almonds in here, so I think it is mainly for the taste. It calls for 2 teaspoons of it too, which I don't think it's all that much in the grand scheme of the recipe, because it's 2.5 cups of flour, 1 cup of cornmeal. So keeping track, that's 3.5 cups of dry ingredients, a cup and a half of butter, a cup of sugar, and then 2 teaspoons of almond extract, 2 teaspoons of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of rosemary. So there's a lot already in here. I don't know how much. Yeah, I don't know how much the extract is really. Whoop. I don't know how much the extract really contributes. And if I'm being honest, I don't really know how strong of a flavor almond is because I don't eat it. I have no notion of what that entails. But these are butter cookies, and they have rosemary in them, which I know will go pretty well with vanilla. Vanilla and pepper those go together too. So all the other ingredients sort of go with vanilla, and my thought is that I do want to add some type of extract to there, because it's just a liquid, like it's additional liquid that's supposed to be in the cookie, and I don't want to just take it out. So Mick says, the older the recipe, the more sure I am the almond extract was actually frangelica or a form of it, because alcohol was meant to kill any nasties that might be in the butter. Interesting. This is not. I don't know where the original recipe for this comes from. I know that this recipe, 1, it's posted in the cookie chat in Discord, but 2, I think that the actual recipe itself that I'm using was published like a couple years ago, like more than 10 years ago. Oh, that wasn't working. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I just tried to I tried to hit the button on my Stream Deck and it didn't work. I did click something. I didn't actually change anything. I just opened the Stream Deck application. I'm imagining the vanilla is probably okay. If not, I'll say it this way. I don't think the vanilla is going to make it any worse. It may not do anything to it. Yeah, it might. I don't know, Mix. It's that's an interesting point about the alcohol, though. I don't have frangelica either. I have some alcohols in the cabinet. We could add bourbon to it. Why not? Jane, welcome in. Jane, congrats on your year of cake baking. Jane recently celebrated a whole year of baking on stream with some beautiful bakes. Ready, set, bake. All right, we're going to take a quick break. I don't want to delay it because I'm going to be doing this for a couple more minutes. Twitch is telling me that we need to. So we're gonna come over here. If you're new to stream, just hanging out, we play a game of words on stream while we let 3 minutes of ads run. I'm gonna start that, and then we're gonna do 3 minutes of ads. I'm just gonna continue making these bags because honestly, y'all, this is like the boring part. So here comes a 3-minute ad, and we'll be right back. What'd you call me?
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Unfortunately, Woma, there's no three-letter words. But bassoon? Sofa is like off the top rope with bassoon. That's amazing. Yeah, the making the bags is like the genuinely like very relatively boring. I don't know, maybe this whole stream is boring. Who knows? You tell me again. But I didn't feel the need to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm not cooking. I'm literally vacuum sealing plastic bags. So here we are. I just looked down. I was like, I want the word obsidian to be in there, but it's not. Bosun. Ooh, that's a good word. How many bags did I say I needed? 23? Feels like a lot. It's not, but it is the number. And actually, everyone got back to me this month, which is nice. Alrighty. Pretty good here. Good start. Good start. Hey, we got one more board to go. One more board. Oh my. Gout. That's a good one. Not often you get to use gout in your everyday goings on. One more, y'all. It begins with a G. It definitely begins with a G. There it is. Good job. Hey, we did it. I helped. I feel good. I actually contributed something. Well, very nice, y'all. Look at that. We're off to a good start. Welcome back if you're on Twitch, checking out your ads there. I appreciate your patience. Should be finished. Should be through. Right on time. Dan, welcome in. Beep boop Beth, welcome in. Hello. Oh, hey Dan, that's 180 check-ins. Whoa! Whoa! That's 180 check-ins. Dan, let me get you on the card here. Let me get you on the card here. Tundrella, welcome in. 311. That takes me back to like 5th grade. Come original, you got to come original. What was that? 180 check-ins, Dan. That's a lot of check-ins. Very nice. I haven't been counting the number of bags yet. We're gonna do a couple more and then I'll stop and figure it out. Oof. Anytime I drink something sparkly on an empty stomach, I'm just like, I get belchy. And then I get self-conscious about it because I know that y'all can hear that on stream now. Where you didn't used to. It used to be, I knew what sounds came through and what didn't. And I could just like do a little quiet little belch and then, you know, haven't hurt my stomach. It hasn't been that loud. I feel like there's definitely at least one or two times where I feel like it has to have been audible on stream. Not today, but like in general. I had a weird experience this morning, totally not related to anything that we're talking about. Why did that come to mind? It came to mind because the other day I took Calvin to karate and another parent saw me drinking one of these and said something about, oh, how these hop waters are really good. And then this morning I saw a parent at camp drop off for Calvin and the back of the guy's shirt just said wake and bake. And I was like, huh. And I like made an intentional attempt to like look at the front of this person's shirt, and it was like something that I didn't recognize, and so I like made a comment. I was like, oh, nice shirt. And then the guy like proceeded to explain what the shirt was, and it was some like bakery that like his friend or neighbor owns, but he like talked to me about it for too long. There was too many details, and I was kind of like, oh, I thought it was a shirt about drugs. It wasn't. So I was like, as soon as he was like, oh, it's my friend's micro bakery, and like I was like checked out. I was like, oh, we're not talking about weed. Okay. Honestly, my fault. No, Joe, it is. I should have just like quietly chuckled to myself and moved on, but no. Saw someone with a tie-dye shirt that said wake and bake and nothing else on it, and I got curious, and then I had to hear about this micro bakery, which it did honestly sound really nice, but it was like in a part of the city that I never go to and will never not be going to, and I was just like, oh, okay. Don't want to hear about a stranger. I'm like, well, I do, but see, the thing is, I was trying to move along because I was dropping Calvin off at camp, and now Calvin's like, this guy's like talking to me about it, and Calvin's standing there waiting for us to like go so I can drop him off at camp. And I'm like standing in this hallway, and I was like, oh man. Asked if I do intermittent fasting. I do. Yes, I do. I don't talk about it on stream generally. Command fasting in chat if you want to know like about it. I don't talk about it on stream because I don't really, it's like, because I know that some people don't like diet culture and don't like talking about that type of thing, and I don't want to like put people off on that. It's something that is just part of my life. So, but yeah, I mean, most days when I'm streaming, that's like where I'm at. But yeah, I don't like want to be prescriptive about it. Like, it's not for everyone. And I also, if I'm being honest, like I don't want to receive feedback about it. Because dieting's been a weird thing for me for like, since I was like 12, and I have something that works really well for me, that makes me feel good, and I'm just gonna like continue doing it regardless of how other people feel about it or what other people say about it. My doctor says it's fine, and all of my blood work is good. So that's where I'm at with it. Lived in Clothing, welcome in. Cyborg, hey, Chop. Good to see you. Welcome in. 215. Hey, that's a special number because that is the area code for Philadelphia. Wake and bake. We need a response for this. We definitely need a response for this. And it's going to be something about bakeries. Yeah, Jane, I mean, like I said, I don't want to be prescriptive, but like I spent a long time counting calories, using an app, watching my macros, weighing myself every day for years, being really self-conscious about my body as a young teenager. Like, it's, you know, not a thing. It's not ideal. And I feel like, I don't know, I'm a very control-oriented person. And it's a thing that I can control. So I do. Happy Philly area code check-in day. It is. I love it. I love it. Getting a 215 number is actually kind of difficult now. They don't give them out very much. I have one that I use. Actually, I use for streaming related stuff. The number on the business card that I send out, like if you've ever gotten a Cookie Club package from me, there's like a little business card in there, has a phone number on it. It's a 215 number. If you call that number, fun fact, my phone doesn't actually ring, and I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a Google. Softy, welcome. Yeah, Cyborg. It's like I have one in the house, but I don't use it. It runs on batteries, and it doesn't have batteries in it, so. Well, totally. And we're finding a thing that works for you to like manage, you know, if you feel the need to have control over any aspect of that. Some folks just ignore it and they're fine. Some folks have a metabolism, you know, that's, you know, some folks struggle with gaining weight. Some folks struggle with losing weight. Some folks don't even think about it at all. Like, you know, some folks feel great in their body and some folks have trauma around it. And, you know, it's kind of why I avoid like talking about it all the time, because I don't want to like put someone off who's like, I also like don't, I get upset when people are like, oh, that's, you know, here's why that's good or bad or like whatever. I know I'm aware of the nuances of that specific type of dietary choice. And it's not every day. I don't do that every single day. But I find that sometimes I struggle with a lot of things. Like I struggle with eating at night occasionally when I don't want to. I struggle with like what I see as like eating poorly sometimes. And I think I have something that works for me in terms of like putting parameters in place that make me feel in control of something, which has for a long time been sort of the issue, is not feeling in control of like myself and my body and my consumption, and sort of a lot of things swirl around in there. But hey, it's why you go to therapy and you talk about those kind of things. Yeah, Trinderella, and that is exactly my point. I think cooking and kitchen things often come hand in hand with saying we're gonna make a healthy dinner. Like, I don't use the word, I try not to use the word healthy when I'm talking on this channel. Like, when people raid, for example, I say like, I make vegetable forward meals. Like, I don't say I make healthy family dinners, because I don't always. Some of them are. Consider some of them would definitely fit under that guise, right? But some of them have. Can we talk about the literal fucking pile of butter that's on the counter right now? Health is mental too. So it's a big part of it. How many bags do I have? There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 sticks of butter on the counter. Balance for them. Yes, I like that one too. Leslie, welcome in. Hello. Oh Lord, she coming. I love that. Well, welcome. Alex, hello. Welcome in. Twinderella, thank you. Thank you for the shout out. What were you chatting about today? What was the vibe? Nice to have y'all. Welcome in. Friends, it's nice to see you. My name's Lou. If you were hanging out here, please go give Lazuli Rain a follow. Friends who just joined us, my name's Lou. This is mostly a cooking stream. Every so often we do IRL stuff out in the world, usually in Philadelphia, which is where I live. There's a bunch of stuff in chat. You can sort of read a little bit about the channel and a little bit about the vibe. Here, when we're cooking, I'm usually making vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son, who's 9. Often, I'm just making stuff up. Sometimes I'll be actually making something up, developing a recipe. Today, we're making cookies. We do a thing called Cookie Club every month. We send out cookies to community members. That's what we're doing today. We're making cookies for folks. Currently, I'm waiting for this butter to come to room temperature, which it's getting there. Yep. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's getting. I can put a little dent in this side. I'm making vacuum seal bags right now. So what we're actually doing right now is just chatting, and we're going to get to some cooking in just a few minutes. It's really nice to have you. Local food on vacay. That's one of the best parts about vacation. Was there anything specific that stood out that you're like hoping to recreate? I'm gonna count up. Hopefully, maybe we'll get to 23. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. No way. 21, 22. Damn it. Almost had it. My instinct was I live in Malaysia and the food is amazing. I believe you. We used to have a very regular chatter who came in. Well, I haven't seen in like a year, more than a year, maybe 2, who used to come in and talk all about the food that he would make, and like everything always just sounded so good. And I think the one thing that he said that wasn't super common was like baked stuff, like cookies. And I always remember him talking about like I would be like baking something to be like, I don't make cookies, like my oven is like ridiculous and small, and but that's cool. I love vacation food. Vacation food is such a joyful thing. I know, I was so close. Blame the raid. It's true. It's true. It threw me off. I missed count in my I wasn't counting in my head. Also, I'm happy to have a raid regardless. So if we lose count, it doesn't really matter all that much. A heritage of Chinese and Malay fusion cooking. Excellent. Firebake cookies for sure, but it's not common. Yeah. I remember him telling me talking about the oven, like not being able to. I mean, maybe that was specific to his circumstance. Also, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I just was. Ha ha ha. That's great. And thanks for coming through. Today, we are making not savory Philly cheesesteak cookies, Master's Splits. Although cheesy beefy cookies might be good. Question mark. As I'm saying that out loud, they sound interesting, if nothing else. Cheesy, beefy cookies. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna walk that one back. Only if you used jerky. Big ovens aren't common. I feel like that was his comment, was like you would see like this huge thing and be like, I couldn't even, like, I don't have sheet pans that large. Say it like a monster truck rally. Cheesy, beefy cookies. Do they make truck noises? Do the monster truck announcers make the truck noises? No, they don't. Oh, that's a motorcycle, not a truck. I'll see myself out. I'm sorry. These are savory cookies. We're gonna make those today. We made the bags. We cut the bags up. Let's get the other ingredients together now. Flour, cornmeal, and salt can all go in one container. So we have flour, cornmeal, and salt. Sugar. Pepper and rosemary. So 1, 2, 3. One big, one medium, one small. Hey, we got like 3 bears of cooking today. Okay. They totally should. Can you imagine a monster truck rally and it's just like the people making mouth noises instead? That's like a weird puppet show. A mini quiche with spicy ground meat on top. Okay, see, now that sounds really good. I love spicy ground meat. It's like one of my favorite genres of meat. What was it I made? This was for Food Fight last year. The dish that was like the winning thing that I made was like a spiced beef. It was like a molasses spiced beef on top of a flatbread that was really good. I think about it often, actually. You'd go to them and see if they did. Me too. I'd go to a monster truck rally just in general. I like monster truck rallies. I've been to several. Power Up Night. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. If you're lurking, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. If you're lurking, there's never any need to chat either. Don't feel like compelled. I'm never going to call you out. I don't know who's in chat. I don't know who's like watching at any given time. I only know who's actually chatting. So, for what it's worth. Okay, let's measure our ingredients. We're going to start with the rosemary and black pepper because those are things that I need to because Those are things that I need to process as opposed to just measure. So this calls for 2 teaspoons of black pepper. Crushed black pepper. Last time I went to a monster truck rally was at this place in Pennsylvania called the Buck, like a deer, the Buck Motor Sports Park. And it's in a pretty rural, non-urban part of Pennsylvania. It's basically exactly what you would imagine in a very rural part of Pennsylvania. And it's kind of fun because you're like right next to the trucks. Like you can be, they're like, the closest they get to you in the stands is like 20 feet away from you. You're really close. And it's super fun. Alleycat, welcome in. I love me a monster truck. I love me a monster truck show. Oh, Twinderella, what is that? Is this me making, this is 100% me making awful engine noises, isn't it? Say it like a monster truck rally. Cheesy, beefy cookies. God, yeah. Do they make truck noises? Do the monster truck announcers make the truck noises? No. Why am I like this? Cheesy, beefy. Terrible. Terrible. That is, again, why, this is another thing. Another thing. I want to just say, like, we're not going to make cheesy beefy cookies for Cookie Club because sending beef in the mail would probably not be ideal. Just saying. Just saying. Man, I really got to get beef mail. Got that packaged beef. Yeah, you'd have to like keep them cold, right? No, they definitely don't. You'd have to take like a key. You have to take a key from Omaha Steaks. Key? No. Q. Clue? Wait, what anniversary? Is there an anniversary today? Whose anniversary is it? I was saying earlier, it might be my affiliate anniversary, but I don't actually know. I'd have to like check my email to figure that out. No, that's not true. Twitch tells you when your affiliate anniversary is. You can do like a specific thing. You can set up like what is it? You can set up like the celebration. Anniversary celebration. I just didn't. Okay. I don't know if I have. I need 4. I'm going to make a double batch of these cookies. So I need 4 total teaspoons of black pepper. You know what I should have done? Every time I have to like do a bunch of pepper like this, I think about how it would be nice to have just a drill. I do love this pepper grinder though. It's funny. This pepper grinder is so much shinier around the top. Like, look at how shiny it is on that top section versus the bottom. Like, it's glossy on the top because I've just been like twisting it. The wood is all like worn in nice. My I send the link of the English version of the recipe of the dish I was describing earlier. If you'd like to post it to chat, you can send it to one of the moderators. If you'd like to post it in Discord, there's a link to that in chat. That we have a recipes channel in Discord that is a great place for like posterity versus immediacy. Okay. We've got, hopefully, maybe 2 teaspoons. DJ Harley, welcome in. Welcome in. Teaspoons. Okay, so we're combining pepper and rosemary in the same bowl. So I need 2 teaspoons per batch, and we're batching these. Batching these cookies completely. So I should have 2 teaspoons. All right. Perfect. 2 teaspoons of black pepper. I'm also going to do do a little bit more here just so that we've got some extra to sprinkle on top of these. Excellent, Leslie. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love a good recipe. The recipes channel in Discord is one of my favorite channels because I, generally speaking, just love to look at. I love to read recipes. They're fun, and like when I get a new cookbook, I'll read it like an actual book. Chucky Bloodstorm, welcome in, Chucky. Nice to have you. Happy Wednesday. All right, I think that's good for now. We may end up using a little bit more. We may end up grinding a little bit more of that if I run out of what's in that bowl, but that's good for the moment. Okay, let me grab a container for this teaspoon as well. All right, so we're going to combine all of our stuff. So basically, I'm batching these out, right? I've got pepper, starting with the pepper. We're going to do the sugar in here, and then the flour and cornmeal and salt in the big containers. Let's do the rosemary next. Rosemary is the other prepable ingredient that actually requires processing and not just measuring. Let's do that now. Wash my hands real quick. I always say real quick, like, no, I'm not going to wash my hands real quick. I'm going to wash them thoroughly, which takes a not tiny, but not unreasonable amount of time. I think real quick is just a filler word, much like the words that I'm saying right now. Oh, look what I got. Yeah, we did it. Got that kosher salt back in my life. Now I don't feel as worried. Okay, rosemary. So 1 teaspoon of fresh rosemary. So I need 2 teaspoons, which really is not all that much rosemary. But it needs to be minced. So we're going to get the cutting board and mince some rosemary. In relation to time, it is real quick. Yeah, this is fair. Fair. It doesn't take that long. I think little behind the scenes. I'm always a little when I move into the rest of the kitchen somewhere and like step off the camera, I always feel compelled to like continue talking because otherwise there's like nothing happening. Right? So I think that's probably where that comes from, is the like, let me say what I'm doing, let me keep chatting. You know, when they tell you how to be a good streamer, it's always like, you know, don't let there be too much silence. Always keep talking, blah blah blah. I'm good at that. I can do. I just do that in general. In my real life, I do that. My partner's like, shut up. And now my kid talks a lot. And now I know what it's like. Because he talks even more than I do. And that's a lot. It's funny, it's so rare. Every once in a while, just like once in a really rare, every once in a really rare while, we will have a car ride where like neither of us will speak, or we'll walk to the somewhere in the city and neither of us will speak, and it is so surreal. It is so surreal. Do I know a comedian named Bo Burnham?
I made you some content.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Love Bo Burnham. Is problematic / funny and self-aware problematic, which is maybe not problematic then. Anyway, my kid also likes Bo Burnham now. He's like discovered that he can like, he has a smart speaker, a Google speaker, and he will like ask it to play Bo Burnham, and we have sided with the like, just let him listen to it and explain anything that has a question, versus like, don't listen to that, like that doesn't work. I know for damn sure when I was a kid and I was told, you know, I remember when I had albums taken away from me because they had naughty things on the cover, and all that taught me to do was dub those tapes onto a blank cassette and just listen to them anyway. Every moment can be a comedic moment. That's true. Is that a Bo Burnhism? Bo Burnhamism? I don't know how to say. Is that something that he has said? I'm assuming so. Teaspoon of freshly minced rosemary. Okay, so we have, wow, two stems of rosemary is a teaspoon. I was wrong. I was wrong. What's that? A man admitting he's wrong? Imagine what the world could be. I don't remember that. I don't recall. I don't think that's a Bo Burnham bit that I'm familiar with. I only became aware of him through the Inside special that was on Netflix, and I honestly like haven't gotten too much outside of that. Just mainly because of like time. Like, do I want to do that, or do I want to do like other things in life? Anyway, I've been like wasting my time watching other lesser shit, so no, who knows. I haven't seen the others that are on Netflix. Good to know. I will definitely. I don't think I knew that there were other things on like available on Netflix. I knew that he's like been around for a while. That much I discerned that he had been around for a while from him talking about having been around for a while. Dun dun dun. I know, right? Rosemary is coming along. This is like a little bit of prep for this, which is not a bad thing. I like a little prep. But I'm like, if you've been around and have hung out for Cookie Club before, you know that I like to batch kind of everything, and then I do everything in stages. So right now we're just prepping all of the ingredients for 2 batches of cookies. Right, so rosemary, pepper, butter, flour, sugar, all of it for both batches that we're doing. Then we'll make a batch, roll out all the balls for that, and then we'll do another batch, and roll the balls for that, and then we'll bake. So it's all sort of done in stages. So just like, you know, there will be baking, I promise. We will get there. It may not be for an hour or so, but we'll get there. I think that was all I needed to do with the cutting board, except until later when there's a chance that we might make dinner on stream too. It depends on how long all of this takes. Okay, so we have the pepper, we have the rosemary. Almond extract, I'm not going to measure that out at all because I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use vanilla extract, but we're not going to put the vanilla extract in with the pepper and rosemary yet. We'll just measure that into the bowl because it's like you add it into the mixer. Okay, let's measure the flour and cornmeal into a bowl, and then we'll put them into these containers. It says that it tells you to sift the flour. So I'm going to follow directions, and we will sift the flour. Get the sifter out over here. And I'm going to measure, I'm going to measure this in terms of its weight. Like the first one, we'll measure the weight, and then I'll just do the second one by weight. Okay. The Parks and Rec episode. You know, I feel like I've seen Parks and Rec is one of those shows that I've watched, but not sequentially. So I know some of the characters that are in there, and I know some of the stuff about them, but I haven't watched it like as a series. I haven't watched it episodically. Is it really wasting time if you're enjoying yourself? I suppose it's not. I suppose it's not. I guess I always just like, you know, I've hit the point where there's so much media, right? That like, I'm never going to get to all of it. Never going to get to all the media that I would like to watch in my lifetime. And like, I'm okay with that. 1, 2.5 cups. One, 2. That's 2 cups. Let's do a half, an actual half cup. And you know, I'm just going to go ahead and measure both of these because that will just be easier. So 1. Whisk the mixture well to evenly distribute. Okay, so we're going to add the flour. We'll add the flour in here, then we'll add the cornmeal, and then we'll whisk it in the bowl, and then I'll put it in those plastic containers. That's what we're going to do. On the Parks and Rec episode, Bourbon plays an entitled teen country star, and his depiction is hilarious. I bet. I can imagine. I think he's funny. He's just like a funny person in general. I appreciate his sort of self-effacing humor. Cup of cornmeal. So it says fine cornmeal. I don't know if this is fine or not, but we'll see. All right, this says a 1/4 cup is 30 grams. So we are just going to go ahead and use the scale to do this. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm gonna pour it into the cup and see if it's 120 grams, because that would be 120 grams. So let's get our cup measure. Let me pour this over the counter. So y'all are getting a fresh batch of cornmeal, a fresh bag, brand new bag of cornmeal today. Okay, how many grams is that? See, this says 1/4 cup is 30 grams. I just put that in there and it's 153 grams. You watched me measure it. Whatever. Half a teaspoon of fine sea salt. Okay, 1/2 a teaspoon. Like you watched me measure that, right? Like that. How is that almost 40 grams off? How is that almost an entire 1/4 cup more? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Sometimes I don't understand. It's fine, but I think sometimes when I make a recipe, I'm making an assumption that people are, if they didn't put a weight on the recipe, I've sort of come around to the idea that if the recipe is not by weight, then I should use the cup measure. Okay, and we're whisking this to incorporate everything nicely. There we go. Almost 2 a.m. It sure is. Thanks for bringing friends through, Lazuli. I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you hung out for a little bit. Never obligated to, obviously, but it's nice to have you. And I hope the baking goes well. Me too. Me too. It's coming along. It is going, I will say. Success TBD. Cornmeal. You can make a lot of dishes with cornmeal. Staple dish of Kenya. And many others. Cornmeal is, it's funny, I usually have it in the house, but I don't find myself using it all that often. But I do appreciate when I get to use it. Okay, so we're putting all of this in. There we go. There's 1 batch worth of flour, cornmeal, and salt. Now we're just going to do a literal one more batch of that. So I need 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour. 1, 2. Let's get 2 and 1/2. See, now once this is all measured, I can like put my flour container away, even though I'm not going to make the second batch just yet. So flour container can go away. I don't need any more flour today. Hopefully. Baker, yeah, it's exactly to the point, like 30 to 40 grams difference. I definitely, yeah, I was thinking about this recently, where I have plenty of books that call for, like this recipe calls for 2.5 cups of King Arthur unbleached all-purpose flour. It's super specific about what type of flour it uses, but it just says 2.5 cups. It's not a weight. So I can't, you know, I'm not gonna like, I'm gonna use a cup measure for that because it just says cups. You know, that's my thought. Darla on YouTube asked, did I stack up that butter? You know, I did. I did because I was trying to make it, I'm getting it to room temperature. That's what we're doing. It needs to be at room temperature for this recipe. And and it wasn't. It was in the fridge when I hit go live. So we're working on it. At this point now, we've been live for almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. We haven't cooked a single thing yet today, just FYI. Almost 2 hours. And it's getting there. And then a half a teaspoon of sea salt. Okay, so half a teaspoon. Yep. There we go. Okay, done with the flour. Shit, I didn't sift that flour. Do we care? Nope. Good. Okay. Cool. We'll whisk it and it should be fine. We have a poll in chat. What national dish should I try to make into a Philly cheesesteak version? Bulgogi, empanadas, souvlaki, pot au feu, I don't know that one. Or pad thai. Can you Philly cheesesteak a pad thai? Maybe. I feel like you can always add beef to most things. You can add beef to most things. I think it's the cheese that you're really is the difficult part. The national dish of France. Those words did not come out correctly. The national dish of France. What is it? I don't actually know what that is. I do personally love empanadas and souvlaki, but don't let me tip don't let me tip the scales here. You vote how you want to. We have a poll if you'd like to vote. Cheesesteak empanadas I think would be really easy. Cheesesteak empanadas are anytime you can just like wrap the stuff in a thing, it's gonna be pretty straightforward. It's when you introduce things like liquid. Kochi, hello. Philly cheesesteak egg rolls. Yeah, actually, that was what I had in my head when I said that. It was like there's a lot of things where you can just sort of. It's like a very small change. Where? Oh, there it is. Found it. Found my spatula. Okay. This is what I wanted the first time I did this. Instead, I was using the edge of the cup, and I was just like, it looks painfully... If it looked painfully awkward last time, it's because it was. Okay. Again, we're batching all of these, so we have our flours, our pepper, our rosemary. We're gonna do 1 cup of sugar. 1 cup of granulated sugar per container. So we have 2 containers. Now I want a dough pocket. Baker, I always want a dough pocket. I feel like dough pockets are like an entire food group that I appreciate. Slow cooked beef, master split says, and vegetables. Okay, so it's just like a braise of some kind, right? Sounds like a braise. A cup of sugar. All right, we are batched. Things look good. Now I can put the sugar away. So this is what I like when I batch everything. Now I can leave I can take all this stuff off the counter, and now I only have left on the counter my vanilla extract and my sprinkles. I don't even need these bags anymore, but like all of this can just go back in the cabinet, which I will do when we take a break next. Okay, things are measured. Do I need anything else measured? The teaspoons, I need a teaspoon I'll need for measuring, but that's it. There we go. Like Philly cheesesteak souvlaki. Well, you could make it with beef, right? I feel like you could. What is souvlaki usually made with? Isn't it? Is it usually pork? I feel like it's just the difference of changing the meat. Okay, scale is going to come into play later when we know when we're making and rolling all these individual cookies. Okay. Mouse has flour all over it. All right. Everything's batched here, so we're doing good. Let me get. What is the next step? The next step is to make some of these cookies, I think. In a bowl, sift the flour, cornmeal, and salt. Whisk the mixture to evenly distribute and reserve. In a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, cream together the butter and sugar. Add the extract, pepper, rosemary, and incorporate. Add the flour. Mix briefly on low speed until the dough forms. Okay, so this is super easy. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the mixer out. We're going to... oh, hold on. I need to like... Let's actually portion this butter now. We got to take the stack. We're gonna clear the stack here. These are, so we have the flour. This goes with the sugar. So 1.5 cups of butter per batch. Just to confirm, 1 stick of butter is 1/2 of a cup. So 1/2, 1, 1.5. 3 sticks of butter per batch. These butters, I'm gonna leave out on the counter for like just a little bit. I want to make sure that the other, I want to make sure that when I look at the first batch and roll those out, that I have sort of enough to do Cookie Club. I'm pretty certain I'm not going to need a second batch of these, or a third batch, I should say. But I'm going to leave the butter out anyway because I did the work to get it to the right softness, and now I don't want to mess it up and have to soften it again. I don't want to put it back in the fridge and then have to soften it again. Ms. H, welcome in. Good to have you. I saw your Discord message too. Thank you. I saw it on my phone, and I hate responding to anything at all from my phone, so I didn't. And I haven't been on my laptop otherwise today. So anyway, admin note. Let's get out the mixer. Okay, we're gonna get out the mixer. Then we're going to take a break, play some words on stream. I'm going to triage what's in the sink. When we come back from that break, we're going to do the whole first batch, and then we're going to cook a test cookie or two. I've started my oven on the preheat, so that should be ready by the time we're good here. Then we're going to roll. We're going to roll kind of all of these at once. We're gonna roll a whole batch of these at once. And once that's done, we'll put those in the fridge and we'll roll the second batch. We'll make the second batch. It says these take about 15 minutes to cook. I think I will know from a size perspective, hopefully after about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10, whether or not they're good. So we're gonna do 2. Basically, we're gonna do 2. I'm gonna put 2 trays in the oven at once. One of them's gonna have a small cookie on it. One of them's gonna have a larger version of that same cookie on it. We're gonna put them in at the same temperature and see like which one sort of goes and is like the right version. So that's all. It's a we're gonna do a test batch. I also want to put a sheet pan in there that has silicone on it. I think we're gonna use you're supposed to press these down and then bake them, so I do think they're supposed to spread quite a bit or a little bit. So I think the silicone mat, make sure this is off before I plug it in. I think the silicone mat might be good. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We got a 3-minute ad starting on Twitch. If you are new to the stream, we take 3 minutes every hour and we run an ad break while we play a game of words on stream. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Should be starting momentarily. Here we go. Wait, maybe?
Hi.
There it is.
Welcome to another
Okay.
edition of Commercials I Hate.
Darla on YouTube, I am sorry to hear about your sunburn. That is uncomfortable, and I hope you heal up. I hope you heal up. Okay, I'm gonna put my ingredients back in my cabinet because I don't want them sitting out anymore because they don't live on the counter. And then we'll put stuff from the sink in the dishwasher. And then we'll be okay. Ingredients are away. Let's toss this stuff in the dishwasher. I'm gonna rinse this spatula though, because I am going to use that in just a moment. I want that in the dishwasher. I want that available. Okay. Basically, I'm just trying to kind of keep the counters, trying to keep the counter clutter free. That's the goal during these breaks. It's just manage the dishes so that at the end of stream, it's not an absolute disaster of a situation. Hey, was that a board? Did we do one? Was that a finished one? The poll is over too. Oh, I see some folks who said hi before the break. We'll say hi to y'all when we're done. I don't like addressing people directly if I'm not positive that they're hearing me. It's not like I'm talking behind their back or anything. I just don't know. Don't know if they're available to the conversation or not. Alrighty. Just a couple more seconds on our break here. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience while we had an ad break. I appreciate it. It is not everyone's favorite thing on earth to get bombarded by advertising. It's not my favorite thing to run it either, but here we are. I always forget that I can turn the copy, can turn that text off. But you can. We got 2 more 4-letter words. One of them absolutely begins with a B. The other one either begins with an L or an O. O. No. Hey, I got it. Go me. Excellent. Anyway. Good job. Good job, y'all. Okay. Let me scroll back up. I saw some folks say hi. Robbie, welcome in. Good to have you. Guy doing things, welcome in. It's good to have you too. Master Splits asks, what does the check-in do? The check-in is a little game that can earn you entries into Cookie Club, or it can just earn you happiness if you're the type of person who likes to accumulate things and collect internet points. Because you can see your number go up, which is kind of nice. And it's also like a good... I don't know. It's an antidepressant. Yeah. There are some folks that have check-ins on their channel that I just like stole that from. And because I like the thing that I enjoy about it is like, if you're a lurker, right? Like I'm mainly a lurker on Twitch. I don't chat very often in streams. Like if you see me in a stream and I'm chatting, I'm just like, it's a very specific mood for me. Like, for example, right, yesterday, I didn't stream yesterday because I had some other stuff going on. Gwen and I, we had to split our time yesterday. So she took Daisy to the vet. I had to do camp pickup, so I couldn't stream. But like last night, I was just sitting at the counter. I was doing some stuff, and I was watching Zach's stream. The Zachary Michael. There's a link to his stream in chat. And he was talking about like the new Big Brother cast, right? Which I watch Big Brother. I love Big Brother. I don't want to talk about Paramount or CBS, or the nightmare of that. But I was watching. I was watching their stream last night for, I don't know, an hour and a half, and I think I chatted at the end and was just like, thanks for talking about Big Brother. I appreciate it. Like, that was it. That was my contribution. So all that is to say, the check-in is really, I like a check-in, because if someone has a check-in, I'll just like, when I go into the channel, I'll just like command check-in, and then I don't usually chat after that. I just sort of, carry on. But otherwise, it's like a nice way to say hi is kind of how I see it, instead of just being like hi, because when I say hi, it implies that I have more to say, which I don't in chat. Anyway, Gwen says Big Brother is tomorrow. Big Brother is tomorrow? Is that true? I didn't actually recall. I didn't hear Zach say that yesterday. But yeah, I mean, listen, Gwen, I believe you more than anyone else. So that's exciting. It's genuinely exciting. Genuinely. Gwen has been a Big Brother fan forever and got me into the show, much like Big Brother and Survivor. Okay, step 1. In a large mixing bowl, sift the flour and cornmeal and salt. Done. In a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, cream together the butter and sugar. Okay, so butter is going in. Sugar is going to go in right after. We'll cream those together. That takes maybe 2, I don't know, we'll do like 2 or 3 minutes for that. I don't know how creamy they want the butter and sugar to be. I don't know why in the directions here it says 1.5 cups of unsalted butter at cool room temperature, 3 cubes. I'm not really sure what any of I don't know how to quantify cool room temperature. I don't know if this room is cool or not. I think it's kind of mid, but it's seems to be room temperature. I don't know what 3 cubes mean, but maybe that's just like, maybe they
Don't
mean
matter.
3.
None of this matters.
True. Maybe they mean this, but like this isn't a cube, right? Just fucking just throw that in. Just put that anywhere. Okay. Butter, sugar. This is the wrong side. No, that was. Oh, I thought that was I thought that was very appropriate. But this isn't a cube, right? Isn't a cube a square, or is it? Can a cube is a rectangle a cube? I thought a cube had to be equal sides. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, we're gonna cream together. Locked. Cream together the butter and the sugar. We're gonna give it like a second here to start, and then we'll turn it up. Hello guys, welcome in. All right. Let's actually set a timer for this. I'm not going to set a timer. I'm just going to start a clock counting up. A cube is a 3-dimensional shape with 6 square faces, while a rectangle is a 2-dimensional shape with 4 straight sides and 4 right angles. See, this is what I'm saying. It's confusing. I'm like, what do we mean? 3 cubes. Where are you getting your butter? What kind of butter are you using? I'm not aware of butter cubes. I know that usually it comes in a rectangle. Well, the butter is certainly at room temperature, so that's a good thing. Mega, welcome in. Welcome. Okay, that's 1 minute. I'm going to scrape down the sides. Then we'll do another minute of that. This is looking good. It's not quite incorporated yet, but we will get there pretty quick. See, y'all, I'm learning. See, what happened at the beginning of stream today is I realized I didn't have the butter out and that it needed to be out. And I was like, you know, I need to just do like other stuff until the butter comes to room temperature, because otherwise it's not going to work. I know from history, trying to put it in the microwave or trying to do like any sort of weird, like, you know, 3 easy ways to soften your butter. Those don't work. I guess they do. Maybe they do for some people. Dorkville says a cube doesn't have any sides. It has 6 equal faces and 12 equal edges with 8 corners where each edge meets at 90 degrees. I think colloquially, adorable, one would refer to a face as a side, right? Am I colloquially? That's a big word. I believe that's what I meant. It was, it's just really confusing when it says 3 cubes of butter for a cup and a half. Like, what does that even mean? He doesn't do colloquial. Reasonable. Okay. Are you doing karate this evening? You were planning on doing karate? Okay. I'm just, like, I was planning on you doing karate. I'm just confirming that that's true. Okay. Cool. Okay, good to know. I didn't know if I should be like panicked or not for time. Flinks, welcome in. What is the metric for those? You know, I took geometry in 10th grade, y'all. And the only association that my brain makes with the word
Excuse me,
cube
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry.
is a
Daddy?
Rubik's Cube.
Sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, Daddy, sorry.
There it is.
I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
There it is. Zach, welcome in. Zach, were your ears burning? I was just talking about sitting in your stream last night for like an hour and a half and not actually chatting. But I did appreciate all of the lovely commentary. And congrats on 6 months. Wait. Hold on. Carry the one. Yes. Oh. This is your 6-month sub anniversary. You know what that means. That means that you get free guaranteed cookies this month. For all of y'all who are subscribers, when you hit your 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, or 36 months, like SoFluff hit today, you get cookies, which is super cool. No need to use channel points. No need to enter. You're just guaranteed. And don't worry, you don't even need to remember that because I will message you at the end of the month and let you know. But what? God damn it. But welcome in, regardless. Flink said I did great with geometry and trigonometry. I didn't do trig. Calculus slew my dreams to be a mechanical or aeronautical engineer. I maybe did some algebra in high school. I don't remember. I was required to take a single semester of mathematics in college, and the math course that I took, you could take any math course. The one that I took was math, myths and realities. Anyway, I think I got like a B because I didn't give a damn about math. Sorry to all of my math heads in chat. I do like I do basic math really well, but once you start adding them letters and numbers in there, I'm out. In 3D in general, adorable says they're called faces because the top and the bottom faces are at the side of the object, so they aren't sides. Well, actually, I see what you're saying. Adorable says I did terrible at homework. Right. Never got past high school algebra. I did not care about math and didn't want to. Cream together the butter and sugar. Add the extract, pepper, and rosemary. Okay, this is where we add the extract. We have left the last little bit of this bottle of extract, which is the same as this other, teaspoon. How much? 1, 2 teaspoons of extract. This is supposed to be almond. Let's just pretend this is almond extract together, shall we? Look, we're adding almond extract. Except the part where I taste it and I get to live because almonds are not friendly to my continued existence. So we're using vanilla today, and I don't really think it matters. I hope you know he's sitting here chuckling at himself. I believe it and I appreciate it. And that's not something I would have ever come up with. The faces, the difference between like faces, etc. I don't. That's beyond. It's not beyond. I think it's in the past, right? What other classes? I did really well at geometry because it was all letters. There was no like numbers. It was like letters and visual. The same reason I did really well in chemistry. Like I can't now, but I could balance like a chemical equation really well because it's just letters. Added almond extract, add the extract, pepper, and rosemary. So we have our pepper and rosemary mixture in here. So we're going to add those and mix and incorporate. Okay, let's incorporate. Woo, that smells like black pepper, y'all. That's weird. That's not a smell that one expects out of a cookie. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit odd. It's good. I mean, it still smells like sugar and butter. So it's like, it smells like a cookie, and then there's like pepper. And you're like, my brain's like, what are we doing? What's going on? What's happening here? Why does it smell like dinner and dessert? Who knows? Can it be both? It can. Megan says my math class in college was called Applied Basic Math. We balanced checkbooks and figured out the probability of blue M&Ms in the bag. Yeah, these are real concepts that we actually need in life. Like figuring out how to manage your checking account, how to like create a budget. Like that's actual math that I think people should like get. Add the flour mixture and mix very briefly on very slow speed just until a dough forms. That's specific. All right, so we're gonna do it this way. I'm going to turn this on low. I'm gonna tap this in. We're gonna add about half of it, scrape the bowl down, add the other half, and then we'll scrape the bowl down again. Because this is pretty well mixed with the butter. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna stop and scrape the bowl. Oh, that's gonna get me to go on my math education rant, but also I'm trying to lay low and take a short nap. I feel you. I believe it probably has something to do with why we don't need to teach 16-year-olds trigonometry. And I'm going to say, Zach, that I bet you that I agree with you with whatever your rant is, and I do hope that you enjoy your nap. And if you want to, and if you feel rested and rejuvenated and ready to fight at the end of it, I will not fight with you, but I will happily absorb any commentary about that. I also think that like we should have more like home economics is what we used to call them in school, like where you learn to like sew a button onto a shirt and cook a basic fucking meal. Like I think we should have that in school too. Like again, I don't know that that's a thing that kids get anymore. We are failing our children by not teaching them basic skills of that nature. All right, that was a little more than half of the flour. So I mixed that, I just scraped it down. Let's add the other half and add the other half. We'll scrape again, we'll stir again, we'll mix one more time, and then this one will be ready for our test bake. My oven is on, it's preheated, it's ready to go. A civics class was about fiscal responsibility and deciphering news. Links, that is incredible. I definitely did not have a like class. I think media literacy is what like the general term that I would refer to now as a thing that is probably super important. But in my my pessimistic self wants to say that I don't know that we could actually teach that now. I don't think that nationally we'd have the ability to like set any type of standard or guideline for that. You know, I think media literacy is something that unfortunately, I would say has really fallen to like parents and caregivers to do. The conservative reflected in her. Your teacher was conservative, and that was teacher was conservative, and that was reflected in her perspective. Yeah, that's kind of where my head is at. If you could think critically about the probability of how many blue M&Ms will come in your bag, or how to balance a checkbook, right? And one of those things will serve you in life, and the other one has to do with checkbooks and, you know. Does anyone write checks anymore for anything? We have checkbooks we have a checkbook in the house, and it maybe gets used. I don't even know. It gets used like once or twice a month. Gwen uses it when she pays the bills sometimes, I think. I don't know which builds get a checkbook. Like, oh, the other day we had to write a check. Someone like was doing some work in the house and they took a check and it was like, oh, that's interesting. Balance a checkbook. Make lasagna. See a frozen banana shaped pillow in home ec. Sew a frozen banana shaped pillow in home ec. Totally. And just balancing like fiscal responsibility is, you know, when we say balance the checkbook, I understand that to mean also like broader fiscal responsibility would be a good thing. Home economics is the unpaid domestic labor that assists in people returning to factories to produce commodities. Sleepy, welcome in. Yeah, unpaid domestic labor. Oh my God, I can talk about that for. We could talk about that for a while. Ah. I tried to toss a piece of cookie dough in my mouth and I missed my fucking mouth and now it's on the floor. We're gonna try that again. Literally just gonna try that again.
You're going to have a much better result.
I only read the second message. Oh, hold on. Math is all about critical thinking. Everyone is supposed to logically make sense. If you can think critically about math, you can think about either of those things. No, we're on the same page. I mean, I think that I don't necessarily see the value in like escalating math in school to the point where you are at. I mean, unless you're like good at it and it's like something that, you know, you want to pursue. But like I remember like being in, I don't know, like algebra 2 or something and just being like, this is hard and I don't see that I'm going to use this. And then like I haven't. I think that there's sort of like a real world element that you're talking about, which is like actually helpful. Man, that dough is good. That is savory too.
Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for years to come.
But calculating is more important than critical thinking. Well, I think that's kind of where my head is at. Like, I don't want to just learn to do the rote calculations and formulas and that kind of thing. Like, applying it is important. And I don't, my stance is that if you want to take higher math, great. And if not, there should be opportunities for you to take like applied mathematics. Right? Like apply them to your life as opposed to just like learn this big concept. If you're not going to be in like a role where math is needed, maybe you love math and you want to be like an engineer and then like, great. Oof, Flinks. That is a weird experience being a freshman in an upperclassman class. High school is wild. Your civics class was local, state, and federal politics. All politics is local politics. I wish I'd gone to a trade school. Flinks. Yeah, I think about that a lot. Meanwhile, I got a degree in writing, so like, don't listen to me. Velos, yeah, Velos, as an aeronautic engineer, you would use math. Zach says, I'd argue though that if you did understand the logic and reasoning behind these like formulas and sort of concepts, you'd see ways that it's helped you understand logic and reasoning outside of that. Problem is a lot of teachers teach rote memorization because that very much they have to for the test. Right, you teach to the test. And I think that was my experience. It was just like, I don't know, you know, I passed the test and then forgot it all. Business flavored equivalent degree, computer information systems, file-based. I think too, the biggest lie that was ever perpetuated on math students was, you know, when someone was like, you're never going to have a calculator when you grow up. You're not always going to have access to a calculator. I'm like, I think you're wrong. Applied mathematics. Yeah. Just like learning how to use math in your life, because you're right. Like, I'm sure there are things that I could have learned in school that I'm sure there are things that I memorized for a test in school that I never touched again that could have been helpful for me as an adult in the world now. Bella says, I just had a master's degree in aircraft mechanics, but I wasn't technically an engineer. You know, you're a lot closer than me. Tatsu, thank you for your resub. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Adorable says, I don't think that programming should be taught under computer science. Computer science is about how to calculate things using computers as tools, algorithms, etc. Programming, in my experience, is about how to manage ADHD so you don't get burned out and fired in 14 months. That took a turn, but yes. At times you can have a scientific calculator, my friend. I still have a scientific calculator in the house somewhere. It's from high school. I kept it out of spite. For that teacher that was like, you're not gonna have a calculator. Watch, I'm gonna have this one. I'm literally gonna keep this one for the rest of my life. F you. All right, first, we're gonna do a test cookie here before we start. I'm going to do a test cookie on a silicone pastry mat. We're going to measure out a single tablespoon cookie because this is what they said to do, a tablespoon. So I'm going to measure that out. We're going to flatten it off the top and see how many grams that is. Let's make sure I don't have anything else other than what's in the tablespoons. That was 19 grams. Let's just go ahead and call it 20 because 20 is a number I can actually keep in my head. Speaking of math. Now this is applied mathematics, right? Like each cookie is 19 grams. I'd be like the fucking Claire Danes meme, just like, oh, what am I trying to do? No, they're all going to be 20 grams. Maybe if I can get them out of this thing. Okay, it says coat a baking sheet. Arrange 12 cookie balls, flat sides down, 2 inches apart. Okay, so let's do this. Small cookie. Lay a sheet of wax paper over the cookies and using a meat pounder or other heavy flat object, gently flatten each cookie ball to a 1/4 inch thickness. What? That's a lot. Let's just do this. We roll it into a ball. We got a 20. Why is it 20? Oh, because I put the scoop in there afterward. I'm like, why is it 9? Sorry. How'd it get burned? We're just going to flatten this out like that. We're going to flatten that out. That's about a 1/4 inch, right? Right. Speaking of math, I'm using my architect's ruler to figure these things out. And then we're going to let's do a second cookie on the same sheet pan that is 30 grams. That's time and a half, right? So if I did 2 cookies on a tray, I would do 30 grams. So it's I'm going to do 60 total grams on the tray, either 2 30-gram cookies or 3 20-gram cookies. Math. See, we're doing math. This is my limit though. This is my limit of mathematics. Just FYI. I'm trying to get these like kind of perfect in here. I know I'm missing some chats here, but we're trying to get these into the oven because they take a minute to cook. So once I pop these in, I'm gonna come back to this mathematics conversation, and then we will give these a few minutes to bake. Okay. Coarsely grind black pepper over each cookie, and then sprinkle each cookie with clear sprinkles. Okay. Let's do black pepper. And sprinkles. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna go with these smaller cookies. Okay, so here we are. Here's our 2 test cookies going into the oven. This, I don't know if these are gonna spread and end up looking exactly the same, so I'm saying this out loud, but the smaller one is next to the logo. The 20-gram one is next to the logo. And we're gonna put that in the oven, in the middle. It says bake for 15 minutes. It says to rotate the pan halfway through. So let's set a timer for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Math. And when that goes off, we'll rotate the pan. Now, before I roll the rest of these out, though, we're going to let those bake. Because I don't want to roll out a bunch of 20-gram cookies and then be like, well, the 30 ones were pretty good. I am going to put this in the refrigerator, though, so that it starts to cool off, even though we're going to get it out and roll it all again. Just to get it started. Let's get it started. Oof. Can anyone remember the original version of that song? No. If yes, you can just say yes, I remember it. We don't need to talk about it. Links, your dad worked in aircraft for 20 years. That's incredible. Fogger says, I feel unnecessarily seen, read, and attacked all at once. Keeping a calculator out of spite is such an impressive level of petty. I am a petty human being. I make no apologies. Village, you took your college entrance test without calculators and aced it. You could use one and no one told you. That's mean / impressive and kind of amazing. I'd probably struggle to do it again. Yeah. I mean, I think math is a thing that, like, again, to Zach's point, like, if you stop applying it, it sort of, it fizzles out. Because if you're not using it, it's like, you know, you're not continuing to strengthen that understanding, right? It's just how it goes. And promptly forgot the material I studied. Flinks, that was also my experience with algebra class. Malicious compliance and pettiness. Yes. Progress. Yeah. This slur word. I know. Man, what a time. What a time. And then someone on their someone on their management team was like, hey guys, we want to put this on the radio and like make it a big hit. Do you think we could just change it a little bit? And they were like, sure. Who was it? We were in chat. Do you remember? Was anyone in chat the day we were talking about the Black Eyed Peas? Also, if you don't know what I was talking about there, you can look up like Black Eyed Peas, Let's Get It Started, original lyrics. I remember there was a day in chat where we were talking about Black Eyed Peas, and I said something about like, oh, my friend Drew used to like them when we were in high school before Fergie was ever part of the group. And someone in chat, a young someone, was like, what do you mean? And I was like, Fergie was not always in the Black Eyed Peas. Like, Fergie wasn't definitely not part of the original Black Eyed Peas. And they were shook. And I thought it was funny. Because I still remember the Black Eyed Peas as a Fergie-less group. I stopped liking them after she joined, because then they like got, you know, they made the big leap and got real popular and whatever. I'm not saying I was like a fan before that, but I was at least familiar and aware of them. Lol, I meant math. Yeah, I read that too, but I also knew. I too would struggle to do math. F. Lived in Clothing says, I'm doing computer science right now, and the algebra prereqs are killing me. I just want to code. And yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, yeah, you learn something and then you don't need it, and then it goes away again. It's like when I'm not like equating this specifically, but there's some things that you retain, like physical skills that you retain, like it's like riding a bike, right? That type of thing. You sort of remember how it feels in your body, but like trying to remember specifics like that is hard unless you're applying them regularly. I'm thinking back to when Calvin and I started doing orienteering at some state parks, and I had to like relearn how to orient a map and like use a compass, despite literally teaching that to children for years at summer camp. So it goes away. Joe prefers the Fergie-less Black Eyed Peas too. I liked what I heard of them before that. I like wasn't a fan before then, but I was familiar. And then after, I like wasn't a fan, but was still familiar. But like all people talking about things, I preferred the old version. Math and methamphetamines are both things that get harder to do the longer you go without them. True. I wouldn't know where to get either one of them in my life now. And I wasn't a big fan of either one of them to begin with. Like I said, you spent so much time in customer service, retail, and hospitality, it forced you to develop a very heavy mask for interacting with people. Customer service will definitely do that for you. That is super true. Interacting with people is the worst. In public, when you like can't, when they're like in your face, or when you're face to face with somebody, it's like, oh my God. Yeah, Velos, it came back in the sense of like, I knew I was forgetting certain things, you know, and like it sort of comes back a little bit. And then it's like, once you do like once you think like a little bit about it, it sort of like, it cracks open that part of your brain where you're like, oh yeah, I remember that. So it does, it sort of does, or it doesn't. And then you have to totally relearn it. Customer service skills are definitely transferable skills, Flanks. I agree with you. Oh God, fuck, guys. How are male genitals similar to Rubik's Cube? They both get harder the longer you play with them. Oh my God. There's a refractory joke in there, but it's not coming. All right, let's look at these cookies. All right, well, they're looking good. I don't know if I even want to rotate these. Should we open these? It's not coming. I did say that. The joke that I was trying to think of. Hey, cookies are over here. Let's rotate these. Yeah, they look good. They look good. They have half of the time left, 6 minutes left. I would say these have spread to the point where they are finished, and we are going to do the small cookies. I think. Yeah, I think so, because the large ones look just large enough to be good, but they don't look like good sizable like cookies. I could make them a little bit bigger than that, but then I like the small ones. I like the idea of 3 cookies in a packet. Let's just do that. That'll be the easiest. Link says, after getting assessed for ADHD and autism, some of the ways my brain works make my life working with people easier. I feel like that can be true. And maybe that's like, you know, maybe that's you empathize more, or someone's mad and it doesn't register to you as mad, so it's easier to deal with them. Like, I can definitely understand that. Adorable says, I would tell you a UDP joke, but there's not the guarantee that you get it. I don't, and I'm sorry. Flink says, because of autism, I have a difficult time seeing context with human behavior. Decades of hypervigilance has helped me with noticing it better, but there is a silver lining. Yeah, just realizing what someone's doing in front of you, or like what they're, I don't know. Like, I know for myself, in real life, if you're joking with me, I don't get it. Like, and like this, the internet is horrible. Like, if you're texting and making a joke, I'm sorry, I'm not getting it. I'm not gonna get it, and you have to tell me that you're joking, and then I'll be like, oh, and then I'll think about what you said, and then I'll get it. But like, in real life, people will just joke with me, and I'm just like completely take them seriously every time, and I feel so weird about it. Flink says, my coworkers may get grumpy from a jerk rolling in and being an asshole, but for me, the vitriol flows off my face like water off a duck's back. Yeah, and that is like a great skill to have. That is definitely a great skill to have. In the late 20s, new acquaintance complimenting me and said I was genuine. Being genuine, telling someone they're genuine is a nice compliment. Is a nice compliment. What is a TCP joke? What is it? What I don't. Okay. I don't get it.
No, I don't know what you mean, but I appreciate you.
Me, all the time. Computer nerds. Oh, okay, thank you, Tundrella. Thank you. Now I at least understand where it comes from. Okay. While those cookies finish baking, let's get the rest of them rolled out for this first batch. Perfect. It's a networking joke. See, when I hear networking, I just think about like schmoozing and like shaking hands with people and like making small talk. I don't know anything about networking. You know what I did though? Oh! Can I tell you? I did an internet thing the other day that was I felt really accomplished about. You folks making TCP jokes here in chat. So our internet went out. Our literal router modem had a hardware error, which we have Verizon in the house and they acknowledged. But it was when I was camping last weekend and Gwen was like freaking out. Not freaking out. She wasn't actually freaking out, but like Calvin and Gwen did not have access to the internet on like a Sunday morning when I wasn't home, which is when they both generally just like go to their devices and hang out on their devices. But the internet wasn't working. And he was like chatting with Verizon, like all sorts of stuff. I came home. I did a little like zhuzhing because I set up all the like the networking stuff. I don't understand what's happening between the devices, but like I know how to sort of set them up. But anyway, I unplugged the internet from the modem, the cord that comes into the house, and I just plugged it into the third-party Wi-Fi router that we use. We have like a mesh network in the house. And I plugged it into that, and it just like started to work again. And it was like I returned a hero. I returned home a hero. It was great. I was very proud of myself. That's my story about how that's my networking story. How about that? I'm something of an internet engineer myself. I don't know if y'all know. I'm not. I'm just kidding. Okay, this is counting down. This is like the last 30 seconds here. Anyway, it's still set up like that, and we had the guy come out from Verizon, and I was like, hey, is this fine to have like this? Do you care? And he was like, no, it doesn't matter at all. Like, you want it like that? And I was like, yes. And he was like, well, we'll take the modem back. And I was like, are you charging me for the modem? And he was like, no, it's not on the bill. And I was like, I'm keeping the modem, thank you. So now we have a modem that's just there, sitting there, doing nothing. It's not even plugged into the internet, but it works in case my router dies. It's back up. Darla, oh no. Darla on YouTube says, I'm back and my cat peed all over the floor. That sucks. That smells. And I'm very familiar with that feeling. Let's get these cookies out of the oven. We're going to take a look. Here they are. Oh, hell yeah. That looks pretty good. This is the big one, the bigger one. This is the smaller one. We're gonna let that sit on the tray there for a few moments. But these look beautiful and like perfectly sized. They smell fantastic. Okay, let's gonna leave this sit on the counter here for a few moments. I was very proud of my internet engineering. Y'all, I was like, I did this. I like fixed it. I got it. I knew how to do it. I knew how to do it, and I did it, and I did it real well, huh? It was great. So we're gonna count by multiples of 20, a thing I learned in class. A thing I learned in applied mathematics was to count by multiples. Jordy, welcome in. Good to have you. I said to Gwen, she's going to do karate tonight if he wants to go to karate. Mark it down. He's not going to want to go to karate. For some reason, it's just a thing. It's Wednesday. He's not going to want to go. And if he doesn't want to go, that's fine. That just means we can eat dinner earlier and go to bed. Is it my bedtime tonight? Yes, it is. Okay. So these cookies are going to be 80. No, not 80. They're 20 gram cookie balls. We're going to roll these, and then it said to put them in the oven cold. It said they need to be cold, and it was in all caps. I didn't put those other ones in the oven cold at all. And I think they came out okay. So we're going to give that another like couple minutes to cool off. And then we're going to test. I'm going to try one. And if those are good and they turned out, then I will, I'm just going to start baking. I'm just going to start baking at that point, because if they don't need to chill a ton, then I don't feel the need to chill, because the recipe was basically like, you can chill them overnight or not at all. Take your pick. So I am going to choose to not, if it's not necessary, but we'll see. We're going to finish rolling these, and then we'll get to that. Strong Bear, hello. 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 Jordy, I see your stretch. Let me I'm in a rhythm right now. Let me finish rolling a few more of these. When I pause to try those cookies over there, then I will do a stretch. Also, a stretch was redeemed way earlier in stream, and I didn't do it. And now I'm realizing I didn't do it. It's okay. We'll get to there. Liz, welcome back. Welcome back. Have any cookies been consumed? No, but I'm about to. I have the first 2 test cookies out of the oven, and they're chilling on the counter, and I'm just giving them another moment or two. I think I'll redeem the first stretch. I don't know if that person who redeemed it is still in chat or not. I'm assuming that they're not. I mean, they might be. I don't know, but I don't like to do it. If I don't do it immediately, I usually just refund the channel points, because then I feel bad about taking them and not having the person get the benefit of, I don't know, watching me stretch, whatever that benefit might be. Is there a benefit to that? I don't know. The next, we'll do a channel point redeem. We'll do a channel point redeem that's like lots and lots and lots of points. That's like sexy stretching or something. We won't do that. I don't even know why I said that. I do know why I said that. I just thought it was funny, and then I said it out loud. That's streaming, baby. These are 20 grams. Liz, yes, we did. The winner was empanadas. Pretty sure the stretching benefit is for you. It's true. It is. I love stretching. I literally love to stretch. It's one of my absolute favorite things to do. Strong Bear had asked me, what are you making? I am making cookies. These particular cookies are made with cornmeal, black pepper, rosemary, butter, flour, sugar, vanilla extract, and salt. Would I ever make a gluten-free recipe? Absolutely. I would definitely make a gluten-free recipe. I've probably made gluten-free recipes before inadvertently. I am not gluten-free myself, but I know someone who is, and so I would certainly do it. I don't opt for that, generally speaking, just because I don't need to. No one in my house needs to be gluten-free, so we don't. Jordy, there is no poll active right now. This is from a while ago. Liz, being the thoughtful moderator, is going through history, the history of like things from the channel that are in the queue, and just confirming if they were done or not. I think you're hypermobile. Interesting. I used to have a friend that was like that and could like move their arms in like the weirdest place. Not weird, but like places where I was like, wow, if I did that, I would, like, my arm would snap off of my body. And they were just like, oh, this is totally normal. Okay. Let's take a quick pause here because I have enough cookies to go on a tray. One. So let's do a little stretch. Oh. We will do a little stretch now that I've taken a pause. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stretch. We're gonna try a cookie. We're gonna put these cookies on a tray, I believe, in the oven. And then we're gonna take a little break. Oh. Oh. Cirque du Soleil and see the contortionist. I'm going to Cirque du Soleil this Sunday, Liz. I forgot about it until last night. I am definitely looking forward to it. All right, cookies. Small cookie, large cookie. Which one? I don't know. The one in it's in Philly. I don't know. Gwen got tickets for it like months and months ago, and I honestly I have no idea. So this looks good. Look at the texture on this thing. Can we get like a better zoom? Yeah. That is black pepper and sugar. Wait, it has bugs in it? The Cirque du Soleil? Oh no. Hopefully I love it. I'm sure I'm gonna love it. I love anything like that. Oh, it's crisp. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. All right. Smaller ones for sure. Lissy, welcome in. Smaller ones for sure. The small one is crisp all the way through. This one's chewy in the center. Now, it's still warm. It also says they get better as they age, which is true. They're butter cookies. But I think the small one's a winner here. Ah, damn, those are good though. My brain's like weird. My brain's like trying to figure it out. Rosemary is the most forward flavor in that, for sure. The rosemary comes through. You definitely get the black pepper, but it's not spicy. The cornmeal is fascinating. It's crunchy. Crunchy. Like you can taste it, texturally, you can feel the cornmeal. The inside of this, they were onto something with the cornmeal. The inside of that is... Can it focus on the inside? Yes, it can. That's a good looking cookie. It's very good. Yeah. Definitely very good. That is excellent. That is excellent. I didn't chill those at all. And I'm not gonna. Great. That's great. That is amazing news. It is amazing news that I don't have to chill these because one, because I hate chilling cookies. I recognize that it's important and like blah blah blah. There's also a reason that I don't make a lot of a lot of recipes that require chilling, because I don't like doing it, frankly. And I definitely like this. Okay, I'm going to put these on here. We're going to put this in there, and then we are going to take a quick break. Cool? Tatsu, you've had several types of cornmeal cookies. I don't recall having had a cornmeal cookie before, but these are really good. I'm impressed. And they didn't spread. You flatten them out, so they didn't spread too much. I think I can get 4 of these in a row. Now, if I do, they may take a little bit longer in the oven, like this. If I do this many on a tray. But let me see. Hold on. Yeah. I'm putting this over and like giving an eyeball and like, is this one the right round? Okay. Wow, I actually don't have enough balls to fill this whole tray. That's fine. How many can I put on a tray? 1, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. I can put 20 of these on a tray. That's impressive. Okay, so we're gonna flatten these. I'm gonna flatten each of these. No more than 20 minutes. Yeah, totally. Liz, and I appreciate that you share those. The ones with the blood orange ones in particular this month, I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know, I don't love doing Cookie Club in 2 parts. Hold up. I don't love doing Cookie Club in 2 parts, and I almost considered it for that reason, because it did look really good. But I was worried about the glaze. Ultimately, I decided against it because I was like, I think that the glaze might not hold up in the mail. I believe this was medium cornmeal baker. It called for fine cornmeal, but I took what I could get. Instead of doing these with the heel of my hand, I'm going to do these with the bottom of a glass underneath of some parchment paper here. It said to use a hammer or a mallet to do this, and I'm like, I feel like that's a bit much. I feel like a mallet might be too much. But I understand what they were getting at. They're just like, use a flat surface. So like, heard. We can do that. And also, if I just press these to the point where they're like the width of the bottom of this glass, then they'll all be exactly the same. They'll all be exactly the same size, no matter what. There. Okay. Yeah, good. Let's get these sugared and peppered. Baker, you just have coarse. I don't know. This was it didn't say. What I will say that I did not order. There was one that said coarse. There were two types of cornmeal that I could get. I got the one that didn't say anything. The other one said coarse. So I know that it's not coarse, but it wasn't intentionally coarse. The recipe itself calls for fine cornmeal. You know what? The pepper from these is hitting right now in my mouth as I'm like chewing cookie bits out of like my teeth. That's when I'm getting the pepper, which is actually weirdly pleasant and a bit surprising. It doesn't feel like I've eaten a snack. It feels like I have a sort of after dinner mouth, which is funny. Yeah, Liz, those the blood orange ones would definitely be good for home cookies. And I may end up doing those. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow on stream quite yet. I haven't decided if I want to do an IRL or not. I was sort of waiting for the weather to determine that, and the weather tomorrow in Philly is supposed to be nice, like hot and humid, but no rain. We've had thunderstorms in the forecast, and I was thinking one of the things that I'd love to do, I said this the other day, I'd love to do a like grocery store, like visit different grocery stores. I think it would be fun. It'd be fun for me. It's something I enjoy doing. All right, these are not entirely complete tray of cookies, but here we go. I'm gonna pop these in the oven. I'm gonna set my timer. And I am gonna rotate these because that's a big tray. Okay. How the other color peppercorns. This is actually I don't know if this is black. I don't think this is entirely black pepper. I feel like this is, hold on, I can show you the peppercorns from this because I have them here. Yeah, this isn't entirely black pepper. This is like the whatever multicolored peppercorns. I'm in a different town going to a Sprouts. Whoa, there's a Sprouts here too. I wanted a recipe would play well with lemon and lime. I think some citrus would be nice in here. And I did consider, instead of adding, the recipe calls for almond extract. I'd considered adding lemon extract instead. I didn't, but I thought about it. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. during that break, I am going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to clear my counter off a little bit, and I'm going to clear the sink. If you're new to stream, about every hour or so, we take a 3-minute break. We run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we play 2 games of Words on stream. That's going to happen right now. So here comes a game of Words. 3, 2, 1. And here comes a 3-minute ad. And when we come back, we're going to roll the rest of those cookies, and then we can talk a little bit about grocery stores. Cool? Yes. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, I can put this butter back in the fridge because I am confident that 2 batches of these cookies are going to be plenty. I'm gonna put this dough back in the oven for just not the oven. Nope, that's not the oven. Put that dough back in the refrigerator for just a moment. I will need to make this second batch, so we'll do that, but let's measure out, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna put some things away, but I'm gonna measure out my 2 teaspoons of extract for this next batch. That way I can put the measuring spoon and all my measuring stuff away, as well as the vanilla. Okay, that can go away. What's that? Sugar and pepper topping. Oh shit, I never started my timer. No, oh, I started one of the timers. Yay, I did. Look at me go. That's fine. Okay, so I need to just keep an eye on that timer, and when it hits 7 minutes and 30 seconds, I need to take a pause and rotate those cookies. Okay, filling up the dishwasher with my sink stuff. Wash one of these. All right. Let's continue. Washing the paddle attachment for the mixer so we can get this next batch going. Now these cookies, it's like I need 1 batch, according to the recipe, should make the exact amount of cookies that I want to make for this. So I think at the end of this, I'm probably going to have a bunch of just like cookie balls for the freezer left over, because I probably don't want to bake all of these. Although, no, they're butter cookies, and they last for a long time. So I guess maybe I could just bake all of them. Oh, cool. All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Getting an ad. Someone has knocked on the door. I think a package is here. Let me go get that in these last couple seconds here. Yes, indeed. What is that? What the hell is this? Oh, it's addressed to Glenn. Great. Well, not it. It was heavy and marked fragile, and I have no idea what was in that box, but that's fine. Okay. All right, when my timer goes off, 9:30, 8:30, 7:30. When my timer goes off, it will be time to rotate the tray in the oven. I just actually set a timer for the amount of time that I should have set it for. Alrighty. Nice, y'all. Words on stream. I enjoy Words on Stream. Words on Stream is a great way to get first-time chat messages out, too. If you're like a first-time chatter in someone's channel and they have a game of Words on Stream. If I'm watching somebody and they have, for the first time, and they have Words on Stream, that will be my first-time chat. Gwen, I just got it. I just went down and got it. It's inside the safe. Okay. Cookies are looking good. Do we have any that are touching or overlapping? No, not yet. No, not yet. Not at all. Great. Fantastic. All right. Let's get this tray ready. We'll get our next round. We'll start getting our next round of cookies shaped. And actually, before I do that, let me move some things around so I can have a place to put these cookies. Because they're going to start coming out of the oven and they're going to need a place to land. And I don't have that ready yet. Okay. Perfect. The pepper in there is really wild and like weird and good. Okay. So let's rotate this tray. Yeah, it's still looking good. I think I want to do, I do think I might want to press these by hand. And the reason I'm saying that is because the ones that are in the oven right now are a little broken around the edges. And I liked how the first one looked, where it was just like totally round. Oh, it's the cat shells. I was wondering, it's heavy and says fragile, so I don't ever know what's coming in the mail. I was like, this is addressed to Gwen, so it's getting left in the hallway. And she'll find it there when she gets home. Okay. Okay, so those cookies have about 6.5 minutes left on them. They look good. I'm happy with them. And I think these are gonna be a 3-packer because they're these look a little larger than the first ones. I'm not sure why. Maybe I pressed them more. Who knows? Well, let's keep shaping these. Now I can fit 20 on a tray, but I think what I kind of want to do is maybe just put, here's maybe what I'll do. Maybe instead of putting them on that tray, I'll just start this tray with these, and then as soon as those are finished in the oven, I'll pop another tray in right away. I think that might be the move. Because that way I'm not losing time. It's the time. I don't really want the oven to be empty for too long. The goal is always just keep the oven rotation happening. So yeah, maybe we'll just do like as many cookies as I can get on this tray in the time before those are finished. That seems like the right plan. Yeah, Gwen bought shelves essentially for the cats to like be able to go around. We have some weird steps in the house, so like to get from one room to another, to go around the perimeter of the basement. Shelves, cat shelves. I love that idea. I think it's great. I think they're gonna love it. They're gonna love it because they definitely love climbing. They're getting bigger and more mobile, and are happily climbing everywhere they can get to right now. So, give them something to climb on is the goal. A noble goal. Liz, they're doing great. I had the beginning, like right as I hit go live, Obi would not stay out of, he was like really trying to climb on the counter. He like really, really wanted to be up here, and like I didn't want him to be up here. They're definitely getting much more mobile, which is fun. It's very fun. And they're doing well. I think they have a vet appointment on Tuesday next week, just like a checkup. So we'll see. Now the other baby, Daisy, how are they doing with Daisy? They're doing great. And Daisy's doing really well with them. And we realized recently that Daisy has gone deaf. It's sort of it's been like a slow process, and I don't think, like, we didn't really realize it, but like looking back, there was like definitely signs, like a lot of them. Like, hey, she stopped barking when anybody knocked on the door, and it's not because she just stopped being anxious, you know. She stopped barking. It sounds, the big tell was on the woo, almost. The big tell was on 4th of July when she did not react to fireworks at all. And 4th of July has been a nightmare for her historically. So some good, some bad aspects, you know. Bad insofar as like, yeah, she can't hear anything anymore. So if I say, you know, carrot, she's not going to come right. Which is sad. Baker, yeah, she's getting peace from certain things, true, which is true. That's like the nice thing, is that Daisy's had like extremely high anxiety for her whole life, and so it does honestly kind of feel like she's getting a little respite from that. So like, I guess I'm rationalizing it a little bit. Like, it's sad, you know, it's definitely sad because she can't fucking hear. Like, you know, the world is quieter. Did you all ever rely on her to protect? Yeah, actually. That was one of the things that Gwen said, is like, oh man, well now when you and Calvin go away for the weekend, like she's not going to bark at the door, right? Or she's not going to like bark at the sounds outside. So there's an element of that. And you know, the cats are useless for that. They're not protectors. So there is definitely an element of that, Liz. Yeah. Yeah, and like, you know, Gwen has said for a long time, like when we go away, that she feels good that Daisy's there to like bark whenever there's, you know, something outside or loud noises or whatever. Oh my gosh, wow, those smell so good, and they're looking so good. We're gonna get those out of the oven. We get those out of the oven, and then these aren't quite ready to go in yet. I need to pepper and sugar them, but let's do that now, and just pop these in right away so we have less open oven time. Now this is going to mess up my count in terms of like knowing how many cookies I have, because they're not going to be, it's not a full tray, but that's okay. We'll sacrifice efficiency for consistency. Yeah, Liz, she does seem happy though. She seems, honestly, she seems way more relaxed. And I'm pretty sure that's because she can't, hear all the things that were making her anxious. I mean, like, she used to bark at everything outside, right? Every little thing that was outside. You know, someone yelling, closing a car door, the wind, whatever. Now she doesn't, and I don't hate that, if I'm being honest, because while I do like that she is sort of defensive of the house and barks when someone knocks on the door, I don't like the fact that forever, when our neighbors came home, her head exploded, you know? The other thing, though, and this is something that, like, you know, we noticed, but then didn't really, like, I didn't attribute it to deafness, but she stopped coming downstairs, or stopped, like, greeting people when they came home. Yeah, her internal clock still works. Like, she may come downstairs at some point soon, or may not, but like, when people come over the house, she doesn't come down anymore. Like, I feel like she can hear maybe like little bits here and there, but I don't know. Cornmeal says, I have a deaf cat and it's ridiculous how long it took us to notice. Right. Like, she just stopped hearing, and she didn't tell anybody. She wasn't like, hey, things are getting quieter for me, you know, because she's a dog. It's just not the capacity to do that. So I think in retrospect, you know, Gwen and I were like looking back, and it's like, oh yeah, there's all these markers that she was definitely going deaf over the past couple months, but like we didn't like clock it because, you know, because I've hated her barking at the door forever. Like, you know, not at the door, but like it's always frustrating when she just like barks at everything out front all day. And she like wasn't doing that. So it was sort of just like peaceful. And I guess I didn't notice it in that same way. Did I start my timer? I did. Okay. So these, I'm not quite rolling into like tight balls. I'm getting them together, and then when I put them on the sheet pan, I will actually kind of like flatten them and then shape them around the edges. So I'm hoping these ones in the oven now, I took a little bit more consideration when I put them on the tray to shape them, and I think they do look a little better. The edges specifically, I was like conscious of not having cracked edges. I guess it's just an appearance thing. It shouldn't change the flavor of them. But yeah, these are going to be a cookie 3-pack. Which is great. We love a 3-pack. Okay. Yeah, this recipe makes a lot of cookies. Like, this is a good volume of cookies. Wow, guys, if you want to send links can go either to a moderator or in Discord. There is not an art channel in Discord. There's a couple channels that I've been actually meaning to create. I think that is one of them. That's one of the ones that I just haven't done yet. Nope. 40. There we go. All right, only a couple more minutes here. This is good. I'm trying to keep, when I rotate that tray, basically what I'm thinking is when I rotate the tray in the oven, I'm going to pause rolling these, and we're going to get that other tray, the cookies emptied off that other tray, and then we'll load it up. And hopefully that's like the exact amount of time that the other cookies have in the oven, and we can just switch right away. Thank you. These are a little crumbly towards the bottom of this bowl here. I'm not sure. I'm kind of squeezing them together just a little bit more down here at the bottom. We've got a lot more like dough left in here, but it's definitely a little drier. I wonder if there is a... Let me just see if I can like press this together and maybe knead it a little bit. Because I don't want them to be crumbly. I may need to add like a single drop or two of water to the bottom of this bowl. We'll see. I don't think so. I think just pressing them together a little more might be the trick. We'll see what happens when I flatten them in just a moment here. I'm going to rotate, and then we'll rotate the tray, and then we'll try, and if they need a little bit of water, we'll do that. Just a literal like drop of water in the bottom, and then mix that in. Peeled ginger, nice. I was thinking of doing, yeah, I was, so on the grocery store thing, sorry, I said I was gonna talk about that, and then I I was thinking about doing an IRL at some different, just like walking through some different grocery stores here in Philly to see what some of them are. We have quite a few, and there's a new Aldi. There's a Giant that's relatively new. We have a Sprouts, we have a Whole Foods, obviously. But I was thinking of like that, but also maybe a couple of the smaller grocers that do like more, I don't want to say custom stuff, but like neighborhood grocery stuff. So I'm thinking about that. That I might do tomorrow, because it's a good, like, we'll be outside, we can go inside, like we can get the air conditioning for a little bit too. So I was thinking about doing that. But I also have some stuff I want to cook, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're going to stream tomorrow, but I'm not really sure what it's going to be. All right, these are looking good. No cracked, only a couple cracked sides here, but that's sort of expected. All right, let's pause. I'm going to take these other cookies off the tray. They should be cool. They should be cool enough to get off the tray now. The tray should be cool enough to handle. It is. Perfect. And it says to let these cool completely, so we will. Now that they are off the tray and onto a wire rack, they should cool a lot quicker. And we're going to dump the excess sugar off this tray. And sink and start our next round. Awesome. Okay. First, let's try some of these ones that I said were drier. Yeah, those will be fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just needed to like press them together a little bit more. Anyway, that said, I would like, whether or not I do that grocery store stream tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time. Timing doesn't change. So stream tomorrow will be the same time as scheduled, probably, 15 to 20 minutes after that, because I can't ever start exactly on time. But if you have any thoughts about grocery stores in general, definitely share them, because I'm going to do that at some point. I think it would be a fun thing to do. And also, I just love a grocery store. So the one grocery store I will say that we cannot go to during an IRL stream is Wegmans. Liz, because I have to drive there. And I can do two things. I can have the car and not stream, or I can stream and not have the car. But no, I was like, that is honestly, like, for me too, that's a little bit like, damn, I would like to do Wegmans. I think a Wegmans trip would be really fun. I'm trying to think of what I could do. I'm trying to think of a Wegmans, like a stream going to Wegmans that would be long enough. And not that like streams have to be any specific length, but I'll be honest, I don't really want to go and like grocery shop at Wegmans per se. Because that's like from that perspective, like timing would be weird, because like I'd have food that needs to be refrigerated and etc. So I'd sort of feel I'd feel odd about the timing and how that would have to work. But I would like to do a Wegmans. I'm also considering what it would mean to do an IRL while driving. Because according to Twitch and also my own deeply personal sense of safety while driving, you can't like look at your phone, you can't do anything specific, but we could do a on the stream phone, I can do text to speech. Like I can do chat text to speech and I could still respond. So I was thinking of Wegmans, if I wanted to do a Wegmans stream, and yes, exactly, TTS. And I use, for the IRL streams that I do, I use Stream Buddy, the app, which does text-to-speech, like, it's just integrated into it. But I was thinking, like, a Wegman stream could be, like, driving there. You know what I mean? Like, it could include that time as well, so that it's not just like, great, we're at Wegmans, and then, like, an hour later, it's like, goodbye. Not that you only spend an hour in Wegmans. Okay, these are getting ready here. We got about 2.5 minutes left on the ones that are in the oven. This is perfect. I'm going to end up having a few extra moments here before those come out and these go in. So we'll just keep rolling cookie bowls during that time. Now also, it said to flatten these out to about 1/4 inch initially, and I don't think I've done that for all of these. So some of them spread a little farther and some of them did not on that other tray. So let's see. Some of these are big, are tall. There we go. I am going to add just a drop of water to the dough that's in that bowl, because some of these are a little dry, and I think that they're probably going to crack. Okay, they smell great though, and they taste great. So I'm pretty pleased with how these have come along, and with how many are in how many one recipe makes. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 from that tray. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 plus 15 is 27, 37, 42. Okay, so I am going to need to make a second batch of these. We should go back to the farmer's market. Yes. Yeah. Oh. I think there's a couple Thursday markets, actually. I wonder, I know I wrote that down. I have a list, I have a whole list of stuff for IRL planning. And I feel like there are several good Thursday markets in Philly. Seafood cakes, yeah, fish cakes. Oh, those are fun. That guy, pause, start my timer. Nope, start. Okay, that guy who does those, that's a totally separate thing. That would be really fun. I wonder if he would let me hang out with him during the day. And I do, it's in Discord. There's a link to Discord in chat right now. It's in the cookie chat channel in Discord. I will say these have sugar in them. They have a cup of sugar in the recipe. Yes. Can you take us to the place where the garlic cookies come from when you go and give them your version? Liz, you know what? That would be a great idea. That's a Sunday market, and that is on... Yeah, that's Sunday. That's a Sunday market. But yes, we could totally do that. That would be really fun. And that would be a nice... That's like that's in Old City. It would be a good little like thing to do as part of a Sunday stream. But yeah, I would definitely. I think that would be a lot of fun. What was I about to say? The Thursday markets, I think there's like 2 or 3 that are pretty good. Yeah, I just added like 3 drops of water to this and gave it a squeeze, and now it's definitely tackier, which is ideal. That's what we want. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that, because that's the thing. I forget things. I definitely forget things. I have a fun stream planned though, coming up mid-August. I've been working, so y'all know that I do compost. We compost here. The Bennett Compost is the name of the company that collects and processes. Yeah, the processes the compost from the house. I reached out to them and was like, hey, can I hang out with you guys like on a compost day? Can we just do that? Can I like come check your facility out? Like, so I pitched them a couple ideas, and I have been emailing back and forth with the executive, whatever, someone there. I think it's the CEO. I didn't actually look. If you're watching this, Jen, I'm sorry. I don't remember your title. Anyway, I was like, hey, can we like hang out for a day and like do compost things? And she was like, yeah, like that would be great. You know, we basically like we build our new compost piles on Wednesdays. Like we manage the piles on Wednesday. Can you do like a Wednesday and like come to our facility and hang out? And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. So I'm going to ask them if I can do like a ride along in addition to that. They pick up their compost on bikes, and like I could definitely do like an IRL on a bike and like follow the compost people around. I don't know if that would cause like a privacy concerns because you're going to residential houses. I don't think it does because we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere that would dox me or people I know. And if it did inadvertently, like I wouldn't say it on stream. But I don't know. I'm gonna talk to her about it. This is in August. This will be August 13th is the day that I think I actually like put on the calendar for that. Frozen sliced lime, woman, and that vinegar sounded good too. Wegmans is not Wegmans. Sorry, Sprouts. Sprouts is fascinating. I go to the Sprouts here in Philly every so often. And then I go to a bunch of different stores. Savory, no sugar cheese cookie with cayenne. And yes, honestly, yes, please. Yes, please. Because cayenne in a cookie is great. We were talking about garlic cookies just a few moments ago. The recipe that I have been working on for these roasted garlic cookies has cayenne in it too, and it's such a good ingredient. Wow, it's only 15:45. Okay, do I feel good about timing? I think I feel good about timing. I was worried about timing earlier, but then Gwen said she was going to take Calvin to karate, so I don't know. We'll see. And then I also said that I don't think he's going to want to go to karate, which is fine too. I have no idea what to make for dinner tonight. If they go to karate, we're going to do dinner as well. And I don't know what that's going to be, but it's going to be something. We're going to eat something. Tonight might be a pasta night. Egg salad. It could be. That chicken salad I made, by the way, Gwen really liked it. It turned out really well. I was also very pleased with it. Okay, that bowl is finished. Let's get hold on. I'm gonna get this water hot and get this water a little warm. No, it doesn't actually need to be warm. It just needs to have soap in it. Okay, let's get these cookies off the tray. And we'll start another tray. It's funny, you can tell some of these cookies I did not press down as much, and others I did. So some of them are very small and thicker, and some of them are narrow and are very thin and a little wider. They're all the same weight though. So much like humans, they come in different shapes. Isn't that great? 1 second. Crazy Asian, welcome in. Hold on. Let me actually say hi to you. I'm getting some cookie. Hold on. 1 second. Welcome in, y'all. We're cooking and it's live, so like you'll forgive me for not immediately being present. Okay, and my timer's going off, so I need to rotate those cookies in the oven. Yeah, okay, these look better. This is a much more consistently sized batch, because I did a better job making them consistently sized. Confirming that the timer is going. Great. Okay. Hold on. Let me scroll up and say hi. Crazy Asian, it's amazing to see you. Gibson Lens, welcome in. Fudge Darling, hello. Fudge Darling, I know that you did not come through with the raid, or maybe you did. I don't know. Maybe you like magic. Maybe you are you're into the magic side of things. I think it might have been circumstantial. Anyway, good to have you, Liz. Thank you for the shout out. Whoa, you did your first cooking stream today? How do you feel? What made you want to do a cooking stream / congratulations / welcome in? to cooking on Twitch in general. And also, that's amazing. I have like a million questions. I'm sorry. Anyway, friends who were hanging out here. Crazy Asian, I have known on Twitch as someone who is not a gamer, which we love here. We love a non-gaming stream. As someone who has done magic, like sleight of hand, card trick, like magic, like not the Gathering, like magic as in like illusion, which is super cool, and I love. And we've also met at TwitchCon, so an IRL human. And now you're doing variety streaming. Recently lost your software engineering job. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you land in a satisfying place, and I hope that isn't like. I hope that you're not feeling super urgent and put off about that. But congrats on the new variety focus, and you do also game. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Friends who joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I do not do magic. I appreciate it, and I watch it, and I love it. And my dad used to do magic, probably still does in some capacity. And so I definitely have an appreciation for it. But mostly what we do here is cooking. I do some IRL streams as well. We were just talking about that. But all the things that I do for the most part on stream are food focused. We do a lot of vegetable forward family meals. That's sort of the main core of the content here. We also do some recipe development. I bake regularly. We're making cookies for community members today. So all the cookies that you're seeing me making right now are getting sent out to folks who are part of our monthly drawing, Cookie Club drawing. And friends who just joined us, I will a little housekeeping note. We love lurkers here, and if you're the type of person who is anxious about following a new streamer and what happens when you do, I will tell you that there are no sounds, there is no message in chat, no one, if you hit the follow button, it's like nothing happens. You just follow. I'll know that you followed, but I won't say hi to you. I won't call you out, and you can just feel free to lurk forever or until you feel comfortable chatting. We play words on stream during breaks, so if you like that, stick around. And we're happy to have you. Thanks for coming through. Crazy Agent, congrats on your first food and drink stream. I am super familiar with how difficult it can be to set up a stream, how intimidating it can be to stream food and cooking, how things don't always go the way you want them to, and that's okay. But I'm always happy to hear that someone was just trying something new, especially if it's cooking. What did you make? What were you making today? Did I miss that in chat? I can't see it. Okay. But welcome in. We have cookies. There are about 2 minutes to go in the oven. So I'm getting this next batch ready to go in. We're gonna do much drawing, thank you. This month's cookies, I think, are like a dark horse contender for possibly one of my more favorite cookies that we've had. These that I'm making right now are cornmeal, rosemary, black pepper cookies. So they're savory. They're a butter cookie. So think the cookies that come in those like tins, right? Like the Denmark whatever cookie tins, those big tins. They're like that. That is the type of cookie that they are. They are crispy and small. This is one that was a test one, but here's the, what is that? That's the top. This is a quarter of a cookie, by the way. This isn't the whole cookie. That's the top of them. That's the bottom. That's the inside. So they're very crisp, and this has been cooling for a little while now. I don't know if you can hear that. There, these are crumbly now. I forget to take my microphone off the side of my head when I'm chewing now. Chili in the slow cooker, a classic. A steak sandwich. Being from Philly, I love a steak sandwich. Pasta and broccoli for my picky kid eater. Hell yeah. Well, something for everybody. This is nice. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for one stream. Congrats. I just literally threw that off the side of the counter directly into the trash can. Okay, let's get the next cookies out of the oven. Are we getting them out or are we rotating? We're getting them out. Okay, and then we're going to put the next batch in. It's my usual cooking when I stream it. And how much longer did it take you than it usually does? And why is that answer 2 to 3 hours long? And if it didn't take you 2 to 3 hours longer, then let me tell you how impressive that actually is. Cookies going in. Start your timer. Start your timer. Put the glove back on because this tray is, woo, it's getting hot in here. Here's some cookies that just came out of the oven. These need to cool a little bit. So some of them have cracked edges, some of them don't. Are these just for hold on. Sorry, I'm having a thought. These are not the type. Some cookies you could put a thing on the tray, and I'm using a biscuit cutter. You can put a round. Start the timer. I did. Okay, you can put a round thing on the tray and kind of shake it around a little bit. They will. They'll get round. These are not that. If I do that with these, they just crumble. Okay, so we're gonna put these over here to cool off. And now I'm done with my first batch. We're making 2 batches. So let's get the counter. We're going to transition from cookie rolling to cookie making or batching. Everything's ready to go into the mixer. So I'm just going to make, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make this next batch. And then I'm going to, here's what's coming up next. So expectation setting. I need to wash the bowl for the mixer. Bowl's in the sink. Shouldn't take but a moment. I'm gonna wash that. Then we're gonna mix the next round of cookies. We're gonna get that ready to go. We're gonna put that bowl in the fridge. And then I'm gonna take a quick break. During the break, we run 2 games of Words on stream and 3 minutes worth of advertising on Twitch. I say on Twitch because I'm also on YouTube streaming. So if you want to hang out on YouTube, you can do that during that time. There's a link for that in chat. You should just go hit the link to go to YouTube anyway, because it is helpful for me. When we come back from that, we're going to roll and just keep baking more cookies. I need to make, what was my number that I needed to make? 46 divided by 2 is 23. 46 plus 23 is 69. Nice. Okay, let's make the, let's do this next part real quick. First I need to wash something in the sink, so enjoy the disembodied voice for just a moment here. Hey, thank you. I appreciate the sub on YouTube. I have a YouTube. I don't use it. See, every time I talk about YouTube, I have such guilt. Because I'm trying to get some videos up there. I'm like in the process, the editing process. And I'm just like, I'm failing at it because the reason is that one, I'm not an editor. So I'm like having someone help me a little bit. But two, it's just like not part of my workflow yet, my like daily / weekly workflow to do like voiceover and like edits and things like that. So I just haven't really gotten that yet. But I will say this. I now know how long it takes me to do each step of the process up to the point where I'm at. And the next time when I get to that point, it will not take that long. Like I'm starting to work, I was like doing a voiceover for something, for a video. And I was like, I didn't even know, like I had to figure out how to get my microphone set up to do voiceovers. I had to figure out what software to use to record it, the levels to make it sound like not crappy. So there was like work that goes into making videos as opposed to live. Live I can do. Live I feel better. Live I feel good about because it's just like, you know, it works and then it's over. And sometimes it works. It doesn't always work. But like, when I first started streaming, I took 3 months from the moment where I was like, I'd like to stream, to the moment where I went live for the first time, to like figure a bunch of stuff out. Like that's sort of where I'm at YouTube. Anyway, let's get this next batch of cookies. But yeah, YouTube is great, and I do multi-stream there just to maintain, you know, metrics, etc. All right, so easy start here. Creaming together a cup and a half of butter, which is 3 sticks of butter, or cubes as the recipe calls for, which I'm not going back to the cube conversation because we established that these are not in fact cubes, and I think we can just leave it at that. We're going to cream together the butter and the sugar. I've already measured out all my ingredients, so this should be a pretty quick process here. Got butter, got sugar, let's get this done, and a little faster, there we go. All right, let's set a 1 minute timer. 1 minute, and we'll scrape the sides of the bowl down. We'll do another minute, and then again, these are weird, not weird. These are savory cookies, so they have cracked black pepper in them, in addition to rosemary, which is like a nice little flavor. Okay, remove cookies. Cool completely, it says. Okay, so let's get these. No, we'll leave those on the rack for just another one. It's fine. I don't need to take the cookies that are over there cooling off the tray yet, because I don't yet have cookies to put on that tray. I'm gonna scrape this down. So I got one of these paddle attachments as a gift that has the like rubber on the side of it that's supposed to scrape the edge of the bowl, and it works better than the original paddle attachment, but you still kind of have to scrape down for the sides. Okay, 1 more minute on that. I have cookies in the oven that need to rotate. Sidebar, I'm sorry for having a day. Is having a day... I'm also having a day, but usually when one says that, that means like, having a day. Does that also come with an do it? Okay, a stressful day. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. And oh, it's only Wednesday, isn't it? And it really is just Wednesday. I don't want to add to it. Sorry. It's almost Friday. Okay. Cream together, butter and sugar. Those look good. Add the almond extract, pepper, and rosemary, and incorporate. Okay. Almond. Not almond. This is vanilla extract, but same thing. Extract. It's not the same thing. I just can't eat almonds. I am allergic. So now we're adding the rosemary and the pepper. We're incorporating. Then we're going to add the flour mixture and mix briefly on low speed. No eggs in this. So this is flour, cornmeal, and salt. That's what's in here. Zildowski, thank you for saying hi. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. My name's Lou. It's nice to meet you. And hello to your boyfriend, who I love as well because they love me. And, you know, it's nice to have reciprocity. But welcome. Nice to have you. We're making cookies. We're making black pepper, rosemary, butter, cornmeal butter cookies. They're savory, kind of like biscuity but sweet, if that makes any kind of sense. Okay, now this is incorporated, maybe. Cyborg, I'm gonna read the first line of that and just like consider what that means. When you said, we are fostering pythons, like pythons, and not like, I don't know what else that might be. One escaped their enclosure on Sunday night. We were assuming they were lost in the house. When I reported to animal control just in case, got a call this morning that a python had been spotted a couple of blocks away, so I spent the last couple of hours searching, then got a text message from a neighbor being like, oh, we were the ones that called animal control. We didn't actually see them. We were just worried it was nearby, so they called in case. God damn those people. What? Seriously? That's annoying / irresponsible and ignorant. Can we go back to the part where you're fostering pythons though? I'm impressed. That is a fascinating. I didn't know that was even a thing one could foster. It's, you know, speaking of ignorant, me had no idea that you could foster pythons, but that is one, that's cool. Really cool. Genuinely cool. That's a like put a star on your chart kind of cool. Two, having one get out is like sort of terrifying. I would imagine if you have other pets, it's kind of scary, but like I'm imagining like in a vacuum, like at least pythons don't bite, right? They're not bitey. Pythons aren't they don't attack like that. So I feel like that's having one loose in the house is more I would imagine frustrating than it is like scary, right? Yeah, they should charge them for a false warning. That's kind of nuts. You know, I can start a new hobby, fostering pythons. I feel like Gwen might not. They used to be in a burlesque act. Okay, cool. So they're used to being like handled too. Like they're probably fairly docile. They're constrictors, right? Yeah. Nothing bigger than a rat, right? So putting them around the kittens might not be a good idea right now. Would a python come after like a full-size cat? I'm assuming not. I'm assuming not, if that is there, depends how big your cat, how big a cat is. Rats can get pretty damn big, so, you know, I don't want to be presumptuous here. Okay, we have dough ready to go. Here's the dough. We're gonna put this in the fridge. Then we're gonna take a quick break while these finish cooking. Those have about a minute 20 left in the oven. So during the break, I'm gonna get those out of the oven, and after we come back from the break, we're gonna start rolling cookies again. It is incredibly cool. The pythons are afraid of the cats. Interesting. Well, I imagine the cats probably have. I imagine the cats have. I don't know. They move weird. Wow. Yeah, I would. Pythons seem cool. Snakes seem really neat in general. I think. I'm sorry that yours is AWOL at the moment. All right, we're gonna run 2 games of words on stream and a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't like ads, you can go to YouTube and listen to me ramble on there. Okay, we'll be right back. I'm gonna clean up in the sink.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, is there anything I can put away from the counter first? Okay. I need the scale. Okay, timer's going off. Need to get those cookies out. Those cookies can come out. These are ready. Go on the tray, so let's just do a little processing. Funny, these were the last cookies from the batch, and these turned out really poorly. I think they got really dry at the bottom of that, and they're like really small. I say they turned out poorly. They're smaller. So these cookies have not been, they're not a consistent size. I'm not sure what the reason behind that is, but I do know that they are all the same weight. So there's the same amount of, everybody's going to get the same amount of cookie. If that makes sense. That was definitely the goal. They're always the same weight. Literally, every single one of these is 20 grams. I didn't even have one budget 22, and I don't care. No, every one of them is 20. Okay, that tray is good. Hey, was that a board? That felt like a board. Yeah, that should have been. I wasn't watching, but the timing says that was a board. Yes, congrats. Let's get some more stuff in the dishwasher. Brings off my cookie paddle attachment here. Continuing to process dishes. I'm really, honestly, y'all, who can hear me, one, thank you for being subscribed, for contributing financially to the channel in some aspects. You got a gift sub, maybe you use Prime sub, maybe you are a Twitch Turbo member, maybe you're a direct subscriber to the channel. Anyway, I appreciate you. I really do appreciate, speaking of appreciation, I like having these like 3 minutes every hour just to triage all the dishes in the sink. Welcome back if you're on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. We're running through a game of words on stream. I just finished getting all the dishes from my sink, either in the dishwasher or in the dish pan. So we're done. We're not done with the dishes. Has anyone ever truly finished with the dishes? I say no. We have 2 more 4-letter words left. One more four-letter word left. It may start with a C. It may start with an E or an I. It's. Oh, hold on. Nope, there it is. Cite. C-I-T-E. Excellent. Another board. Congratulations. Congratulations. Very nice work, y'all. Come on back over here. Come on. Come on over here. Dun, 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 dun. Did I... Hold on. I have a... Sorry, I'm having a totally... I clicked something on the computer. I'm having a totally separate thought. Where would I have that thought? Oh, okay. There it is. Never mind. It's answered. Okay. 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 I'll send that after stream. All right. Sorry. Totally unrelated. Okay. Let's get our next batch of cookies started. How many cookies do we have? I did pile them by threes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 42. 51 cookies. I need 69. So we're good to get this next batch moving. Then I'll should be able to start packaging here. Some of these are these need to be pretty dry. So I want these to be relatively they need to be cool before I package them. Otherwise they'll sweat, and we don't want them to sweat in the packages. So I'm gonna finish baking all of them, all the ones that I need for Cookie Club. I'm gonna bake before I start doing any packaging. In the past, I've started packaging while the cook was still in the oven. And I might do that again today, but I don't think so. Daisy's here. It's Daisy. Daisy cannot hear me. Daisy's just wandering around. She literally cannot hear anymore. And it's like cute and also sad. Nothing. Speaking of Chef Nova, welcome in. Nice to have you. Chef Nova doesn't even know how to type a raid message. You know, I don't ever copy my own raid messages either, and I get it. Welcome in, y'all. It's nice to have you. We're baking cookies today. Today's a big cookie baking day. How was your day? What were you streaming? I mean, I know that you were I know that you were streaming food. Better question. How do you feel about stream? How did it go? You happy with what you made? Would you do anything differently? Did you feed anyone? Were they happy with it? Tell me the details. Good to have you. Friends who joined us, or rather, I should say friends who were here. Chef Nova knows nothing. Chef Nova knows nothing is factually incorrect. Chef Nova does know things, but the humility is the aspect that is quite lovely in the username. Please go follow Chef Nova if you are not currently doing so, fellow food and drink streamer. Friends who joined us from Nova's stream, my name's Lou. It's lovely to have you. I am a food streamer. We make quite a bit of different things on stream. I also do some IRLs out and about in the city of Philadelphia, as well as other cities in where? In the world? Yes. I've been to some other cities too. We've done Baltimore, we've done Providence, Rhode Island. Tried to do Toronto, that didn't work out. We'll be back to Toronto at some point. I'll be back to Toronto at some point. Regardless, we do some IRLs. Mostly what we're doing here are vegetable forward family meals. I am not doing that currently. Currently, we're baking cookies. The cookies that we're baking today are for community members. We're doing cornmeal, black pepper, and rosemary butter cookies. So think of the tin that like your grandma kept all of her sewing needles in, and like bobbins and whatnot. Maybe buttons. I don't know if you have a grandma, like most grandmas. Where the hell was I even going with that statement? I don't know. Let's get back on track. Anyway, we're making butter cookies today. We're more than halfway through the baking. Let's pick a good one. Here's what they look like. This is a butter, sorry for the hot zoom there. Black pepper on the top, as well as a little sugar. That's the bottom. Nice little browning. But these are for Cookie Club members this month. We have some more dough in the fridge, so what we're gonna do now is just continue to roll cookies. I have, what did I say, 51 cookies. I need 69 cookies total, just to send out and give to the postal workers. We like to take care of the United States postal workers as well, give them some cookies. They always appreciate it. So we're gonna start that process. Housekeeping note, if you just raided in, perhaps you were hanging out here already, you've been lurking, what have you, follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. If you hit the follow button, which I would love and appreciate, they're free. Follows are free. There's no alerts. So if you, like me, are a lurker and don't want to be perceived and have someone make a big deal out of your follow, you can just hit follow and nothing happens, and you can just continue to lurk until you say hi in chat. If you do want me to make a big deal out of you following, say so in chat, and I will. And I'd be happy to welcome you by name. Okay. I just realized that my microphone's not on my hat anymore. When did I take my microphone off my hat? Like several hours ago. Maybe. No. When did I take my microphone off my hat? I took my microphone off my hat when I ate the other piece of that cookie, which was only recently. Okay, we're back on track now. We really did just get there. Let's get a tray. We're gonna start with the tray that's a little cooler, and I'm gonna get my dough out of the fridge. We good. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I know. Truly. I need water. There it is. Water bottle is behind the behind my menu, or my stand, my book stand. Oh. Delicious. Delicious. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Where did I put those gloves? There. Let me wash my hands again before I even put gloves on. Just for thoroughness. Hope everybody's having a good week. I know there's some folks that are feeling great, some folks that are not feeling so great, some folks hoping for the weekend. I know personally I am feeling pretty good. Been having a good week. Whenever I say I'm having a good week, I always feel like that I need to add the little asterisk that's like, you know, in my own personal little corner of the world, the things that I can control are going okay. The things that I have control over are going okay. Oh, you failed one exam. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not huge. I hope that doesn't cause a lot of issues. Summer finals. Good lord. Are you on like a trimester schedule? I know some schools do. Thinking of Drexel. I'm in Philadelphia, so city of Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. Bottom right corner of Pennsylvania, if you're looking at a map. I know here, like Drexel University has, trimesters. So they have like 3 different semesters a year, which is different than all the other schools in Philly. It's kind of weird. Some folks, I mean, summer session is always a little, is understandable. If it's like, nope, school's normal, but we just do summer, I get that too. I don't mean to gloat, but I'm so thankful to not be in school. Everything is sped up ×2. Oof, sounds like a lot of pressure. Sounds like pressure. Under pressure. I didn't love school. I really didn't. I was always a little frustrated at everything having to do with school. I was happy to leave, and I don't want to go back. All right. I hope that your exam scenario is not doesn't cause issues. In school, I remember there's one semester, it's freshman year, my freshman year in college, I had viral meningitis during my last final, and I didn't take my last final for that class, and I got a D in that class because I got a 0 on my final because my teacher was unwilling to give me any leniency for literally being in the hospital. And I'm going to talk about petty. I just remember I felt like such vitriol towards her. I was so mad. I literally had like a note from a fucking doctor in a hospital that was like, this person is physically unable to come to school and take this exam. And I was like, can I make up the exam? And she was like, no, you cannot. You're just going to get a D. And it was like in my major too. It was like one of the classes I needed for my major. And I was like, you were an asshole. And she was. Turns out she was. Anyway, the school fired her, so didn't help me any, but he was let go. May your pillow always be too warm. Yeah. Yes. Among many other horrible thoughts I could have about a human. All right, so I'm putting these cookies down on the tray and like shaping them as I'm going, so that I don't end up. I'm kind of as I move through, I'll do this a little differently if my timing. But like before I put this first tray in from the second batch, I have I can just take my time and make these like nice, roughly the same size and shape. They're all the same size. Again, they weigh exactly the same. But shape is what we're looking for here. Man, yeah, exam season is stressful. But then it's over, so that's the nice part. So Daisy, despite my dog, its name is Daisy, despite not really being able to hear anymore, like she was in the kitchen and Gwen and Calvin just got home, and I think she felt like she's feeling the vibration of like what's happening. Like she felt the car pulling in, because she just like went downstairs to greet them. So I feel like either she can hear a little bit, or it wasn't always the sound that clued her in to things happening. So that's kind of nice. She just went down to greet them at the door, despite not having her hearing. And the only thing I can think of is the vibrations and the physical sensation. Anyway, I will say this, without knowing exactly what's happening next, but my partner and son just got home. Usually when that happens, it's a little chaotic. It's a little bit like he comes in, he needs things and gets a drink, and there's a lot of like chatting and whatnot. So the next few minutes might be a little distracted. But just like a heads up, that will calm down as they settle into the house. But he's coming home from camp, summer camp, day camp. She is, I don't know what she was home earlier and went to pick him up, and now she's back. So I was gonna say she's coming home from work, but she wasn't at work. She's working from home today. So whatever. Anyway, they're gonna come in the house. There's gonna be a lot of noise. And so just like a heads up. Yeah, Nut and Getty. Daisy is, we just got confirmation from the vet, like literally yesterday, that she is pretty deaf. I don't know if she's completely deaf or not. We're still a little unsure like what level of hearing she has, if any, still. But I was saying earlier, it is kind of nice because she doesn't like lose her shit when, the UPS driver drops off a package in front of the house. Like, she's a little bit calmer. She's a lot less reactive to sound now, which was always a big stress point for her. So that's like good and bad, I guess. Bad that she can't hear, but good that she's calmer.
Hello.
Hey.
Smells amazing.
Smells amazing, he says. Excellent. Look at you.
A good cookie?
Look at you. Dirty. You are. Damn, you're filthy.
I wash my hands though.
Yeah. If you washed your hands, but it's the rest of you that I'm talking about. Yeah. Go ahead.
Pepper on it.
There is. Have one from the same pile. Same pile. They're in piles of threes. Don't
Cheers.
mess it up. Is there pepper on it? Yeah.
That's good.
Reaction. Calvin likes it. Gwen's gonna ask me what's in it. She looks sus. She looks skeptical. She's giving it the look.
No, it's good.
Nah.
They're sugar cookies.
They're not.
Why is there gonna be pepper on it?
They're not sugar cookies. Well, they are. They have sugar in them, but they're not sugar cookies specifically. They're, she's talking to Gwen, Daisy, not me. And me. Come on. This is like this disembodied voice. Both of them are literally standing right here. Like, yeah. There's what? Hey, back up.
Damn.
These are 4 other people. Don't put your dirty body anywhere near them. Thank you.
Dirty body on it.
Oh my god. We live here.
I know. And for 4 hours a month, I want you to not be leaning over the counter.
Oh, 4 hours a month.
While I'm making cookies for other people. Senko, nice try. Clever. I appreciate the effort. These are cookies for us. I'm making extras too. We knew Wasabi was really deaf when he stopped reacting to the vacuum cyborg. Yeah, Daisy did not react to the 4th of July fireworks at all. And that's been the biggest point of stress for her for like every year. She just is like beside herself.
I mean, now
With
the
the
road
fireworks.
fucked up, so I can just eat the last one.
Yeah, you can eat that last one. Go ahead. You're messing my numbers up, but you go ahead. Got plenty. Enjoy. All right, these are about to go in the oven. We're going to put some black pepper on here, and we're going to add some sugar, and then we'll pop these right in the oven, and then we're just going to start putting the next round on the next tray. All right. He's going to take a shower. Things have calmed down a lot quicker. Yeah, like I said, just during Cookie Club, I just want the kitchen to be free of like cats and people being near food. This is not a serve safe environment, and I hope that all of y'all who are watching don't expect it to be. It could be. I used to be serve safe certified. I'm not anymore. I could be again, but I don't have any reason to be. I'm not selling anything. I'm not operating a commercial facility in any capacity, so no need. It would be fun though. I'd actually kind of like to get ServSafe certified. I wonder if you can do that online. I don't want to actually go anywhere. You have to be around people, and that sucks. Okay, these are cornmeal, black pepper, and rosemary butter cookies. About to go in the oven. So we're going to pop those in. We're going to set our timer for 15 minutes. I'm going to set another timer for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That we'll remember to rotate them. And we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep going. I know, people are the worst. I do think you probably have to be in person for those. That feels like the type of thing that they wouldn't do online somehow. Like, you're like, clearly you could do that on the internet, but like, it feels like the type of thing that they just wouldn't let you do online because somehow someone needs to have like control over the thing. I don't know, maybe. Have not looked into it, but I'd like to. I was thinking about this the other day, that it would actually be kind of nice to go get that certification, just from a like food safety perspective, because I'd just like to know. I took the class at one point. When I was in a kitchen, I like got certified, and that was fun and definitely informative. Very informative. But like a lot of that stuff that you get, a lot of the things that you learn in serve safe certification, I mean, no one's inspecting this kitchen. I am inspecting this kitchen, but things like keeping a temperature log for your fridge, that type of thing, like you don't really need to do that at home. You could. It might be helpful sometimes, but it doesn't seem like the type of thing that one need to do. So each of these cookies is 20 grams. So I'm measuring on the scale. That way everything is even if they're not all exactly the same like size or shape, which they're not. They are all the same volume, which is good, and we want that. And you flatten them a little bit. I'm trying to keep the edges from cracking apart. And this time around, I'm reaching down into the bottom of the bowl. Now that I know that the bottom of the bowl gets a little bit drier, I'm trying to grab from the bottom and sort of scoop from all the layers at once. Yeah, I'm trying to grab all the layers at once. Tucson, can you put the name of the site in without the .com at the end of it? It doesn't like that because it thinks it's creating a link and you can't post links in chat. But if you post just the name, upload clips or full videos in different file formats. Yeah, live streaming was a totally. When did live streaming? Was Justin TV was not the first live streaming site, right? Or was it? I know the first like live streamer kind of writ large, shareyourworld.com. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was just the dot that was it didn't like. I remember I was consuming media about this recently, that the first actual like live streamer was a person who just had like a camera in their room that took like periodic pictures like every couple minutes and like just uploaded them to a site. So it wasn't actually like live video, it was just live updating photos, which I think is kind of fascinating. It feels like something someone would do now. That uploading photos every couple minutes feels like something someone would do now and call it like a retro. It's my retro stream. Real Player. Oh my God, who remembers Real Player? I do. Real Player was like right after Winamp, right? Was Winamp first? What was the name of that? What was the name of that MP3 player? Sonique, Sonique, I think might have been the first MP3 player that I ever used. Man, what a time. What a time. I remember downloading albums overnight. Sony Walkman. What was the name of the thing that Kevin had in Home Alone? A Talkboy. I remember when that came out and people were like, whoa, that's cool technology. Everyone wanted one. I got one at a yard sale like a decade later and I thought it was amazing. I was like, this is cool. I wish I had this back then. I didn't. Tucson, welcome in. We're making cornmeal, black pepper, and rosemary butter cookies today. They are for Cookie Club members. We do a monthly drawing for folks who hang out on stream and in Discord. So we're making these, and then we're going to package them on stream. Also, these are a savory cookie this month, so a little different than what we usually do. No, they have sugar in them, but they are not sugar / like sweet cookies. I would say if they are cookies insofar as they're like definitely a snack. They have a big sort of like biscuit vibe to them though. They have a cup of sugar. So there's 1 cup of white sugar in an entire batch, and an entire batch makes roughly 50 plus cookies. So I don't know if I would say that they're low. Are they low? Would y'all consider that low sugar? I mean, I wouldn't say that they're like, we talked about this way earlier in stream, but like, they're not necessarily like, they're still cookies. They're still visibly and physically cookies. For that amount, you would? Okay. The thing is, they have a lot of butter, like a ton of butter. So they have a cup and a half of butter and a cup of sugar. So they have 2.5 cups of flour, a cup of cornmeal, a cup and a half of butter, like a half teaspoon of salt, a cup of sugar, vanilla extract, black pepper, and rosemary. So they're much more aligned, like flavor-wise, to like a savory sort of hard biscuit. They're still distinctly sweet though. Like they're not a cookie. They are called cookies. They look like cookies, and they're different. They're a little different. They're good. Listen, Gwen came in like a tea biscuit, totally. I equated them to, they're butter cookies, so they're dry, and they're dry. They're like a very dry, crack in your mouth type of cookie. Definitely like melt in your mouth. They're not chewy. And the recipe, the note on the recipe said that they are better when they age a little bit. So when y'all have these, as they come and hit the mailboxes in the next 5 to 7 days, they should have aged nicely. That was when I was reading the recipe, when I was like, oh, this is, you know, what are we doing this month? That was definitely a selling point, where it was like, you know, these are better when they're a little older. And I was like, okay, cool. That means that, like, because usually you make a cookie and like you want to eat it warm, right? These are butter cookies. So if you're like not familiar with butter cookies, what that could mean, maybe you're familiar with like, what are the Pepperidge Farm Chessmen? The Chessmen cookies, I think, are butter cookies. Any of those like cookies that come in a blue tin, the ubiquitous like Danish blue cookie tin, those are all butter cookies. Cornbread is technically a cake, but it's definitely not a cake. Right, and these are, I mean, these would be like, you know, similar, but like if you added a, you know, if the cornbread was relatively sweet, I guess is sort of how I would think about it. I mean, these are definitely cookies. Like, I'm not gonna like say that they're not. Also, I mean, I'm topping them with sugar. Like, I'm sprinkling additional sugar on the top of them, so they're probably a 1/4 teaspoon of sugar on top of each of them, in addition to fresh cracked black pepper. Let us pretend they're healthy because of low sugar. Sure, you do. Butter cookies are different than shortbread cookies. Yeah. Are Chessmen shortbread cookies? I think so, but Liz, I could not articulate what the difference is. And no, the black pepper is both on top and in the dough. So the dough itself has, in an entire batch, it has 2 teaspoons of pepper, which like is a pretty substantial amount of pepper in terms of like flavor. But I would say that there's more on the top than there is in each of these cookies. Just like there's probably more sugar on the top than there is in each particular cookie. But we're finishing the tray. I'm gonna finish this and then roll a few more until I'm done in the oven. Marianne, welcome in. So here's what these look like from a just prepared perspective. They're pretty small. I mean, like, you know, it's a pretty small cookie, and they don't expand much past that. They only get like that big on the tray. So they look good. And I was starting to say this earlier, regarding like taste, but like, you know, Gwen came in and had 2. Gave me the like, the suspect look, right? But then she came back and grabbed another one, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now I should have enough now for Cookie Club, because I've got 15, 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15. Yeah, I have 30 sitting in the oven and on top of the oven, plus what's on this tray. So I already have enough for our Cookie Club. So that's good. And I'm going to go ahead and just, I'm going to go ahead and roll the rest of these. I don't know if these are, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to roll these out. I'm going to start putting these on this tray. Because I like when I can get when I can take them from here to here and shape them right away. I think that's helpful, because before for the first couple rounds, I put them on the tray and I pressed them later. I think when I can sort of do everything at once, it's a little bit easier. Darla, on YouTube, thank you. Look like yummy cookies, you said. They are. They do look it, and they taste it too. I can confirm from my own tasting experience of recent that they are in fact tasty. Okay, timer's going off. Let's take those out of the oven. I'm going to take these out. We're going to pop these next ones right in. So we're not gonna waste any oven time at all. Put these on the counter to cool. Let's start both my timers. I have 2 timers going. One of them is to rotate the tray, and the other one is the full time. Now that I know I have enough cookies, what I think I'm going to do here is I have some dough that's still good. I don't know if these will freeze in a ball state very well. So what I'm going to do is bake them. I'm going to bake these off, and I may just give some more of these away too. Calvin's had, what do we have coming up? We'll probably see, there's going to be opportunities to give people cookies coming up, and honestly, if I just freeze them, I'd rather sort of freeze them as finished state cookies than these cookie balls, because I feel like if I try to freeze the dough, it's gonna end up being like dry and flaky when I try to rehydrate it, or when I try to thaw it to bake. I don't really want that. So we're just going to keep working here. Did I start my timer? I did. Y'all, I've done really well with the timer today. I'm proud of myself for remembering the timer. That's it. Just remembering to start the timer while I'm baking. It's the little things, but sometimes I don't do that. And if you've hung out with me long enough, you'll definitely know that it is frustrating when that doesn't happen sometimes, because then I'm like, how long was it in the oven for? And when you're sort of, I don't really look at the clock when I'm streaming all that often, because it's just, I'm less concerned about the time. So remembering to set the timer is always feels like a win. A silly one, but I'll take it. Okay, I need, these are 20-gram cookies. Perfect. See, now I'm getting, I've been incorporating some of the top dough that's a little stackier, and some of the more flaky dough that has fallen to the bottom of the bowl. So I feel like I'm doing a good job grabbing like a pinch of the flaky dough and then a pinch of the tacky dough. And that's been the process so far. That first round, those cookies, the ones that came out second, or the ones that came out last, that was just the drier dough, are like noticeably different in size. They just didn't spread as much. Baker says, don't sell yourself short. A win is a win. I agree. You're right. I appreciate the perspective. I think, you know, we are often our own worst critic. We meaning me. And maybe you. Yeah, see that one was like all dry dough and it sort of just fell apart. So interesting. But now that I'm sort of getting, I want to just keep rotating trays into the oven at this point. I don't want to wait. So I'm going in on these other less good trays. But I mean, they're the same brand tray, and they're the same brand silicone mat, so should roughly be about the same. We'll see. Okay. Great. And then the last batch, I did add a little bit of water to. I don't know if that helped. I don't think it helped. I think it just sort of, I don't know. They're dry cookies to begin with, so having this little dough a little bit dry is, I guess, maybe not a bad thing. Who's to say? All right, let's get this tray going. Now those cookies that are over there currently have absolutely cooled off enough to package, I would say. They've just been sitting here. This is the like final tray. They've just been sitting there for a while. I think the first tray came out of the oven a while ago. So I feel good that as soon as I get the last of this batch trayed up, I'll be ready to start packaging. Once we start packaging, and once we're finished packaging, we're gonna turn our attention to, what should we do? We should make popcorn. We definitely need to make popcorn. While I'm making popcorn, I'm gonna get dinner together, and then we'll make dinner. I don't know what dinner is. I think I have a plan for dinner. But if I'm being real honest, I don't actually know. I have to look at my notebook and see what I said I was going to do. And if that's something I still want to do, I think I remember saying something about fried zucchini, but we are not battering and frying zucchini on stream today. That I can absolutely confirm. That's not happening. I may just do like a pan fry for some zucchini. That is an option on the table. Slinka, welcome in. Hello. Mako, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday, y'all. It is Wednesday. Okay. Every once in a while, I'm like, is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday. We're right. Look at that. We're like finished. Oh, I can fit more on here. What am I doing? I can fit plenty more on this little rack. Great. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Okay. Now I just need to remember not to... I need to remember to start packaging from this side of the tray, which is the cool side of the tray. All right, let's get this pan wiped. Not wiping between cookies. I'm just scraping the salt and pepper off of them. No actual cleaning is happening. Okay, sorry. I'm like checking, do I have anything in the oven? Oh, I think we're gonna have to get a package at the door in a second. Maybe. It's delivery day for some reason. It's funny, like all the packages that come to the house come at all on the same day, no matter when you order. What could it be? More cat shelves? Who's to say? All right, these are. I think this is going to be my last tray here. I might end up with like one more, but we'll see. Yeah, I think tonight might be a pasta night. Which, if you've hung out on stream before, you probably know what I'm meaning. But when I say pasta night, what that usually entails is I put a big pot of water on the stove, bring that to boil, and prepare a bunch of stuff to go in it. I feel like that's probably maybe what I had in mind. Often, one of the things I love doing, which we're probably not going to do on stream today, because I'm also going to be making popcorn at the same time. But my favorite, occasionally someone will come into chat and be like, "What's your favorite food?" And I struggle with that because I just love all of it. But one of the things that I do love doing from a process perspective is just what I described, which is putting a large pot of water on the stove. And in the time it takes for that water to boil and cook pasta, I like figuring out what's going in that pasta and then like prepping as much as I can only during that time. Like not extending my prep period past when the pasta is finished. It's a little fun. It's a fun little challenge. Naka, how are you holding up in the heat? Are you still out and about? I was waiting for fart sounds at the end of that one. Wow, guys. Liz, today is probably rigatoni. I think that's what's in there. If not rigatoni, then it's going to be spaghetti. Because if there's no rigatoni, then I think we would have to default to spaghetti. Not everything is fair. I just like the Zelda one. The Zelda one gets me because then it's like, you know, it's like this pleasant Zelda sound, and then there's a big. Oh my. Yeah, we need to make popcorn and we need to package cookies, make popcorn, make dinner before 7 p.m. Eastern time. Reference point. It's 17:04 for me. That's 5:04 p.m. So we got a bit to do left. I usually make the popcorn first, but I wanted to get the cookies done today before the popcorn. Not that I do anything with the popcorn on stream, but these cookies had a specific note on them that they need to cool. They need to have time to cool, which is, you know, that's true. They need to have time to cool, so we're making them first, giving them the time, and then I think they're just about ready. They are just about ready to package at this point, which is great. And yeah, I have just enough dough in here to, I'm not going to need another tray. This is going to be the last tray. So I've got this tray here. I've got a tray in the oven that has 2 minutes left. I have a tray ready to go on top of the oven. So basically, as soon as I'm finished rolling this, we're going to wrap this portion of stream and move to the next. Exciting. I know. It's exciting for me too. Nobody in chat said it was exciting. I said that in my own head. I was like, that's exciting, Lou. And I was like, yeah, it is. I agree with myself. Yeah, as it gets towards the bottom and is like rather flaky, it has a hard time holding together. Okay.
Now we're going to do something extremely fun. We're going to play a wonderful game called Who is My Daddy and What Does He Do?
The movie's so good. Have I made paper thin see-through cookies? No. What kind of cookies are those? You mean like pizzelles? That type of cookie where you have to have it like on an iron? Like the really lacy ones? I have not. That's not true. I've never made them on stream. I've made them on... When did I make this? I made this when I was a kid. My dad made those at one point. And I remember like being around for them being made, but I've never actually made them myself. I think that's what you're talking about. Jamie, welcome in. Thank you for your tier 2 resub. I appreciate you. I do. Tier 2 means that every single month your entries to Cookie Club get doubled. So every subscription, every tier 2 subscription gets doubled entries to Cookie Club, which really enhances your chances of winning quite a bit. I'm not going to lie. Okay, this is the last one. Here we go. We've just got like a little shake left in this bowl. Not enough for another cookie. So we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it be. All these cookies that I'm making right now are pretty much for the house. Because all the other ones are. Oh my god. Big hamster dance vibes on that one. If you heard me hum that sound, you probably need an adult multivitamin in your life. And it's probably pretty important. Hamster Dance is based off of a real song called Whistle Stop, which may itself be based off of some other song. I don't really know. Okay. Cookies in the oven are finished. Let's get those out. We'll get the next one in. And we'll keep it moving. Okay, these look beautiful. Start. Okay, timer is going. Last tray of cookies is ready to go in the oven. This This is a good time for a words on stream break. It is 10 minutes after the hour, and I need to clean up a little bit. So here's what we're gonna do. Tucson says the Moravian cookies are rolled paper thin. Interesting. Important for maximizing the number of cookies that could be produced from a batch of dough. I too like to maximize the number of cookies that I can get. It's usually why I make at least one whole extra batch while we are doing Cookie Club. Italian wedding cookies. I have a good recipe for those. Italian wedding cookies are similar. They're butter cookies too, right? Okay, if you're new to stream, every hour we do 3 minutes worth of ads and we play 2 games of words on stream. I'm gonna kick that off right now. Here comes some words. Powdered sugar is amazing. I love powdered sugar Falgeist. Recipes that have powdered sugar on the cookies are fantastic. We're gonna start a game of words on stream. We're gonna start a 3-minute ad on Twitch. I would encourage you to go subscribe on YouTube, and then you can hear me live there rambling during the ad break. All right, we'll be right back. Get a drink, stand up and stretch. Do whatever you need to take care of yourself. Here comes 3 minutes worth of ads, and see you in a moment. Okay, bye.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials
All
I
right,
Hate.
clean up, clean up. Everybody, everywhere. Clean up, except it's me just doing that in my kitchen. Something. All right. Get the sink clear. Get dishwasher loaded. And then sink is clear. Dishwasher is up to date. Up to date. Dishwasher is also loaded and ready to go. Those are good. Whoa, is that a board? Felt like timing it might have been. Yeah, it was. Very nice. Good work. That's a couple today. Is that more than usual? Do we feel like we've had more boards than usual today? Sometimes we get like a ton. Sometimes it, like every... There's been days where we've like only missed one, which I find personally just incredibly what's the word I'm searching for? Impressive. Okay, cleaning off the counter here. What do we got? Sprinkles go back. This can go with the salt. Good girl. Cookies are good. Okay, we need to transition to popcorn and dinner. I'm going to do that. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate you sticking it out with us while we're waiting for Big Daddy Bezos to earn his money. more of his money. All right. Wait, how do I go back? He's gonna need more of it when he he'll need more money for the next wedding, so we got to keep running ads. Let me scroll back up. I saw some hellos. Jamie, I'm too blind to do this on my phone. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother. Handabar, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. Megan, good to see you. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Watched a Kit Kat ad, Tucson. That's cute. Does Kit Kat need advertising? What would top Venice? I don't know. It's gonna clear cut 5 acres of the rainforest and just build a grotto or some shit. Green tea Kit Kats. Joel Dusky, I had my partner went to Japan last summer and came back with a bunch of different types of Kit Kats, and I think was it the matcha? Are we thinking, is it green tea and matcha? Are they the same thing? Matcha ones were really good. I liked those. Hey, we're at 5 hours and plus on stream. How's my battery doing on this mic? Oh, I'm in the red. It's gonna die at some point. Time out. Okay, I'm gonna need to rotate these cookies in like 30 seconds. We're just gonna wait.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry.
How many times can we play this during stream? I forget.
Sorry.
I think 3
Daddy, sorry.
max.
Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
There it is. All right, I'm gonna rotate these cookies now. Let's just rotate them now, because what's the harm? And then we can take these off of the tray. Perfect. They do taste similar, Jill Dusty says. Yeah, matcha is a type of green tea. It's not the same as a regular green tea Kit Kats. Okay. I guess I know that green tea and matcha are not the same thing, like IRL. I think I was asking, are they the same thing in Kit Kats? It doesn't quite matcha up. That was a good one. I'll give you that one. You get that one. That was quality. That one was quality. Okay, we are taking cookies off the tray so that I can take the tray off the counter. Great. I need to actually use this other wire rack. And yay, we're finished for now. Our cookie. Damn, I was saying we're gonna have pasta tonight, and now here's me remembering that we had pasta last night for dinner. We're gonna have pasta again. Maybe. Likely. Likely. Okay. Well, counter is looking good. Cookies are ready to package. Let's do this. We're gonna package. I'm gonna package and popcorn at the same time, because if I start making dinner, I'm gonna have vegetables on the counter. I need to like finish the cookie process. So I keep saying popcorn. Hey Lou, why do you keep talking about popcorn? I thought you were making cookies. I am. Glad you asked. We package things in popcorn. So when you get a box from Cookie Club, looks like this. Your address here. And it'll say something like this on the side, popcorn inside. What I do is I put the cookies in their vacuum seal in here, and then I fill it with popcorn, as a packing material instead of like, you know, any other stuff. What else could you put in there? Newspaper, sawdust. Sawdust? No. Sawdust would be bad. That was a terrible thing. Anyway, I use popcorn. It's a nice more eco-friendly packing material. So we make popcorn. I'm gonna put that in a big bowl, in the huge bowl back here on the counter. I'm gonna basically fill that up. And then I'm gonna fill up the other bowl too, because more. I usually have some leftover popcorn from previous months, and I don't this time around. So I will not have that to fall back on. The Kit Kat matcha and the green tea Kit Kats are not the same thing. Okay. So one uses matcha powder, the other one uses green tea powder, green tea ingredients. Okay, cool. That's good to know. I think then I had the matcha ones maybe, and not the green tea ones. But I would like to try them. I would definitely try them. Buttered popcorn sugar cookies. Oh, we didn't do a popcorn cookie. I considered doing it one month. There was one that I considered that had like popcorn on the top. And popcorn inside and address labels. Jamie, my friend Drew, is constantly telling me about he like resells stuff on eBay. He's like he's one of those eBay resellers, and he's always telling me, he's like, do you want to come over and like, bring your addresses and do all of the labels like on my thing. He's like, I can label them and I can like do your postage. I can do all of it. He's like, I can do all of it and it'll be cheaper. And every single month, I just don't. Because what happens is, like, I address the boxes like the night before. Like last night, I was just sitting on the couch addressing the boxes. Like, I don't think about it far enough in advance. I would need more like lead time to do that. But he does always offer, and I totally could. Booty shorts and a cute little tank top. Hey, whatever you want. It's it's like a public school. You can wear what you want, and we will support you. Although it doesn't sound like that outfit has much support, which is also fine too. Let's get our like process here. Does he live in the same city? He does. We both live in Philadelphia. Yeah, we both live in Philly. So I could do that, but then I'd have to like go to his house to do things. And like I just sat on the couch and did it by hand last night. So it would be less I would have to plan farther ahead. And I think functionally I would also have to know all of the details of like who is getting cookies and what that address is, etc. Farther ahead than I usually do. So that would be a challenge, because I would have to be more prepared than I typically am. And it's not to say I'm not prepared. My cadence would have to back up a little bit, right? We'd have to do the drawing. If I was going to take stuff to his house, we'd have to do the drawing, and then I would need like a notification period and then like more time to sort of make all of that happen. No spaghetti straps because it distracts Jesus, right? And at the school dance, we have to like leave room for the Lord too, right? How about he comes to you? I mean, he could. That would be an option. I didn't actually think to ask. I didn't think to ask if he'd be willing to do that. I could. Ways to avoid writing. Jamie, yeah. I just don't have good handwriting. I have to focus when I like want to make things legible, like nice and legible. And I definitely agree with you. The strawberry cookies, the strawberry jam cookies, if it wasn't for the overnight rest, that's what we would have had this month for sure. And that's what when I say that I want to try to, I'd like at least once or twice. At some point, I'd like to try to do a longer form cookie like that, and I'd have to plan for it. Yeah, rigatoni. We do. We all great. I just panicked for a second before I realized that I had this whole other thing of popcorn down here. Oh, feeling good. I'm feeling great right now, actually. I'm going to use the rest of this, so let's do, what we do is, hold on, let me move the camera. I'll move the camera and I'll put it over the popcorn pot, so that it will be a nice little visual treat. Maybe, or maybe it won't matter. Where's that camera? Wait. That's the one. Now we have the overhead view of the counter and the popcorn. Great. Let's take that a little closer in. And we have a little bit of vegetable oil. A little bit of vegetable oil. Just a touch, not a ton. And then a couple kernels. Let's do 4. And turn that on to medium low. And we let this heat up just like that until it pops, until there is a distinct, until all 3 of those kernels have popped. And then we will add about a little more than a 1/4 cup of popcorn in there. And this is a pretty heavy bottom pot. So I'll have the residual heat here carries over. So like once the pot is hot, once the pot is hot, it will be pretty turn and burn as it stays hot. All right, cookies come out of the oven. These are there. We have the last tray of cookies in the oven. Timer start. Flower guys, thank you for your tip. I appreciate you. For every $5 tip, every $5 worth of tip is 2 Cookie Club entries. Why is it 2, Lou? Well, because when you subscribe, that's 1 entry, but I only see $2 plus of that. When you tip, I see 100% of it. So it's really like subscribing twice. So you have manifested 2 entries plus your subscription for the month, which is 3 bits, every 500 bits entries as well. So there's a lot of ways that one might enter Cookie Club, and I appreciate the manifestation. Okay, let's package some cookies now while we're working on popcorn. So we're going to work on popcorn and work on cookie packages. When those 2 things are finished, we'll be finished with Cookie Club. Let me wash my hands. We'll be finished with the work that we're doing for Cookie Club on stream today, because the other thing, the next step is to package the cookies into the boxes, which I have already labeled. Everything's finished. The boxes are ready. The little packages that go inside are ready, and the addresses are on the boxes, which is why we can't do that on stream, because they have people's addresses on them, and that would be irresponsible of me. So we're not going to do that part on stream. So once we're finished the packaging, we'll be packaging a popcorn will be ready to turn our attention to dinner. Okay, and I need a towel for the popcorn pot. So I'm just like, everything's just a process. Shocking, I know, but there's a process for every little aspect of what we're doing. So I've got my, on the counter over here, I've got my popcorn ready. I've got my oil. I have chopsticks to pull the little first pieces out. I have the bigger bowl on the counter, ready to receive the popcorn, and I have a towel to wipe the pot out after we dump the popcorn. So now I can put gloves on. With 40 minutes left until the next ad auto runs. So this is good. This is good. We're in a good spot time wise. It is 17:30. That's 5:30 p.m. here. I want to have dinner finished and ready to go, ready to eat by 1900 hours. So an hour and a half from now, I'd like to have dinner ready. No, I'm not going to put a pot of water on the stove just yet, he says foolishly. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You know why I am? Because this is the type of statement that will absolutely come back, and I'll think about it later and be like, you know, you could have very easily put that pot of water on the stove when you thought about it, and you didn't, and now it's not boiling, and it's 7 o'clock, and you don't have anything to show for any of it, and blah, blah, blah. And all that negative self-talk will come in, and we don't want that, so we're just going to do the thing that we know we need to do, and put a pot of water on the stove right now to boil, that it's ready when I need it. Got it? Cool. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. It's good to see you. These gloves are clean and brand new, and I just took them off so I could move the dirty cast iron stuff off the stove. Okay, those are ready. Water. We're working. Okay. Once once that popcorn starts going, and once I start doing this, I don't want to stop until I'm finished. So that's the vibe. Actually, I don't want to stop doing this until I'm finished. I don't really care if I have to stop the popcorn for a second. That part's okay. Okay, we're gonna put that, we're gonna turn that on, and then I'm gonna dump a bunch of salt into there. Now, and let's let that come to a boil. And now, I think we can get started. So this is, yeah, popcorn's looking good. I just you got to get the thing with the popcorn is you want to make it slow. Like if you heat it too quick, it gets, the kernels are small. The kernels are like too small to, they pop. I think this is my assumption. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm assuming that I'm assuming that when you heat it slowly, that the pressure builds up and it pops more, which makes the popcorn actually bigger. Oh, hell yeah. These cookies also seal really well because they're dry. They're like solid, firm cookies. And so that, yeah, that makes these real easy to seal. I don't have to think about it too much. They're just, I don't have to let off the pressure. However, I tried to make colored popcorn or these giant popcorn kernels, mushroom kernels. No, I haven't. No, I have not. Is colored popcorn a thing that you do with food coloring, or is that a specific type of popcorn? Is it a separate type of corn, or do you color regular corn via a process? I am like deeply unfamiliar with all of it, so I have no idea. I'm genuinely asking, and if you don't know, that's fine too. I'm just curious. Beautiful. Okay. I'm gonna rotate those cookies in the oven just the moment this finishes sealing. Beautiful. Okay. Cookie rotates. Cookie what? And go. Last 7 minutes worth of cookies in the oven today. Beautiful. These turned out really, really well. Again, they're not all the exact same size or the exact same shape, but they taste great and they are the same volume. So I don't really care. Generally, these are pretty easy to make too. I think the recipe, as I was reading it at the beginning of stream and like before, it read more complicated than it actually was. So I think that was a bit of a relief. I was sort of expecting this to be maybe a bit not longer, but a bit more complicated with having to chill the dough quite a bit. Tatsu says, I think you color the kernel with dyes, probably gel. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I bet you. It's funny. There's some stores. I'm thinking of Country Junction in Pennsylvania. It is the world's largest general store. I'm thinking of Country Junction. I know that they have like a whole shelf, a whole section of just like popcorn related stuff. And I bet you can get all sorts of like kernels and such there. And yeah, if it was a liquid dye, I do imagine that it would be like, it would just burn in the pot. It's definitely something that you put in while you're cooking it though. It would have to be, because otherwise it would make things too wet. Okay, we got one more kernel to pop in there before that is hot to go. Come on, cookie wheel. There we go. I can't wait to look at my notebook and see what I was actually planning on making for dinner tonight. I forget what it was. I'm pretty sure it was fried zucchini and something else. Which we're still going to use zucchini tonight, and we're still going to do, I think zucchini and corn pasta is my goal here. Okay, let's, I don't think that kernel's going to go. I think that last one is just done. This is the part where I take the lid off the pot and it shoots up. Oh no, it did. It popped. Okay, I just didn't see it. I didn't hear it when it happened. Okay, so we're just taking these out. I'm tossing these because these are super greasy because they're just sitting in grease. Now we're going to take and pour our popping kernels in. I'm going to give the pot a shake. Put the lid back on. I'm going to pour my next thing of kernels out so that I'm ready for the next pot. They're super greasy because they're sitting in grease. Well, they're just, you know, they're like, I'm using the same amount of grease, but these, there's lots of them in the pot now. They've just been, those ones had just more exposure, I guess is what I meant. More exposure to the grease. Okay, those look good. Let's keep going with the cookies. Once those start popping, I'm gonna go over to the stove and give that pot a shake. I don't know if you can hear Daisy on the if Daisy's being picked up on the microphone. I was talking about Daisy having gone deaf earlier on stream, which, if you weren't here for that, news update. Daisy is deaf. She's been going deaf for a while, and like the signs were all there, but we didn't really like notice it because she's just kind of a weirdo in general, and I don't like call her for much. There's not a lot that I need to rely on her being able to hear for. Anyway, Gwen noticed this, or said this earlier yesterday to me, but her bark sounds different now because she can't hear herself bark. And so her voice is weird. Tatsu, she will be 13 this fall. She is a pit bull, so they generally live about 12, 13-ish years. So she is elderly in dog. I don't know what she's doing, Baker. She's upstairs. Does her bark sound it sounds different, Fall Guys. I mean, I know what you're saying, and I don't know, like, no, it doesn't sound like if someone who is deaf when they're speaking, you know, there's no like tonality. There's no like similar tonality. It just sounds different. I can't describe the difference. Gwen said that it was sharper. Her voice. Yeah, her voice is like sharper. Less. I don't know if it's less clarity, but she definitely just, it's a distinct tonal change from what her bark used to sound like. Okay, those cookies are finished in the oven. What? Yeah, it was there all day. It was there all day. It'll be there tomorrow. Okay.
What's dinner?
Pasta. I think. Yeah, pasta with a zucchini and corn, I think, is going to be dinner. And maybe some like herbs or some other stuffs in there like that. Oh, we got a pop. Should be getting more into the popping.
Now, come on.
All right, we're continuing the bag. Once that starts popping aggressively, I'm going to stop sealing cookies so I can keep that pot kind of moving, so the kernels drop to the bottom. Yeah, I don't know what she can hear. I don't know what she can hear now, if anything, but she's definitely got a different vibe. I'm going to beat the floor with his paws. That's cool. I know that she feels vibrations in the house because, like, when Gwen and Calvin were coming home, before they got into the house, she was in the kitchen and she went downstairs. Like, she knew that that's what was happening. She was aware that they were home. Here we go. The thing is that, like, she's kind of like a treat monster, generally speaking. So, yes, Daisy. And she also, like, she just barks at her bowl, sort of no matter what. Whenever. So, like, we honestly haven't really noticed, but, like, it was really apparent on 4th of July, and, like, I was calling her the other day, and she was right next to me, and she did not turn her head, and I was like, that's when I sort of started to notice, or, like, noticed, and I was like, oh, wait, she's not responsive at all. Does she get walksies? Tatsu, she does. We haven't done a lot of that recently because it's been so unbearably hot outside. She also recently, it's in like the past year or two, has sort of not been interested in walking. Like, she's interested, but she doesn't want to go very far. She just sort of wants to walk around the block and then be done. Goodbye! Okay, this pot looks good. So let's, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna turn the stove off. We're gonna take this pot, dump it into the bowl. All right, that's pretty much stopped. Okay, I'm gonna dump this into the bowl. I'll wipe the pot out with that same towel. Put that back on the stove. Turn the stove back to exactly where it was. Put vegetable oil in here. Another round. Make sure that's coated. Burner's on. Turn it so that the handle's not facing out over the floor. And now, keep going with cookies. Yeah, she gets more walks in the school year, generally speaking, because we walk Calvin to school. So there's definitely a lot more of that. In the summer, she, like, when I try to take her out, sometimes she does this thing where, like, I know that she doesn't really want to move because she will stop moving and, like, sniff. She'll just sniff everything, like, everything. And it's like, you are not interested in all of these things, like, guaranteed. Like, what do you know, like, you just don't want to move. And then in the past, I'll be like, okay, do you want to go home? And she just immediately turns towards the house. So I know that she's hit that point. She's definitely hit the point of slowing down a ton. Okay. I don't know how long those cookies have been in the oven, but they're finished. I forgot about them. I didn't set a timer. And I'm pretty sure I didn't rotate those either, but that's okay. They're done. Great. Let's turn the oven off. Now that popcorn is starting up. So yeah, once the popcorn pot is hot, it's like relatively quick. You use a heavy bottom pot so that it maintains the heat, and then it kicks that oil, the fresh oil, up. to temp real quick. Alrighty. We're doing great. About 20 some minutes until Twitch is going to want to break. I feel like this is good. The timing is good. We're going to have about an hour to make dinner, which is I say easy. If you've hung out here before, you know that may not be true always. An hour is plenty in a vacuum. An hour goes by quick on stream, though. At least for me, it does. And listen, if you're here for more than an hour, thanks, appreciate you. We've done pretty well today. I'm proud of the progress, and more to the point, I think today I'm happy with the way that I organized myself and the work that had to happen so that everything had like its place in the process. Usually I do popcorn in bags first. I wanted to sort of take a little different approach. So I feel good. Feeling really, really good today, generally speaking. And as soon as these are finished, we're going to make dinner as quick as possible. You know what? I might actually leave the oven on. I might take one of these sheet pans that's been used already and toss the zucchini on there. And just I'm going to cut it and toss it right in the oven. Because otherwise I'm going to need to like pan fry it or something. And I don't think that I want to do that. I think I can just roast it for a little bit. It doesn't need to I don't need the zucchini to maintain its structural integrity for dinner, for lack of a better term. Like if it falls apart, I don't really care. I just want it to be mixed in. I just want there to be vegetables in dinner. Like that's really all I ever want. Vegetable forward family meals. So I'm just trying to think of make things a little easier. If I do the zucchini in there, I can put the zucchini on a sheet pan. While the zucchini is cooking, I can put corn on I can cut the corn off the cob, toss that with some olive oil, and then put that on the sheet pan as well. And then I'll just dump all of that into a big pot. Yeah, then I'll just dump all that into a big pot. Okay, we have a plan. I have the concepts of a plan. Anyway, let's see if we get there. We'll see if we get there. Popcorn's coming along. Bags are looking good. I do love a big one-pot meal. I'm thinking about the sheet pans and how they're already dirty and how I can just use those again. Because I don't really, again, this is just dinner for the family. And, you know, if the sheet pans have a little extra cookie residue on them that goes on the bottom of the zucchini, like, I don't really care. It'll be fine. It's already seasoned with pepper and rosemary, so like we're doing good. We're doing good otherwise. Got a big pile of cookies over there coming along. Last one, and then we'll stop and pay attention to the popcorn directly for just a moment. So when I'm out of bags in this pile, you can't even see this pile. Clear plastic pile of plastic bags. When I'm out of bags in this pile, I am finished, and all the other cookies are for the house. This microphone's gonna die. This microphone's gonna die in the next 10 minutes. Calling it right now. So it only has about a six hour lifespan. All right, those are good. There's the towel. All right, turn the burner off. Popcorn's looking good. Into the big bowl, bigger bowl. Back on the stove. Burner back on. Vegetable oil in. Popcorn in. Give it a shake. Give it a little nudge so that it spreads out as thin as possible. Lid goes back on. Continue with the cookies. Alrighty. How many bags do I have left over here? Less than 10. Less than 10 bags. Pretty good. The old school popcorn and kettle maker machine. I believe it. All that grease. Like burnt on stuff. The popcorn, this is funny. The popcorn pot that I'm using is like, it's such a process. Everything is just like an easy, like I know exactly how to make popcorn in this pot. I would bet you I would struggle making popcorn in a different pot. I'm thinking about it and I'm like, what would happen if I needed to use a different pot? Well, the icy machine. Seriously. It's like a thing that as a customer, I don't think you think about all that much. I think about that though, having like been in a kitchen before and like had to clean stuff like that. I definitely think about that. I think about it when I go to the frozen yogurt place, the like serve your own frozen yogurt thing, and I'm like, when was the last time they fully flushed this machine? Probably recently, I'm guessing, but like maybe not. I remember when I used to drink and go to like, there was some bars that you would go to and you just know that they didn't clean the thing very, very frequently because it like tasted awful and you're like, oh, they don't pay them enough to wash those machines. No. I used to hate cleaning out the grease trap. That was just disgusting. That was worse than anything. Although the grease trap was nice because you could like take it outside and just spray it with the hose. At least where I worked, you could. There was like an outside area, like a dish pit type of area. Yuck. Yuck! Popcorn's coming along. Cookies are coming along. All right, we're almost there. We're almost finished the packaging. And then, as I said, we're going to turn our attention to dinner, which shouldn't take all that long. Hopefully. I like having the popcorn in this little window right here because I can actually see it instead of just like worrying about it without knowing. It burns quick. 1, 2, 3 more bags. 3 more bags. My pasta water is just about to boil. Fantastic. I think what I can do... Oh, you know what? No, Luke, don't do it. Don't do it. I was just about to say, you know what I could do? I should make some pesto today. I've got a bunch of basil. Good. I might. Because that would actually be really good. And pesto is really easy. I have an hour. And I did buy basil this week, specifically to make pesto. So maybe I will, instead of sauce. Because I was just sitting here thinking, like, what sauce am I going to make? I don't know. All right, popcorn is looking right. Here it is. Oh, I didn't turn the burner off. Oh no, camera. Damn. If I melt this camera, I would be mad. I would legitimately be angry if I melted this one. Mainly because this is a better camera than the one I used to have here. This might start popping before I even put the lid back on. Jesus. Hope not. It shouldn't. I'm going to turn the heat down on that because it's a little bit toasty back there. Okay. We have 2 bags left, so this is it. This is the last of the cookies. 2 bags. We'll finish the popcorn. The popcorn's just going to be an ongoing process until the bigger bowl, until both of those bowls over there are full. I'm realizing that I don't think I had Parmesan, so I don't know if I could make pesto. I could make a pesto without Parmesan. I might have Parmesan. I don't know. I haven't looked in a while. I don't think it goes bad in the amount of time that I would have had it. I know it does. I definitely know that it goes bad. I can speak from experience that Parmesan does get moldy. It just takes a while. And to be fair, it's a hard cheese, so you can just kind of cut that off and move along. Soft cheese? No. Parmesan? Yeah. All right. Come on, get in the middle. There we go. These bags are way too big for the size of these cookies, but that's okay. Let's fold them under in the boxes. Trays of broccoli and cauliflower. Super. Initial smell of broccoli roasting. What is the initial smell of broccoli roasting? What would you say that equates to, Baker? I don't know if I'm familiar. I don't know if I can bring to mind a smell, much less a like negative one. But I believe you. Cookies are packed. Cookies are packed. So, we did it. Cookies were made. Cookies have been packed. I'm going to put the vacuum sealer away because I don't need to do that anymore. Don't need this anymore. And then we'll move on. Starting dinner. Or making dinner. I think I've talked myself into making pesto. Hold on. Did I just break my food processor? No, I just dropped it. Okay. I thought I broke I thought I broke the jug, but I did not. The slightly farty brassica smell. I don't smell much of anything, hardly at all. I have a really terrible sense of smell. So stuff like that doesn't generally even hit me. Okay, let's get the... We'll move this out of the way for now. Let's get the rest of these cookies off of the tray so that I can have something to roast on. So I have a couple trays of cookies, two trays of cookies left. Just great. So 2 batches of this was a good amount of cookie. I think it was the right amount, I would say. And so these that are on this are just the leftover, the rest of the batch. These are for the house. Okay. Let's use this tray. And we did it! Cookie Club! Cookies are done. Cookies are finished. Cooked, packaged, and ready to go. I need to do pack them in the boxes, but they're done. All the hard part is over. The actual box packing takes like 20 minutes. And again, we can't do that on stream because all of the people who are getting them have boxes with their address on them. And we're not gonna even bring those into consideration. Wouldn't even think about it. I feel like that would be a breach of trust, now wouldn't it? I think so. All right, let's wipe the counter off. Before I start dinner, let me move this big pile of packaged cookies over to the table. Here we go. You want to see all the cookies? Here they are. Here are this month's cookies for Cookie Club, all ready to go. Quite a few of them. Well, all right. So, next stop for these is boxes. Let's sit them next to the boxes. These can go here, and now. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break because it is just about a little after the top of the hour. I'm going to play a game of words on stream. I can't believe it's been another hour already. When we come back, we're going to hit dinner hard. We're going to roast some zucchini. We're going to roast some corn. We're going to make some pesto. We're going to put it all in this pot right here after making the pasta. And that's just going to be dinner. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Let me dump out... Almost. No, not quite. Let me finish this round of popcorn first, actually. Finish this round of popcorn. I need another drink. Beverage. No, but enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. All cleaned up. How long did that take? 2 hours ago, Chef Nova Knows Nothing rated. 2 hours later, finally finished cleaning. I know exactly what that's like. There's a reason that during these 3-minute breaks, I insist on doing dishes and sink management. Took a shower too? Okay, but you did the thorough thing. You did the whole thorough thing, which I love. Ratatouille, welcome. I had 3 peaches last night for a snack. It was so good. Last little bit here. Do I want to make the pasta yet? No, I do not. I don't want to make the pasta yet. Because it'll be too cool. chili and pico de gallo. I love pico de gallo. I would eat pico de gallo. What words am I trying to say? I would eat and have eaten pico de gallo just with a spoon. It's so good. Cyber, you're eating a peach right now. I hope it's amazing. It is peach season after all, and peaches are kind of the best. Calvin doesn't really like them, and I'm like, why? What's wrong with you? It's always kind of, I'm always a little bit shocked when he doesn't like something, because it messes with my sense of like what's good and not good.
I'm in danger. You're gonna be popular.
Took 6 minutes longer than I thought. Okay, we'll be back in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to play a game of words on stream. I'm going to triage the dishes in the sink, and we'll be right back. Here comes an ad. Here comes your words on stream game. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I know, so for peach season is here currently, and I am like elated. It's so good. They're very much my favorite. We have, I can put this recipe away because I don't need it. What was I planning on making tonight? Roasted potatoes and corn with fried zucchini. That's not what we're doing. Could be. It could be, but I don't think it will be. I don't think I want to roast any potato. I do want to roast some zucchini. So, all right, let's you know, I don't think I can do these dishes. Let's do some other stuff here. Do some other cleanup around the sink. Ooh, that popcorn's going hard in there. Hold on, moving to the stove. There we go. This is just more interesting than watching me walk in and out of the frame. Do I need to do anything else here? I wanted to look for Parmesan. See if I have any Parmesan cheese. I have some cheddar. Do I have Parm in here? No, I don't. We're gonna use, you know what? Put it. We're gonna use dried Parm. No problem. Almost. Just missed by one, right? That was so close. Oh, this one looks... This one looks good, y'all. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We're finishing a little ad break. We are finished an ad break. Now we're finishing a game of words on stream. We'll be back in just a moment. We got 3 4-letter words left to go. I am gonna cycle my popcorn again. We're almost there. I almost have a bigger bowl full of popcorn. Ports, welcome in. Drunken Master with Jackie Tran. Hell yeah. I have not seen that in a long time. I've seen it, but it's been a minute. / 10 years. All right. Next round of popcorn going in. This is a different type of popcorn now, so it may end up popping differently. So if the bot might just take a moment to respond there. I'm not sure. Ratatouille, you want popcorn? This is, what's your favorite popcorn topping? My favorite popcorn topping is Old Bay. Old Bay seasoning. Alrighty, popcorn's going. Let's get our dinner plan together. So Flip, good luck with pickup. Be safe. Be safe out there in the world. I want to turn my oven back on because I want to bake the zucchini in the oven. We're going to set the oven at 400. My initial dinner plan tonight was roasted potatoes and corn with fried zucchini, like pan-fried breaded zucchini. We're not going to do that. I am going to throw some zucchini on a sheet pan. 1, 2, 3. 3 zucchini on a sheet pan. I have corn in there. Hell yeah, I got mushrooms too. I'm gonna throw all that shit on a sheet pan. Let me rinse these off in the in the sink here, because you know they feel just a little sticky, and want to make sure they're all right. Make sure they're clean. Quartz, what's your draw to that genre this time of year? Any particular reason? Sounds like a return to childhood in a nostalgic sort of way, perhaps, is your motivation. I feel like I need a bigger sheet pan. Yeah, I need the bigger sheet pan for this. I have the half sheet pan out, but I'm just literally gonna go ahead and use one of the big sheet pans. We're gonna toss the zucchini on here. We're gonna toss the mushrooms on here. Then we're gonna toss that in the oven. Once that's in the oven, we'll work on the corn. We'll take the corn off of the cob. I'm going to put the corn on that same sheet pan in the oven. We'll just like put it in the middle and spread it out. We'll put the zucchini and the mushrooms on first. Then we'll put the corn. When all of that is on the sheet pan in the oven, we'll make pesto. The pesto is going to go on the pasta. When the pesto is made, we'll put the pasta in the water and let that come to boil. I need to add a little bit more water to my pot here because it's been like boiling and steaming behind me for a while and is has slightly reduced in volume. So I'm gonna just add a little bit back here so that it's back to where I had it. Just below the rivet is where I like the water to be in that particular pot. Okay, popcorn's going. Compost bucket is out. And I'm gonna cut one complete zucchini at a time because often I will trim the thing and then I'll realize I don't need the whole thing or don't want the whole thing. So let's just do one, and if I only end up using do this, and if I only end up using 1 or 2, that'll be okay. I wanted to batter and pan fry this because I've been sort of craving that for a while, but I'm making not an exception, but I'm just doing it a little differently because yeah, because I don't want to do any pan frying today, but I do want the zucchini because I did plan for it today. So I'm cutting it into half moons. I think I am going to end up having one zucchini left over because I think one zucchini per person feels like a lot when there's other stuff going on in here. Although nobody hates leftovers, but I do think that I want to have a good mix of, pasta in here too. I'm only going to make a pound of pasta. So this is going to be a big old bowl of vegetables with like some pasta in it, I think is how this is going to end up. Ports, that sounds really satisfying. I hope you enjoy. I hope they hold up to your impression of them from the past. Popcorn the proper way. Well, yeah, imagine, I don't know, do they even sell microwave popcorn that's unflavored? Unsalted, unflavored, etc. The knife needs some attention. It's doing okay. It hasn't been sharpened in a little while. It's the last time it was sharpened, I did it on stream, and I don't remember when that was. We might do that tomorrow. I'd considered that for tomorrow's stream. If I don't do like some grocery store looking in, or we don't do some IRL stuff, I will likely include that as part of tomorrow's stream. I love that you can hear anything now, though. That's a good thing. You didn't used to be able to hear sounds like on stream. And we didn't used to be able to hear any kitchen sounds on stream, so anything is good. We made some changes, and now we can. I kind of love that. Okay, here we go. Popcorn is looking good. Let's dump. Wipe the pot back on the stove. Vegetable oil. I've stopped measuring the kernels, and we're now just like eyeballing it in the pan. I'm gonna give that a little shimmy, and we're back on the stove, ready for the next one. Give these mushrooms a quick brush. I want to cut these in half before putting them on the pan. So 18:23 my time, about half an hour in the oven. These should be done. That's perfect timing. As long as I get my pasta into the water by 18:45, I should be golden to have this done on time. I'm using the bigger pot that I have for the pasta, so that once that's finished, I can just dump all the vegetables, everything into there, and we'll just combine it back into that same pot. Should be good. Cover the bottom of the pan with one layer of kernels, add all just about half the height. I guess I take a similar approach for it. I don't know if I go with that much oil, but I do, yeah, similar. Just put enough in the bottom of the pan to make it completely covered. And then pop. This is sort of a process. This pan specifically is like, it's such a known process now that once it gets started, it's pretty quick. So I usually, and I did this today, I will slow heat the first round, like really slow, so that the pan builds up heat in the bottom. And then I'll then I'll just take each subsequent round sort of by eyeball. All right, so we have zucchini, we have mushrooms on here. Let's get these oiled, nice and oil. I'm going to put salt, kosher salt, two big generous pinches. I'm going to take the rest of this, some of this pepper that I grated, ground for the cookies, and use that on there. I'm just going to go ahead and toss this all together. I'm going to season it again, and then I'm going to toss it in the oven. Try to get this into a single layer so that it cooks evenly. Would I say the pepper is grateful? I would. That is a joke I would like to make. Or a joke I would make. Didn't make, but appreciate. Your popcorn pot is very stained. Yeah, it's like those kettles, like the kettle for like kettle corn. Whenever I see like homemade kettle corn and you see the actual kettles, it's like, holy crap, what happened here? And then you're like, oh right, time. Let me wash my hands real quick and I can just actually I'm just gonna like toss this together with my hands, because using the spatula is not as productive as I want it to be. I'm not getting the coverage that I would like to have here. Okay. Just mix this all together. Mix together, and single layer. Everything's flat. Oven just beeped. Let me know it's preheated. Again, rinse my hands again, and I'll toss that right in there. Popcorn is going. Next is the corn. We'll throw the corn on that same tray. I'm not going to start a timer for this because it's just there. Because I don't feel like I need to start a timer. Where is wrong drawer, but I found it anyway. Take this and just scrape it off into the sink. Okay. I'm almost finished with the popcorn. The popcorn takes a long time. Like, I started the popcorn when I started bagging the cookies, and that is, we're done now. This popcorn takes a while. Okay, zucchini's done, mushrooms are done, corn. One, two, 3, 4. I just have a bag. I got like a dozen ears of corn. Like a dozen ears of corn in my at the market this week. So got quite a bit. I'm gonna get this peeled and scraped, and then I'm just gonna toss this in a little bowl with some olive oil. I am going to season this in a small bowl, and then we'll pop that right into the same tray. Right onto the same tray in the oven. And when did I say I wanted to put that pasta in by? 1845, 1840. It's 1829 right now, so we got a few minutes. Falgeist, I could appreciate that. This is bicolor corn from New Jersey. No, this isn't from New Jersey. Sorry, this is from the farmer's market. So the market that I usually go to, the place that the vendor there was the one who I got this from. It is local, and it is just fresh this week. And I had some on Sunday, and it was really good. Had some on Monday, and it was really good. Now we're going to have some on Wednesday, and I imagine it will be really good. Didn't I get 5 ears of corn out? Did I? No. I only got 4. Okay, that's fine. 4 is fine. 4 is plenty. That's a lot of corn. Why are they called ears? Because maybe they look like ears on the plant? I'm not sure. I don't know why they're called ears. Does anyone know why they're called ears? Because maybe it looks like the plant has them. That's my guess. My guess is it relates to their appearance. But I have no idea. Because it takes years and years to grow a lot. It does it. I don't know how long it takes to grow a single crop of corn. My understanding was that it was just like one season. Like you could plant it and then it grows. That it's not a long commitment. I know you were making a joke, but I again don't read jokes and took it very literally. And as I was speaking, I was like, oh, I think you're just making a joke. So there's that. All right, let's cut this off and we'll pop that in the oven at the same time. And then we'll work on the pesto as the stuff cooks in the oven. We'll put the pasta in. I'm going to save these cobs though, because these are good for stock. And I can put those right in my stock bag in the freezer. This popcorn is finished. Dusky, I love gnocchi. And if I had gnocchi, that's what we'd be having tonight, because I would just pop that right on the sheet pan instead of doing the thing where I'm cooking it in water. So yeah, I would actually prefer gnocchi for the process I'm doing right now. I'd rather have gnocchi, but I don't. So we're gonna move on. It's not available today. All right. Is it available today? Hold on. I didn't even look. I literally didn't look. I often have gnocchi. And in fact, no, I do not. But often I have like a package of the dry gnocchi somewhere around. You know what's in there? We're gonna do a real bona fide basil pesto, because I just opened the cabinet and realized I had pine nuts in here. We're gonna toast these. We're gonna toast these in the oven right now. I literally didn't realize that those were in there. Let's set a timer for those though, because if I don't, I will burn those. Those will burn immediately. Okay, 2 minutes on that timer. Let's finish with the corn. Popcorn is going. Water is about to boil. Almost there, y'all. You know, this is the slowest elevator in all of Denver. I see. I don't get it either. Oh, guys, I'm really sorry.
No, I don't know what you mean, but I appreciate you.
The term ear of corn comes from the Old English air, which meant the seed-bearing head of a cereal plant. So ear just meant grain head. Noted. I am going to choose to continue to believe that it's because it appears like an ear of the plant. Because the truth is so much more boring in this case. You know how often somebody's like, the truth is so much more interesting. Not always. Not always. This time, it's not. But thanks for the information. Like fox ear, you know, like pointy ears. I don't know. Like animal ears, not human ears. Like a fennec fox, perhaps, with its large ears. All right, corn is lovely. This is gonna get seasoned. Rinse my hands. My timer's about to go off, but that's fine because when I don't need to do anything about that in this moment because I'm gonna put this on the tray in the oven momentarily, and when I open the oven, we will give those pine nuts a shake. All right, salt, a little bit of pepper. Mix. Oh, hold on, I got some strings in here. Time check, 1837. And 3 minutes to put that pasta in. Perfect. Okay, let's open the oven. What do I need to do when I'm in here? Stir my vegetables, shake the pine nuts, put the corn on the tray. Pine nuts are shaken, but not toasted yet. I want to give those another 2 minutes starting now. Vegetable tray. These are looking great. You know, I'm not gonna stir these so much as I'm just gonna pour corn on top of them. And give that a shake. Pop back in. Ooh, that smells good though. Pause. Pine nuts have a timer. They're not going to burn. Popcorn's moving. Clean the counter. Do you need a knife? Yes. Do I need a knife? Yes, I do. No, I don't, because I was going to say I'm going to chop up some fresh herbs, but I'm not, because I'm going to make pesto. So I don't need to chop up fresh herbs. I need to make the pesto. That's what I want to do. Okay, here's the corn, cobs, and my
Daddy?
stock,
Sorry.
stock
Daddy?
bag.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
I guess you can
Daddy,
redeem
sorry.
it more
Daddy,
than once a stream.
Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
The more you know. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost there, y'all. 1839. Time to drop the pasta. We're making rigatoni today. I already salted the water. Popcorn is still going. Okay. Pasta is in. What time do I want to do on the pasta? About 12 minutes. I have a timer that's going for the pasta. I need to check those pine nuts again, because those are going to burn. Bog Guy says, I love breaking shit. This is reasonable. What kind of eldritch abominations? I think I wasn't suggesting that it looked exactly like exactly like an animal, but like, you know, a couple, two little things sticking up off of the top of the corn stalk. Come on. That's an animal looking thing. It's gotta be. I'm gonna bump the heat in my oven because I want that zucchini to cook just a little faster. All right, popcorn's going. We're almost there. Okay, need to make the pesto, and then that'll be the last the last thing that's getting made in any capacity. Pesto has in it, what does pesto have in it? Garlic, basil, hold on. Pesto has garlic, basil, pine nuts, olive oil, cheese. This is fresh cheese. Just ordered that when we're out. What about the bed? Did that get made? Yes, it did. I make my bed every morning. So, cheese. That's it. I think that's really it. All right, how's this popcorn? This popcorn is finished. Do I have a timer for my pasta? I do. That's going. The timer for my pine nuts is not going, so let me check these now. Otherwise, I will forget. Okay. Those are almost there. Popcorn is moving. We're gonna dump, wipe. I got like 2 more pots of popcorn that I want to make. We're almost there. Mix. That's really funny. I like making popcorn at home. Gwen likes popcorn. Here we go. Look, this bowl is full of popcorn. Full. This one's getting there. This bowl is full. We just made all of that. So this is just going to sit over on the table. Okay. Pesto. Pause. Pine nuts. 2 minutes. Those pine nuts are going to be gone. Woo woo. Popcorn daddy. That would be a weird thing to hear out loud, now wouldn't it? How many cloves of garlic should we put in there? That many? That seems right. Oh, lemon juice. Citrus. That's what we want to put in there. And I do need that knife again. I lied to myself. Okay. Mix, it won't happen again. That bowl's over on the table. We might see it later when we wrap at the end of stream, but you'll know. You'll know it's coming. Oh, one got away. It's fine. It's still in its little protective paper, so it's okay. We can still use it. All right, garlic goes in. I'm gonna put the garlic in there. I'm gonna put the pine nuts in there next. Savory Sailor, welcome. How goes it? Good. We're in the manic sort of end of stream thing where I'm trying to make sure that everything gets done by 7 p.m. I've made a lot of cookies today. We packaged all of those cookies. The Cookie Club portion of stream is completely finished, mercifully. We're on to the sort of like quick dinner situation going on. I have zucchini in the oven, I have mushrooms in the oven, I have corn in the oven, and I'm making pesto to put with that. My pasta should be done relatively soon here, and I'm also doing popcorn on the stove for packaging material. Timer's going off. What's that timer for? Timer is for Pine nuts. Timers for pine nuts. Pine nuts are coming out. Pine nuts are finished no matter what state they're in, because I don't want them to be in there anymore. We're going to leave those sit on the counter for like just a few moments while we get a little bit more ingredient in here. So I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil and a little bit of Thunder Spanner. Push the button. Thunder Spanner, you'll be back with us in just a moment. It's only a very quick timeout, but that is how you learn. That button doesn't get pushed very often, but it's always kind of funny when it does. Okay, pause. Vegetables, check. Vegetables look good. How's that zucchini? I have a real thick slice of zucchini here. That's looking solid. I'm going to turn this oven up just a little bit more even and give these just a little zhuzh. Move them around just a touch, just whatever. The vegetables can cook basically all the way up until the very, very, very end, because I'm not doing anything else with them other than putting them in the pot. And I can't do that until the pasta is done and drained and we're like finished. Okay, pasta has a 5-minute timer left on it. That seems like it's been in there for a long time. Let me check one of these and just like make sure. Nope, that's definitely still well below where it needs to be. All right, garlic's in here. Let's get our pine nuts in there too. We'll get our pine nuts in here. We're gonna swirl up the garlic and the pine nuts together. It's a lot of pine nuts, but like, whatever, fuck it, it's a nutty pesto. Who cares? I forgot they were in there. They're bonus pine nuts. We're not using them for anything else, and they might go bad. We all have to push the button sometime. Here, I'm gonna push the button too. Yeah. Oh, the pine nuts are hot. There's steam come. Damn it. There's steam coming out of the top. You fell for the button. We all fall for the button. We all fall for the button at some point or another, and it's totally reasonable to do so. Welcome in, though. I'm glad you're back. I have a 9-year-old, and we have a book that you might know or have heard of. It's called Don't Push the Button. And you'll be surprised at what happens in the book. You would not be surprised. Spoiler alert, the button gets pushed. Thanks for the warm welcome. Thanks for timing me out right away. I really appreciate that. But no, seriously, welcome in. The button is a very short timeout. Okay, let's get these basils. Let's get all the basil leaves off of here. If this turns out that I don't have like enough greens and I've added too many pine nuts to this, what we're gonna do is just add a bunch of herbs. So I have like parsley in there. I've got parsley in there. So we'll just add parsley. It's a good day for a good day. It's is that from Free Guy? The movie Free Guy? Have y'all seen that movie? It's so cute. Ryan Reynolds is in it. It's really fun. Listen, Mix, if you're like familiar, then that's usually a good thing. All right, I bought 2 basil plants with the express purpose of ripping all the leaves off of them to make pesto. So that's what we're doing right now. If you've hung out here for any amount of time and watched, and like I've made pesto before, you know for sure that it is very rare that I actually make just a straight up basil pesto. I usually use all sorts of like odds and ends type of stuff from the fridge, carrot tops, turnip tops, herbs, like whatever. But this week, it was funny. I was at the market and I was like, oh, I'm going to buy some basil. I don't really know what I'm going to do with it. And the person there was like, well, we only have, I was like, let me get one of these. And they were like, well, we only have 2. So like, we're going to have 1 left. They're like, do you want both of them? And I was like, not really. And they were like, how about making pesto with it? And I was like, you son of a bitch. Sold. And I was like, I have to make pesto now. So how do you use too much garlic? You were criticized by someone for putting too much garlic in a dish? That seems like they don't know what they're talking about, TBH. But, you know, who am I to speak? All right, popcorn. This round of popcorn is finished. Let's get that out and in the bowl. Out, dump, wipe, pan, olive oil, popcorn, shake to coat, lid, back to the basil. Time check. Oh, that's my timer. That's for my pasta. Save your pasta water. Save your pasta water. Done. I have saved some pasta water. There it is. Let's check the pasta and turn the stove off for a second because I think that it's probably done. Excuse me. I could use about another 15 to 20 seconds, which is perfect. I'm just going to put the strainer in the sink. We'll dump this. What did Uncle Roger say about garlic? I don't have any prescriptive amount of garlic. I just sort of was like, well, this seems like enough garlic for this dish. Let's go. Let's go with it. Okay, I'm going to pour a little bit of olive oil onto that pasta because it's going to sit in here for just a moment. So I don't want it to like completely stick together. So if I just coat like a thin little layer of olive oil on it, it'll be so much better. Back to the basil. Okay, for real though. I still have vegetables in the oven. I have popcorn on the stove. Burner for my pot, the big pot is off. And my pasta is finished. So once the basil is done and the pesto is finished, we'll put the pasta back in the pot. We'll coat it with the pesto, and then we'll add the vegetables from the oven. La-di-da, we'll be done. Gwen and Calvin are going to get home. It is 18:53 my time. Karate ends at 7 p.m. They will be heading home after that. They'll probably be home. Depends if they stopped at the store. They usually stop for a snack. He likes to get like some chips or Takis or something on the way there. Maybe an ice cream. Depends. And if they stop at the store, they'll be back at about 7:15. So roughly 25 minutes from now. No, that's 30 minutes. No, that's 20 minutes from now. Math, Lou. You can do it! You know how like I shouldn't repeat Chris Rock's. Yeah, fair. Got it, Savory Sailor. Say no more. We're moving quick. Sometimes, see, if you're here at the very beginning of stream, you always get a much more like, not always. Sometimes I come out like out of a fucking cannon. But usually, if I'm like hurrying up at the end of stream like this, it's because I know I know what happens. What happens is if I don't have dinner ready when they get home, both Gwen and Calvin will go back to like whatever it was they were doing, which is usually something screen based. And then it's hard to like extract. It's not hard, but like I'd rather them walk in and dinner be ready and then it's like, okay, guys, let's just eat now. As opposed to like Calvin comes in. If you've hung out here before, you've probably heard him yell like ETA at me when as soon as he comes in. And I like to be able to say, it's ready now. Mix. That's a lot of garlic, but like good for you. I can empathize the need to see that situation through. Sports, enjoy the rest of your evening. I do hope you have a good one. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your movie regimen goes well for the rest of the week. It sounds like you're in a good spot with the movie watching. What needs to go in this? Salt and pepper. Right. Yes, hit that check-in. Perfect. Look at you go. Enjoy your evening. I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna add. Hold on. We got some stuck on the bottom, so let's kind of move this spoon around and get the stuff off the bottom. I'm gonna add. Aha. Okay, let's just add some parsley to this. Is this parsley? I swear to God, I swear, if this is cilantro, I'm gonna be so mad. It's not. Whew. God, cilantro is the worst. It's the worst to me because it tastes awful and I can't not taste that. Okay, but this is nice. We're gonna just toss some parsley in here too. It needed a little bit more green. It's a little bit too brown from all the pine nuts. What else could go in here? No. A little bit more lemon. This is a use it up meal. It's used up all the lemon. Have another one in the cabinet. I keep that back up because lemon juice is super important. Okay. Parsley. I'm going to add a little bit of Parmesan to this. How much? Stop. That much. Hey Lou, you didn't add any salt and pepper to this. I bet it's real bland. I know. It's fine. We'll get there. Trust. Okay. A little bit more oil. Wait. Doesn't work like that. There we go. A little bit more oil and I got a little bit of parsley in my salt. We'll just toss that in too. Parsley, toss the rest of that pepper in there. Shake the popcorn. Look at the vegetables. Woo, those look great. Lid back on, off. Taste. That is very pine nutty. Which is good. That's good. At least I toasted them. I'm just like thinking if I hadn't toasted those, this would have been not great. But yeah, this is a very pine nutty forward pesto here, which is totally okay. Do I have another lemon juice in there? I do. Hold on. Let's I want a little bit more lemon in there than what was going on. It's very savory at the moment. I want it to be a little more tangy. The tins into the kitchen sink. Yeah, the bigger the better. Thunder. It's cheaper. It's literally cheaper when you buy the biggest jug you can get. Like, and that's not to say that the big jug is inexpensive, but per ounce, it's certainly a lot better. Okay, so we're good on the popcorn. I have filled the bigger bowl. I have filled the big bowl. We have a ton of popcorn. Mix, shield your eyes. We have another bowl of popcorn here. This is a lot. There's so much popcorn happening right now. Okay, olive oil can go. Just leave the olive oil right there, Lou. You can just leave it there. It's fine. Finish the meal, then wipe the counter. Right. Okay. Pesto's going. Sink, sink, sink. Stop. Off. Back in the fridge with you. Wait, before I totally do this thing, let's take another test. Yep, that is delicious. I love basil. It's so good. All right, we're gonna move the base of the food processor back to the cabinet where it goes. I'll recycle the pasta box on the way back. All right, oven. I'm gonna turn the oven off now. Is the camera off? Okay, it is. So you want to give anyone like motion sickness by checking out that camera. Okay. 7:01. So at this point, my family is finished at karate. They're probably walking back. If they're walking or coming back rather, if they are not stopping at the store, they'll be back. Carry the one in less than 10 minutes. So we have just a few moments to finish up what we're doing. And we definitely have enough time. We're definitely, I feel good. I feel sweaty. Let me be honest with you. Okay, come on back over to the stove. Here's camera on, and then we're gonna finish all of this. Okay? Here's, I didn't put any onion in it. No, Lou, stop. You're not adding onion to this, for God's sake. Okay. You're done, kid. Wrap it up. All right. Hold on. That needs to go a little bit higher and a little bit higher and at a little bit better of an angle. There we go. Okay, we're at the stove. This is my pasta. It has a little bit of olive oil on it, coated, which we love. I'm going to take the vegetables out of the oven. Here we go. Vegetables are coming out of the oven. They look great. These look beautiful. Let's get my spatula. I'm just going to dump those in. Lordy, these look good. The zucchini is still a little, it's great. It's not like burnt, but it's soft. Like it's definitely cooked. I didn't try it. I didn't test it. It might not be fully cooked, but you know what? If it's not fully cooked, I don't care. You can eat it raw. It's possible to eat it raw. It's not great raw, but you know, you can. So, you know, deal with it. Beautiful. That looks good. Sheet pan is over by the stove. And we're going to mix this in. And then, whoop, we're going to add a bunch of Put this olive oil back. Put this olive oil back. We're gonna add a bunch of big scoops of this pesto that we just made. Mix all this in. This is gonna be dinner. Just a quick pesto, roasted vegetables, and pasta. Nothing complicated today. We've already done enough work today. We don't need to make dinner any harder. Beautiful. Sheesh, look at that. Turn the heat on just a touch. Add a little bit of this reserve pasta water just so that it gets nice and sticky. The pasta water helps it feel more like a sauce. And as I said earlier, I don't really care if the zucchini sort of stays in one piece. I don't care about the structural integrity of the zucchini. It's not my problem. If it falls apart, it falls apart. It's like, what's the guy's name in Rocky? He's like, if he dies, he dies. Yeah, if the zucchini falls apart, I don't really care. This ain't professional. We're going for it today. All right. Pasta looks beautiful. Probably tastes all right. Let's put it in a bowl and plate it. Which bowl? Here we go. Everybody in the house gets the same bowl. We got to keep it even. Did I turn the burner off? No, I didn't. Let's not burn the pasta right here at the end. Well, that would be terrible. Righty. Oh, I hear them. Here they come. Damn, that was good timing. Look at that. My kid just walked in and said, "Damn, that smells good." And you know what? That's legit the best feeling in the world. Okay. This is why I was rushing. It's literally why I was rushing.
Mom, she's saying
Okay.
what's dinner?
Pasta with etc. It's ready. We're gonna sit at the kitchen counter here.
Mom.
Pause. We're gonna sit at the kitchen counter, get changed, and we're ready to eat. Okay?
I was walking up the street. I said, my dinner's not fucking hot and ready when I walked in that door.
On the table with steak and cheese on
with
top.
steak and cheese was a.
Why does my phone keep reverting to live?
And then you didn't realize that there was people there.
All right, go get yours.
Okay.
Son.
Sheesh! We did it. All right, let me give you all a bowl. You want a bowl? You ready for a bowl? All right. We have plenty of shaky cheese.
Oh my God, my hero.
Yeah, that's right.
Here,
I'm not. What do you mean? Don't be weird about it. Yeah.
There's a little
Epsteinish. It's my island.
Well, let's talk about Love Island. Oh wait, I can't move that. I mean, where do you expect me to eat in this place?
I expect you to eat with your mouth. I expect you to eat with your mouth hole.
1 square foot of acceptable place for me to be.
Oh my gosh, just move some things. God, you gotta find something to complain
Where's
about,
my
don't you?
shaky cheese?
Shaky cheese is, if it was up your ass, you'd know it. How about that?
It's not. That's exactly. I would have to already.
Okay, here. Catch.
No!
Typical kids. Tatsu, that was Gwen. Oh my god. Okay.
We'll stab this.
Listen, this is it. We got weird shit happening in this household like all the time. Gwen, I tried not to put as many mushrooms in yours, but sorry for the.
Mushrooms?
You want to complain? I'll take it back. Here.
Excuse me, Daddy. Sorry.
Here's your.
Daddy. Sorry.
Here's your pasta,
Daddy.
Kelly.
Sorry. Daddy. Sorry. Daddy. Sorry. Daddy. Daddy. Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy.
You're not
Bye.
even gonna try? Okay.
No, why are you screaming in my ear?
Not even trying.
We did it.
Be quiet. What did you do?
We made a ton of cookies, packaged them, made popcorn, made dinner. It's not really good popcorn. It's not meant for you to eat. It's meant to be packaging material. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. You
You
ready?
need it too.
This is pasta. It's rigatoni. It has pesto, zucchini, mushrooms, corn,
Fucking mushrooms.
and like some other stuff.
Why are you watching
That's it.
the stream? Like,
Okay.
he's like that.
See the fucking cat. Say hi to you.
We also made today
Cookies.
all of our Cookie Club cookies. These are going to get packaged up. If you are receiving Cookie Club cookies this month, I was literally just holding them up to the camera, and we will be packaging this evening, and we'll be they'll be out the door tomorrow morning.
You're having that.
Okay, well,
Welcome to the internet.
this looks good. I feel pretty good about where we landed today. Let's figure out where we're gonna go. How do I do that? Here we go. Live. They're not sneaky. I declared that the mushrooms are in them. I also declared that I was oh, it's sneaky. Oh, it's inside the rigatoni. Okay, that's, to be fair, that is a sneaky mushroom. Can't get anything past her. Don't tell her I stuffed all the mushrooms in the rigatoni by hand. I didn't. I thought about it.
And it don't matter. None of this matters.
You know what? It's true. It's true. I think I know where I'd like to go today. I think we have. Hold on. I always say that, and then like I feel bad if I don't actually raid that person. So let me hold on a second. I think we're gonna stay in the food and drink category. If this person is still gonna be live, oh yeah, they're okay. They're doing some work here. That's good. Let me just check food and drink. We
Skywalker.
are going to raid Spaceball's the username. Spaceball's the username, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream, member of the food and drink club. There's a link to that in chat if you are also a food and drink streamer. Luke Skywalker, thank you for saying hi. It's good to see you. I have a box of cookies coming your way. So I also I should also say that I finished the Star Wars movies the other night.
No, I'm not you. I'm not including. Oh.
I did. I finished the Star Wars movies 2 nights ago.
All of them?
Yes.
I did not.
The fuck?
Spaceballs, the username. There we go. Yeah, and now I'm gonna move on to the next ones. All this stuff. Kitchen Gladiator submission paper. Nice. That's amazing. I love that.
Hiding it in the back of the fridge.
No, it's for a special occasion. Put it back.
Oh, okay.
And then let me just.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Did Cal just F-bomb? Probably. I don't know. I hope we don't get banned for it.
What?
Yeah, he's allowed to curse in the house. That's not new. Are you allowed to curse on stream? Yes, we're allowed to curse on stream. Do I generally? Sometimes.
Maybe like twice a stream.
Sometimes. Okay, we're gonna start this raid. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, I'm not really sure what we're gonna do. We might be IRL. We might be in the kitchen. We might be cooking. Regardless, we're gonna be starting sometime around noon, I believe. Hold on. How do I do this? Here are some raid messages in chat. Wait, do we already put the raid messages in chat? No, we didn't. Yes, we did. Sofluff did already. I'm gonna do it again. Sofluff, thank you. I appreciate it. There's some raid messages in chat. Feel free to use them if you want to. Here are also there's some social media links in chat. If you are lurking, now's a good time to hit the follow button. Follows are silent. There's no noise. There's no alerts. There's no chat messages. Just feel free if you want to come back. Also, it would be a great time if you're not already to go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link in chat for that as well. We'll be back again tomorrow. Next week, we'll be streaming twice as well. Why am I talking about next week right now? I don't know.
It's Wednesday this week. So, like...
Yeah. Congrats.
Stop talking about it next week.
Whatever. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner, and we'll catch y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I had a really good stream, and it was nice to have the company. If I don't see you before then, I'll see you in chat.
My goodness. Lou!